He was the eldest young master of the demonic cult, yet despised by the second madam. He was hunted down like an animal and forced to flee into the most treacherous lands. Everyone thought he had perished in the abyss. They were wrong. 10 years later, he returns not as a corpse, but as a master of divine arts. He had believed that with him gone, his younger brother would surely ascend to the throne of the cult leader. But reality is cruel. The moment he returns is the very moment his brother takes his last breath, uncovering the dark conspiracy behind this murder. His rage knows no bounds. He never craved power, but now, fueled by the need to avenge his fallen brother, he steps back into the darkness of the demonic cult. How will his path of vengeance and conquest for the supreme seat unfold? Let's dive in. The story begins under a deep blue night sky, shrouding a magnificent pavilion. Inside, moonlight creeps through the window, illuminating the face of a man lying dead still. Standing silently beside him is Lieuan, his gaze fixed intently on the corpse's neck. His voice cuts through the silence, cold as ice, dripping with contempt and twisted satisfaction. Served you right. Lieuan leans down, placing a hand on Lieuan. His voice turns hoarse, a mix of sorrow and anger. After 10 years apart, is this how I find you, brother? Lieuan barks out a sharp command. Check if he's still breathing. His subordinates respond in unison, but suddenly, a group of unknown assailants bursts into the room. The intruders stare at Lieuan, confused. Who the hell are you? Lieuan clicks his tongue in annoyance. You have the nerve to barge into the young cult leader's quarters like this. Lieuan gently brushes Liuan's cheek, whispering a scolding lament. I told you, if you're too merciful, the dogs beneath you will only bite. Enraged, the intruders point their blades straight at Lieuan. They shout, You dare trespass here. Talk, who are you people? Lieuan slowly turns to face them, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. Why? Are you also desperate for power? He flicks his hand. You're the trash defiling the young master's sanctuary, aren't you? The doors behind them slam shut, making them jump. Liuan's eyes begin to glow, burning with suppressed rage. A terrifying energy erupts from his body. Without a word, he raises a hand, and arcs of lightning crackle into existence. He whispers, Thunder God. In a flash, hundreds of bolts crash down, bodies char instantly. The sole survivor watches in horror as his comrades are reduced to ash. He blinks, and Liuan is gone. Suddenly, a hand clamps onto the back of his neck. He's hoisted into the air. Liuan snarls every word. Who sent you? Who ordered you to kill this boy? Grimacing in pain, the man stammers, I can't tell you. Liuan's gaze turns absolute zero. He replies softly, True, even if you talked, I wouldn't spare you, so I'll just look for myself. The man glances back in terror. Who are you? Liuan leans in, his voice a dark whisper. The boy you murdered. I am his older brother. The man freezes, his mind reeling in panic. Brother Impossible, the eldest young master of cult leader Xuan Muzhao. Isn't he dead? Before he can finish, Liuan blasts him with lightning. The assassin's body seizes up. He releases his grip, and the man crumbles into a pile of ash. Liuan gazes into the distance, his lips moving barely. I should have just died. Drifting ash settles on his cold, unmoving face. He looks up at the window, but this rotten world has called me back once again. 20 years ago, a cataclysmic war between the orthodox and unorthodox factions ended with a crushing victory for the demonic cult leader, Xuan Muzhao. The era of demons began. The orthodox sects went into hiding, biding their time for revenge. While the dark factions fight for scraps of power, our scene shifts to a quiet village of stacked tiled roofs. Suddenly, every man in the street turns their head, mesmerized by a flowing mane of hair. They trail behind her like lost puppies. Bixiang spins around, her voice sweet and clear like a bell. It has to be around here somewhere, right? Her beauty is rare, practically otherworldly. Suddenly, a scent catches her attention. She whips around, sniffing the air in front of a stall. She cheers. Found it. A customer smiles. Thanks, brother. Ignoring him, Bixiang dashes straight into the shop. Her eyes sparkle as she asks the owner, Is this the famous supreme bun shop of the capital? The owner grins smugly. You must be from out of town, miss. Our supreme buns are legend. She cuts him off, rushing forward with pleading eyes. Okay, just give me one portion. Seeing her eagerness, the owner drops the bomb. Sorry, miss, we're sold out for the day. She freezes. What? In a flash, B Yang froze solid, stiff as a statue. Throwing dignity to the wind, she sprawled out right there on the ground. Just one bun. Please, I beg you. Sell me just one, the shopkeeper answered in a rush. We're really out. That customer from earlier bought every single one. Hearing this, B Yang vaguely recalled a man clutching a box of buns. He quickly offered an idea. If you run and ask him, maybe he has one or two left. Before he could finish, B Yang whipped around, her legs carrying her down the street at breakneck speed. Watching her go, the shopkeeper bowed his head and let out a long sigh. Turning to look at B Yang's retreating figure, he lamented, "Whatever. That young lady really is beautiful." Walking slowly, he muttered to himself, "But exposing beauty like that out here, it's dangerous." Meanwhile, Lian Hui was walking down the road, carrying his bag of buns. Just then, a voice shouted from behind, "Hey, wait up!" B Yang bent over, gasping for breath. "Slow down. How do you run that fast? Are you using light footwork?" He eyed her warily. "What do you want?" Summoning the last of her strength, B Yang pointed at Lian Hui. "Is that bundle?" "The supreme buns," he repeated suspiciously. "Supreme buns." She suddenly looked up, lips curving into a grin. "Yes, supreme buns, the best in the capital. No, the best in the world." Hearing this, Lian Hui asked with obvious skepticism, "Really?" She gave him a look of disdain. "You bought them without knowing. I heard you cleaned out the shop. I thought you were a die-hard fan of the supreme buns." Suddenly, Lian Hui glared at Bi Yang. "Get to the point." She flinched, startled. "Ah, right." Ba Yang quickly made her offer. "Sell me a portion." "Actually, no, just one is fine." He asked, annoyed, "Why should I?" Seeing his reaction, she quickly upped the stakes. "I'll pay double, no, 5 times the price. I'm famous as the bun-eating saint. You know, you don't understand. It's my lifelong dream to taste a supreme bun." Meanwhile, Lian Hui's eyes darted forward. Mind-reading fox. In the blink of an eye, he bolted. Oblivious, Bi Yang continued, "Right. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal even more lavish than that." Before she could finish her sentence, she was yanked straight into an alleyway. Lian Hui peered intently outside, while she stood there dazed. Suddenly he leaned down, sniffing the air only to find himself staring straight into Bi Yang's big, round eyes. She punched him square in the face. "What the hell are you doing?" Lian Hui looked down blankly, feeling completely bewildered. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lian Hui frozen, Bi Yang looked confused. "Oh, sorry, I was a bit rash." Lian Hui was stunned for a moment. He actually let himself get hit, without thinking. He leaned in closer and signaled for silence. He cautiously poked his head out to check the street. Lian Hui observed the enemy with focus. "You're still alive." Mind-reading fox. Meanwhile, Bi Yang stared at him, unconsciously. She leaned up, captivated. Those eyes. Could it be? Before she could react, Lian Hui spun around. His body vanished right before her eyes. Witnessing this, she looked around frantically. Disappeared. Ba Yang collapsed to the ground in agony, tears streaming down her face. My supreme buns. Elsewhere, black wind soared through the sky, its deep gaze scanning below, searching for something. Huaya asked anxiously, "Boss, do we really have to do this? Revenge like this will draw too much attention. Once your identity is exposed, you'll become a target for everyone to see. Is it worth the risk?" Lian Hui didn't turn around. He asked bluntly, "Why are you scared?" Doja seized the chance to mock her. "Huaya, you're scared." She hurriedly explained, "What? No, I'm not." Looking down, fog blanketed the village below. Lian Hui suddenly spoke up. "You've misunderstood. Huaya." She turned to him in surprise as Lian Hui continued, "I'm not the type who gets pushed around easily." Huaya bowed her head low, stammering, "I apologize." Subordinate spoke out of turn. Suddenly, Lian Hui issued a command. "Find me the Bipa Wu group." Huaya looked up at him, asking blankly, "The Bipa Wu?" Doju clenched his fist, voice dark. "Bipa Wu. Find them and kill them all." Lian Hui glanced back. "No killing." Doju quickly corrected himself. "Ah, right. No killing. Just finding Bipa Wu." He lowered his voice. "And one more thing." Lian Hui put his fingers to his lips and whistled. Instantly, Black Wind circled back and landed. He signaled the beast. "Black Wind, go help the two of them." Then, Lian Hui shouted clearly, "Now, let's begin." The group responded in unison. "Yes, boss." The next day, night fell. dim lights casting shadows on the road. The scene shifted to a dreamy, poetic inn. Inside, a woman flicked her hand, and her robes flew onto the door hook, revealing flawless, snowy white legs. That person was none other than Bi Yang. Suddenly, she wrapped a cloth tightly around her chest to bind it. Bi Yang then pulled out a stiff shirt and quickly threw it on. Bi Yang yanks her sash tight, smoothing out her robes. She reaches back, binding her hair with deliberate slowness, steeling herself. A long, heavy breath escapes her lips. She turns, glancing back one last time. It's time, master. The mission begins now. Meanwhile, outside a weathered building, Lian Hui stands motionless before the Phantom Shadow Academy. This place, the gathering ground for martial elites, established by the demonic cult after the Great War. Every 3 years, the academy throws open its gates. They claim to recruit talent, but their true goal is to absorb the remnants of the orthodox factions. Unlike the early days when it was crawling with demons, time has changed things. Now, even disciples of the orthodox path flock here in droves. Phantom Shadow Academy has become their ticket to a new life, a place to hide their past and chase glory. Suddenly, Yiming's voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. Next, Bai Yang steps forward briskly, her voice light but steady. I am Bi Yang, 24 years old. I wield dual swords and belong to no sect. My master is the elder of the Bai clan. She hesitates, lowering her head to avoid eye contact, voice dropping to a whisper. And I am a man. The moment the words leave her mouth, Yiming looks up. His gaze sweeps over Bi Yang, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Bai Yang's heart hammers against her ribs. Panic sets in. Did he figure it out? Is my disguise blown already? Her pitch rises, laced with awkward nervousness. Why are you staring like that? I know I look a bit scholarly, but I'm 100% a man. Is there a problem? Yiming can't hold back a scoff. You think you're some kind of pretty boy? Bai Yang stumbles back in confusion. Suddenly, the examiner leans forward and roars, Hey, this isn't a beauty pageant. A real man only needs god-tier martial arts. Why are you obsessing over your looks? Bi Yang scratches her head, forcing a stiff laugh. Ah, right. You make a solid point. Slip of the tongue. Having cleared the first hurdle, she steps cautiously inside. Once inside, Bi Yang scans her surroundings. Finally, I made it. Her eyes dart through the crowd. Is everyone gathering over there? She hunches over, chanting a mental mantra. Stay low. Don't stand out. Be invisible. This place must be crawling with demonic cultists. Suddenly, she freezes. Her gaze locks onto a single figure. She stares dead at Lian Hui, stammering, "To that guy." Shock washes over her. That dumpling guy is here too. Panic spikes. She spins around, trying to dodge his line of sight. Why am I in the same group as him? At that exact moment, Lian Hui senses something off. Cold sweat trickles down her cheek. Her heart is about to explode. What if he recognizes me? What if he exposes my disguise? A deep voice rumbles right behind her, making her jump out of her skin. Hey, you. Bai Yang turns slowly and lets out a strangled yelp. Seeing Lian Hui up close sends a fresh wave of cold sweat down her spine. I'm dead. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Lian Hui looks up. The stench here is thick enough to taste. His eyes stay fixed on the sign. To find the mastermind. I have to drag myself through this mud pit. He glances around, shaking his head. Unbelievable. Look at all these fame-hungry fools. His gaze shifts, landing on a small, fragile figure. Just a bunch of soft kids who've never seen a real fight. Then he spots Bi Yang. Startled for a second, he sighs in disappointment. Look at that baby face. Hopeless. Back at the registration desk, Yiming barks. Name, age, weapon. Lian Hui answers instantly. Shen Lian Hui, 28. Weapon I use everything. Yiming explodes. What do you mean everything? There must be one you are best at. Be specific. Suddenly, Yiming blinks. Is that a golden aura radiating from this guy? His eyes widen, jaw dropping. What is with today? Nothing but handsome devils showing up. Staring at Lian Hui's powerful build, Yiming wavers. Maybe I should just pass them all. Like clouds part above as the scene shifts back to Lian Hui. He strides forward, thoughts racing. Here I go again. Suddenly, a shout rings out. Hey, you there. Quit spacing out and get in formation. Lian Hui looks toward the voice. Boom. Like a lightning strike. A sensation hits him. He shudders. Killing intent. Someone is watching me. His eyes dart around, hunting for the source. Who is it? His gaze lands on Bi Yang. That guy. She's covering her eyes, her face twisted in terror. Lian Hui's glare turns icy sharp. He was loitering around earlier, suspicious. Without hesitation, he marches straight toward her. Looming over her like a statue, he barks, "Hey, you!" She turns, looking like she's just seen a ghost. You! She stammers. Lian Hui frowns deeply. Why have you been staring at me? Baiyang plays dumb. Did he recognize me? She turns, forcing a jagged smile. If that's the case, I apologize. I'm just a bumpkin from the mountains, so everything here looks strange to me. Lian Hui suddenly gripped Bi Chang's shoulder, letting out a powerful roar to cut off her excuses. Suddenly, Lian Hui's arm trembled. A violent current of electricity surged from Bi Chang's body, striking straight at him. Stunned by the sudden impact, Lian Hui froze. A technique flashed through his mind. 4 ounces, move 1,000 pounds. He stared intently at Bi Chang, suspicion rising in his gut. Using a master of this caliber as a spy? Who exactly are you? Suddenly, a floral scent drifted into his nose. Wait, this smell? Lian Hui unconsciously flashed back to Bi Chang, looking at him with those big, round eyes. He immediately pointed an accusing finger. You're that beggar who asked for steamed buns, aren't you? It is you, that beggar. Bi Chang hurriedly denied it. I'm not a beggar. I'm a ghost. A steamed bun ghost. At the same moment, Yiming gave the command. All right, move out. Everyone follow me. Ignoring him completely, Lian Hui continued teasing her. Beggar. She argued back, annoyed. Ghost. Sometime later, the group gathered around a dining table piled high with delicacies from land and sea. The group stuffed their faces frantically. Lian Hui turned to watch the scene, letting out a helpless sigh. From a distance, Bi Chang ran over and slammed a heavy tray onto the table. Good heavens, big brother, how can you have the energy to cultivate with such a meager meal? Let your little bro offer you the rarest delicacies, please. Enjoy. He backed away in terror. What the hell are you doing? Stop! Before Lian Hui could react, she shouted, Big brother, from now on, please let me call you big brother. Leave everything to me. I'm willing to be your attendant. He looked at her with disgust. Don't talk with your mouth full. Lian Hui's hand was somehow covered in food residue. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. So, Bi Chang checked her surroundings, then signaled for silence. Seeing this, Lian Hui said bluntly, You mean, I hide your identity, and in return, you become my subordinate. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. Big brother, you'll have 3 peaceful years here at Phantom Shadow Academy. Contrary to her prediction, he looked up and uttered 3 words. I don't want to. Bai Chang jumped up in frustration. Why not? You don't lose anything. Lian Hui replied lazily. I hate getting tangled up in trouble. She cursed inwardly. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Bi Chang turned around in a panic. Big brother, please wait. Lian Hui grit his teeth. Stop following me. She trailed behind him anyway, mumbling incoherently. Big brother, let's go together. Suddenly, he turned to look at the dazzling sky. Bi Chang stared at Lian Hui, bewildered. He casually tossed a fork straight at her. Handle this. Bai Chang smiled brightly. Big brother, so you agreed. She looked around in confusion, muttering, big brother. While she was distracted, Lian Hui sneaked off in another direction. Huanya quickly reported. Report? We found the Beipo Wu group. Suddenly, a strange wind blew toward him, putting him on high alert. Lian Hui asked seriously, his voice hoarse. You found the traces of Beipo Wu already. Huanya answered quickly, unable to hide the smugness on his face. Yes. Lian Hui couldn't help but exclaim, faster than I expected. The subordinate put on a proud expression. I just had to teach them a little lesson, and they spilled everything. Daichi cracked his knuckles, the corners of his mouth twitching up. I didn't kill them. I just followed your orders. Suddenly, Huanya proposed an idea. By the way, how about I infiltrate that academy? Lian Hui looked puzzled. Why? He spoke quickly, acting nervous as if afraid of rejection. Won't you run into a lot of trouble being there alone, big brother? Just let me handle the menial tasks. Hearing this, Lian Hui turned around and chuckled. Here's another one saying the exact same thing. Huanya looked blankly at him, confused. After a moment of silence, he bluntly refused. No need. I found someone more suitable. Besides, if you go in, The Chi will be out here all alone. Huanya immediately jumped up. No big brother found someone else. Da Chi stomped his foot in indignation. Da Chi, I'm strong enough on my own. Not stopping there, he shouted angrily. I'm even stronger than Huanya. Huanya cut in, annoyed. That's not the point, you stinking brat. Immediately, Huanya leaned forward. But is that person reliable? Lian asked skeptically. What do you mean? He narrowed his eyes. What if he's approaching you with an agenda, hearing the warning? Lian lowered his head and sighed softly. Suddenly, Lian turned back, his voice dropping to a low rumble. If he is an enemy. Lian grinned. Then I have even more reason to keep him by my side. The scene shifted, focusing on a bee working hard to sip nectar from a flower. At the same time, Yiming's voice rang out, high and piercing. All right, everyone, are you done eating? The crowd cheered excitedly. Yes. The food here is amazing, he laughed smugly. Everyone knows Phantom Shadow Academy's kitchen is world famous, but not everyone is lucky enough to taste it a second time. Because right now, the introductory assessment officially begins. Yiming waved his hand. Anyone who fails will be expelled immediately. He swept his gaze over the crowd. Who wants to give it a try? Hearing this, the group averted their eyes one by one, thinking to themselves, why rush to be the first? Let's watch the others first. Bi Yang leaned in close, speaking fast and firm. Big brother, let me go first. I'll test the waters and see what's special. Let me guess. Lian raised an eyebrow. You're absolutely sure you'll clear it? Bai Yang puffed out her chest. Piece of cake. Do you know who I am? If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't even be here. He looked toward the horizon, his voice calm. Even if you pass, you won't be able to tell me the secret. I suspect winners are isolated from the queue. Lian glanced at the massive guard gripping a club. Preventing cheating is standard procedure. High above, a solitary bee drifted slowly toward the group. Bai Yang spotted it instantly. She waved her hand angrily, muttering, that jerk? He's actually spying on us. Suddenly, the bee hovered, its eyes glowing noticeably. Bi Yang spun around, laughing. Caught you spotted me. Did you? Can't hide a beauty like mine, even in men's clothing. Huh. A curious voice from the crowd piped up. Is the test hard? Yiming replied curtly. Who knows if you've got the guts? Step up and try. The boy put on an innocent face. But what is the test? Yiming answered flatly. Simple. Go into that warehouse. Bring something out. That's it. The naive youth blinked rapidly. Bring. What thing, exactly? Facing the barrage of questions, Yiming lost his patience. He lunged forward. You talk too much. Just get in there. Go. Yiming kicked him hard. The boy went flying, crashing onto the dirt right in front of the warehouse. Back in the line, Bai Yang whispered carefully. Big brother, it's starting. What on earth are we supposed to grab? Lian glanced at her, a faint smile touching his lips. Let's observe. We have a guinea pig to watch. Over at the warehouse, the boy stepped across the threshold. His face stiffened the moment he was inside. Darkness swallowed everything. Just jagged rocks everywhere. The boy trembled, muttering, There's nothing here. Outside, the cold-faced guard slammed a wooden plank across the door, then turned and signaled to the side. Yiming nodded. Message received. The guard dipped his head in return. Then, he swung a massive weight back and smashed it into the door. Bam! The sound thundered into the enclosed space. The boy jumped out of his skin, but the guard wasn't done. He hammered the door again. From the cracks in the rocks, a swarm of bees erupted. The boy began to panic. What is this? A deafening buzzing sound filled the air. Cold sweat poured down the boy's face in terror. Hundreds of bees locked onto him. His jaw dropped, eyes rolling back to the whites as fear took over. A blood-curdling scream pierced the walls. The crowd outside froze, staring at the sealed door in horror. Lian analyzed calmly. Looks like that warehouse is one giant beehive. Bai Yang added. So we have to dodge a swarm of angry bees to retrieve an item? She rubbed her chin, lost in thought. But what item? Finally, the guard removed the bar. The boy scrambled out desperately before collapsing face first on the ground. Yiming stepped closer, curious. Well, what did you get? The boy lifted his head, revealing a face swollen like a balloon. He rasped painfully. The The treasure the bees guard. He pulled out a dripping chunk of honeycomb, eyes shining as he offered it to Yiming. It's this the honey. Watching from below, Bi Yang frowned. What did he hand over? Lian Hui replied simply. Looks like honey. She guessed quickly. So we braved the bees to steal their honey. She turned, watching the boy with anticipation. So I passed, contrary to expectations, Yiming announced coldly. Wrong. He waved his hand toward the exit without hesitation. Eliminated. The boy froze in shock. Why? Bi Yang's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Lian Hui cut in. This isn't a hiring fair for beekeepers. Remember our deal, you have to pass this round? Her voice trembled. Right, surely it's... Suddenly, Lian Hui stepped forward. Don't forget the guide. Follow me. Yiming shouted. Anyone else want to try? Lian Hui didn't hesitate, stepping up to volunteer. Bai Yang shot her hand high. Me too. Seeing this, Yiming's eyes softened, and he smirked. Yiming mocked them. You saw that wreck and still dare to volunteer. Lian Hui sighed, sounding bored. I'm tired of waiting. Let's get this over with. Bai Yang giggled. A thought crossed Yiming's mind. Watching these arrogant brats get tortured might actually be fun. He shouted excitedly. Get in! The door slowly creaked open. Lian Hui walked in with steady confidence. The guard once again barred the door with the wooden plank. Bi Yang stared intently at the door, realizing something. He already knows exactly what to do. Back with Lian Hui, the swarm of bees went into a frenzy, diving straight for him. One particularly aggressive buzzer flapped its wings violently, charging right at his face. A stream of black smoke shot toward him, but Lian Hui didn't flinch. Calm as still water, he casually activated his magic. Without hesitation, he unleashed the wind god armor. The invisible barrier instantly repelled the bee, sending it tumbling backward. The rest of the swarm slammed into the wall of wind, only to be bounced off harmlessly. Protected by his impenetrable fortress, Lian Hui strolled forward. He gently closed his eyes, focusing his senses to hunt for something specific. A few seconds later, his eyes snapped open, glowing with intensity. He glanced at the rock near the hive, then swept his gaze across the entire chamber. Nothing else here. Right at that moment, a single bee buzzed directly in front of his face. A smirk of excitement curled on his lips. Found you. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Beach Duang and the others were glued to the door, waiting in suspense. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Lian Hui walked slowly out of the consuming darkness. The crowd froze in disbelief. One candidate screamed out, unable to process the sight. He's completely scratch-free. Faced with Lian Hui's imposing presence, Instructor Nengi actually shrank back in fear. How is that possible? What the? Lian Hui didn't say a word. He simply extended his hand toward the instructor, trembling. Min threw his hand up and announced, He passes. The crowd erupted into cheers. He actually cleared the round. Regaining his composure, Ngimin snapped his head toward Bitch Duang and barked. Next, get in there. She frowned, suspicious. What is his problem? Seeing Beach Duang hesitate, Ngimin screamed impatiently. Hurry up. Moments later, she found herself standing motionless in the pitch-black void. Bitch Duang bit her lip, stealing her resolve. I have to find whatever's hidden in here. Thinking back, she was certain the objective wasn't honey. Suspicion grew in her mind. Is there something hidden inside the hive? No. That is too obvious. And this definitely isn't a combat trial against these bees. Suddenly, she froze. A realization struck her like lightning. She looked up, analyzing the situation. That is right. This is the Phantom Shadow Academy. This is where the demonic sect trains its disciples. She replayed the sect's core tenets in her mind. Observation. Then she remembered another crucial skill, concealment. And finally, the most ruthless method of all assassination. These were the essential survival skills of the unorthodox faction, avoiding the eyes of guards, blending into the shadows, and distinguishing the truth from the lies. Right then, the swarm of bees began circling right before her eyes. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. In a split second, her focus locked onto a single bee. She instantly spotted the anomaly. That one. There is something different about it. She hesitated for a brief moment. If I go for it, the swarm will definitely attack. She clenched her fist, adrenaline flooding her veins. Then I just have to be faster than them. With a burst of speed, Beach Duong launched herself forward, tearing through the buzzing cloud. Outside, the crowd watched the door with bated breath. Beach Duong kicked the door open and sprinted out. She tucked and rolled across the ground, sticking the landing. Even Yi Min flinched in surprise. Bouncing back to her feet, she marched straight up to Yi Min. She thrust her clenched fist toward him, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Yi Min's face twitched, his mind reeling. Another one, and she is completely unharmed too. Beach Duong slowly opened her palm. This is what you wanted, right? On the back of the B sat 2 clear characters, qualified. Yi Min stared at it in stunned silence. A moment later, he raised his hand. Pass. He let out a heavy sigh, looking at her with total bewilderment. What is going on today? He muttered under his breath. In a group of rejects, 2 actually passed. And it had to be these 2 troublemakers. Bitch Duong turned to Lian Hui, beaming with pride. So, boss, am I qualified to be your subordinate now? Lian Hui replied curtly, giving her 0 validation. Not bad. She grinned playfully. Then we have a deal. Lian Hui looked at her with skepticism. You went through all that trouble just to be my lackey. Thinking about it, that is pretty suspicious. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, making Beach Duong jump. Over by the door, Yi Min coldly eliminated another candidate. Beach Duong shook her head. Man, that test is brutal. Even I had a hard time finding the target. Lian Hui nodded. No one else is going to pass. Then he dropped a bomb. That bee you brought out, it was the last one left. I checked the swarm. There were exactly 10 bees marked qualified inside. Beach Duong stared at him, eyes wide. You counted them all. Lian Hui continued calmly. Aside from the one you grabbed, I killed every single one of them. He had coldly slaughtered the other 8 targets. Bitch Duong looked at him, her expression shifting as she processed his ruthlessness. You monster! Lian Hui shot back. Didn't you kill one too? She quickly defended herself. I just knocked it out. All life is precious. You know, he frowned, annoyed. You self-righteous types really are. He didn't finish the thought, speaking nonchalantly instead. Doesn't matter. There aren't any targets left inside anyway. Beach Duong looked at him like he was an alien. You are seriously twisted. Why would you do that? He answered without a hint of shame. I wanted to see what you were capable of. I have no use for weaklings. Bitch Duong was instantly triggered. She shouted, just how strong do I have to be your damn subordinate? But your subordinates are too powerful. What if they refuse to listen to you? Brother. Facing the barrage of questions, Lian Hui offered a faint, indifferent smile. Fair point. Moments later, the group was tearing into their meal. Hua-ya let out a sigh. Hey, how many bowls is that now? Don't you ever get full? Dachi grunted through a mouthful of food. Hua-ya, you eat like a bird. No wonder you're so tiny. Not stopping there, he blatantly pointed a gnawed bone at him in mockery. The frail-looking Hua-ya slammed the table in rage. Hey, you muscle-brained oaf, being big doesn't mean you're strong. Besides, I actually use my brain. Unlike you, I don't solve every single problem with brute force. His voice trembled. What are you laughing at? Hey, what's so funny? Dachi replied with a sharp, malicious grin. I just wonder if Hua-ya is actually smart at all. The smaller boy practically roared. What did you say, you bastard? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Hua-ya's gaze shifted instantly finally. Some action. He glanced at the group and signaled, let's go. He's out. That's him. The guy Big Brother mentioned. The chief froze in place. Without a second thought, he slammed his chopsticks down. Hua-ya took the lead, with the chief following close behind, still wiping his mouth. The scene shifts to a cramped, bustling street. The target group was moving quickly through the crowd. Meanwhile, Dachi followed cautiously from a distance. Hua-ya poked his head out. Looks like this is their hideout. He and the big guy crouched low, moving with silent, careful steps. Suddenly, they both froze. Standing right in front of them were dozens of men, all armed with heavy weapons. They immediately glanced back, only to find the path behind them blocked by another large group. In the blink of an eye, Hua-ya and Dachi were completely surrounded. A shrill voice pierced the air. I've known you were following me for a long time. Stupid enough to walk right into my net. Hearing this, Dachi had to agree. Hua-ya, you really are an idiot. The smaller boy screamed in rage. Shut up. The man shoved a large thug forward. Fools like you, need to be taught a lesson. Keep them alive. I need to know who sent them. Immediately, the large thug swung a massive fist at Dachi. He let out an earth-shaking roar. You dare mess with the Baipo sect. Suddenly, the thug's jaw shattered. Dachi delivered a decisive punch, launching the man's entire body high into the air. In a split second, the giant was completely knocked out. Huaya spoke up, his voice eerie and dark. You knew we were following you, so you led us here on purpose. He glared at the leader. Well, we let you see us on purpose too. Suddenly, Huaya pulled out 3 acupuncture needles. He leaped into the air, flinging his arm forward, terrified. The man squeezed his eyes shut. But right in front of him, a young subordinate stepped in to block the attack and was struck by the needles. Seconds later, his body collapsed straight to the ground. Looking down at his men scattered across the floor in a gruesome display, the leader stammered, Who sent you people? Huaya smirked. Who sent us? Why so curious? As Dachi suddenly swung his arm, Huaya added coldly, You're all about to die anyway. Elsewhere, the sky had shifted to a pale shade of orange. The table was piled high with empty plates. Bi-Chang leaned back in her chair, exhaling a satisfied breath. That was delicious. Lian Hui looked helpless. Did you come here just to eat? It's like you've been starving your whole life. Bai-Chang quickly defended herself. I didn't get to eat lunch because of you, big brother. It was such a waste. Everything here is good. Except the steamed buns. They were a bit bland. I should have bought the premium buns back then. Big brother, did you enjoy those premium buns? She thought to herself, they must have been good, but he replied bluntly, Hell if I know. I didn't get to eat any. Hearing this, Bi-Chang slammed the table in anger. If you weren't going to eat them, why buy them? Lian Hui's voice turned cold. My business. Since when do you get a say? Facing Lian Hui's arrogant attitude, Bi-Chang trembled with rage. This guy. Really? Just then, a voice spoke up right beside them. She spun around, annoyed. A stranger smirked at them unfamiliar face. New students, I assume. He pointed to a specific area. That spot is reserved for your seniors. Are you blind? Bai-Chang grew even more furious, bullying on top of everything else. The man narrowed his eyes, suddenly challenging her. What are you looking at? She thought to herself. Of course. They only get a chance to haze juniors once every 3 years. Immediately, Bi-Chang clasped her hands and bowed. Apologies. Seniors, it's our first day. We didn't know. Please, be generous and forgive us. The man scoffed coldly. At least you know your place. Tell me, which faction do you belong to? Without hesitation, she replied. I am from the Orthodox sect. Hearing Orthodox sect, the man frowned slightly. Bai-Chang didn't forget to turn to Lian Hui. And my big brother here? He's from the demonic cult. The men's expressions instantly shifted, their faces twisting with hostility. Bai-Chang understood immediately. She bowed her head in feigned weariness. I knew it. That look. She felt a twinge of unease. They definitely weren't alone. She darted her eyes toward the crowd. Suddenly, everyone was glaring at them with daggers in their eyes. The man chuckles darkly. Orthodox faction. What a joke. It's truly laughable. This world belongs to the demonic cult now. Why cling to that pathetic Orthodox title? If you couldn't save the world, you should have at least saved your dignity and dropped the name. As his voice fades, a fist in the crowd clenches tight. Amidst the mocking laughter, the group trembles, shaking with suppressed rage. Nearby, the man suddenly pours liquor down. He sneers. Consider this a baptism for you demonic cult scum. Once isn't enough, you need a bath like this every single day. Meanwhile, looking at Bi-Yang's face, drenched in alcohol, the man laughs frantically. Seniors, we're just friendly helpers here. His lackey roars with laughter. No need to thank us. He keeps emptying the jar over her. In that moment, Bi-Yang calls out subconsciously, Master. Her eyes instantly ignite, burning with resentment. Unbelievable. Suddenly, the wine jar is slapped out of the man's hand. Bi-Yang spins around in confusion. The crowd gasps. Opposite them, Xuan Lianhui speaks coldly. Hey, you're splashing liquid everywhere. The man fumes. What did you say? You dare lecture me? The boy replies instantly, showing zero respect. Yeah, so what? The man roars. You've got guts, acting so arrogant. The lackey snickers. You're dead meat, kid. Lianhui simply takes a step back, easily dodging the blow. Instantly, the man collapses to his knees at the boy's feet. Lianhui raises his leg high, eyes flashing cold. He stomps down on the man's face without hesitation. The man's knees smash into the ground. He groans as pain floods his body. Lian Hui holds his pose, muttering softly, "This." Lian Hui glances down, eyes glowing red. "Wipe it clean for me." Agony cuts through him like a knife. The man trembles. Just being stepped on the shoulder has paralyzed his entire body. He can't even lift a finger. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Did he hit my pressure points? The other lackey stares in horror and confusion. He screams at the crowd, "You bastards! You're just gonna watch our senior get bullied." But the crowd is dead silent. Bi Yang freezes, watching Lian Hui handle the senior. Panicked, she cries out, "Big brother, please stop." Lian Hui ignores her, coldly repeating his order, "Wipe it clean." The lackey stammers, fear mixing with shock. You punk. Crack." A dry snap echoes. The man screams as pain shoots through his brain. Just then, Zhu Zai strides in, shouting for Lian Hui to stop. Zai smirks, asking casually, "What's going on here?" The man turns to him, stunned. The lackey looks just as confused. Zai feigns innocence, asking again with easy grace, "I asked, what is happening?" The lackey rushes to explain. "These freshmen dared to take our seats. We were just teaching them a lesson." Zai narrows his eyes, his gaze turning frosty. "What?" The lackey flinches, shrinking back in fear. Lian Hui glances at them, scoffing internally. "Idiots. If you want to teach a lesson, do it right. What is this circus act?" Zai speaks slowly, enunciating every word. "My friends were a bit heavy-handed. I hope you junior brothers can forgive them. I apologize on their behalf. Let's consider the matter settled." Hearing this, Lian Hui just sighs. His reaction enrages Zia's followers. Zi asks, his voice steady, "Is my apology not enough for you?" The room goes dead silent. The tension is so thick you could hear a heartbeat. Lian Hui speaks up, "I don't need a fake apology. I just need my shoe wiped clean." Zai lowers his gaze. He falls silent for a few seconds, closes his eyes, and exhales a long breath, as if suppressing something. Zai tilts his head a signal light as the breeze. The bully's face twists with humiliation and helplessness. Zai slowly opens his eyes, his gaze flashing like a sharp blade. The bully turns pale with terror. He swallows his pride and wipes Lian Hui's shoe with a cloth. His movements are slow, heavy with shame. Suddenly, Lian Hui lifts his foot and the man screams in agony. Coldly, he turns to leave, calling out to Bi Yang, "Let's go." As Lian Hui passes Ziyi, the boy speaks. "Wait, what is your name?" He answers briefly, "Xuan Lian Hui." Ziyi smiles cunningly. "I'm Zhu Zai. We will meet again, Xuan Lian Hui." His followers rage. "Hey, you dare ignore us?" Bai Yang freezes. Zhu Ziyi is he from the Blood Thunder, Zhu family. The demonic cult is ruled by the 4 great heavenly families and the 3 great sects. The Blood Thunder Zhu family is one of the 4 greats. He gave his name on purpose to flex his power. His status in the Phantom Shadow Academy must be significant. If we offended him... Meanwhile, Zai snorts coldly. Looks like life here just got a lot more interesting. With that, he and his entourage turn their sharp gazes toward the man Lian Hui just destroyed. Sweat pouring down his face, shaking like a leaf, he glares viciously, gritting his teeth. He barks an order at the man tailing him. Night silently falls over the Phantom Academy, hands on hips. The instructor stands in the hallway, bellowing for everyone to get inside. Stepping in, Bi Yang's jaw drops in awe. "Big bro, this room isn't half bad, is it?" Lian Hui thinks to himself. A corner room, perfect for sneaking out at night. Having this guy as a roommate will be handy for running errands, too. Bai Yang suddenly remembers something. "Oh, right about the cafeteria earlier. Thanks, big bro. You were a total hero back there." "I'm seriously touched." Lian Hui just shrugs. "I simply didn't want to look at their faces anymore." She teases him immediately. "Big bro, why do you always have to sound so cold?" Lian Hui ignores the banter, getting serious. Since they're sharing a room, they need rules. Bai Yang immediately clasps her hands respectfully. "Big bro, just say the word. I'll follow whatever you say." Lian Hui lays it down. "I get first dibs on everything. That means the bathroom, the tub, everything." "You got it. Big bro," she shouts in agreement. Her instant compliance shocks him. "Why is this kid so obedient?" Lian Hui adds. "Also, I'll be heading out at night sometimes." Bai Yang jumps. "You mean, if anyone comes checking, I need to cover for you, right? Looking out the window, he praises her sharp wit. You catch on quick. In a flash, Lian Hui vaults through the window, dropping one last word, tonight. Biyang gasps in disbelief. Wait on the very first night. A voice echoes through the forest. The Five Thunder Sect. Huanya speculates, tracking me this openly, they must be trying to lure me to their stronghold. After the mess I made of them, they're probably fuming. Lian Hui looks surprised. The Five Thunder Sect? What kind of sect is that? Never heard of them? Huanya suggests, if we want intel, we need to contact the Bipo Marshal Hall. Lian Hui glances at him. Did you find a meeting spot? Huanya replies cautiously. Follow me. I'll lead the way. The full moon hangs like a silver plate in the sky. Standing before the Wanbu Library, Lian Hui raises an eyebrow. A library? Are they fronting as a bookstore? Stepping inside, he clicks his tongue. Makes sense, actually. Dachi crinkles his nose at the smell. It reeks in here, Huanya explains. Books are the essence of knowledge. You expect them to smell delicious. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, grabbing their attention. They say books are food for the soul. You know. Dachi freezes for 2 seconds. Wait, do people actually eat books? Shuping walks out, hands clasped behind his back, eyeing them critically. You lot definitely aren't here for the reading material. Lian Hui gets straight to the point. Sharp eyes. We're here to buy information. As they sit, Shuping introduces himself. Greetings, I am Shuping. Before we begin, let's be clear, we provide information worth exactly what you pay, and we set the price. Lian Hui replies coldly. Then let's do business. Straightforward. I like that. Shuping exclaims. So, what does this brother want to know? Lian Hui answers, his eyes radiating killing intent. Information on the Five Thunder Sect. Shuping flips through his ledger, muttering the name. Tucked between pages of dense text lies a thin, carefully folded slip of paper. Shuping pulls it out, placing it on the table. Since it's our first trade, I'll give you the friendly price, 500 taels. Hanya gasps. 500 taels for such basic intel. Shuping replies icily, if it's too rich for your blood, then don't buy it. Lian Hui speaks up. If the info is already written down like that, it's hardly groundbreaking news. I want the real origin of the Five Thunder Sect. With the Bipo Marshal Hall's network, surely you know the truth. Shuping laughs, delighted. I didn't realize I was dealing with a connoisseur. The price he names this time, 3,000 taels. Lian Hui asks, do you accept goods instead of cash? Shuping replies instantly, depends on the goods. Lian Hui pulls a dazzling night pearl from his bag. Shuping's jaw hits the floor. Standing next to him, Huanya is just as shocked. That thing is definitely worth more than 3,000 taels. Shuping picks up the gem, assessing it. More than enough. This is a top-grade night pearl. Lian Hui speaks calmly. Consider that a deposit for future information. Now, give me the 3,000 tael secret. Shuping sits down immediately, scribbling something on a piece of paper. He carefully hands the paper to Lian Hui, but when they unfold it, there are only 3 words written there. 5 poison demon. Hanya explodes with rage. Just 3 words, and you charge 3,000 taels. That's 1,000 taels a word. I'm gonna strangle you. Sweating bullets. Shuping stammers. But please look at the first paper again. Huanya quickly obeys, reading it carefully. There's no mention of a 5 poison demon here. It says the Five Thunder Sect leader is Mo Gen, wielder of the single soul spear. It's a fake front, Lian Hui concludes, admiring the night pearl. Shuping nods. Precisely. Lian Hui raises another question. So, this 5 poison demon is the real mastermind behind the Five Thunder Sect. Do you have anything else? Shuping glances at Lian Hui. That requires more time. And more money. Lian Hui's voice drops low. Investigate it. Immediately. I'm buying. Night cloaks the Phantom Academy, plunging the entire grounds into silence. Lian Hui darts through the window, his movement light as the breeze. Feet barely touching the floor, he freezes. Something is off. Someone is lying in his bed. He approaches cautiously, gaze locked on the figure. Without hesitation, Lian Hui grabs the blanket and rips it back. His eyes go wide in shock. It isn't a human. It's a scarecrow, dressed up to look exactly like a person. He glances over at Bichong, a faint smile curling his lips. His voice is flat, but holds a hint of praise. At least you tried. The next morning, lanterns sway gently in the wind above a lavish feast. The aroma of meticulously arranged dishes fills the air. Today marks the induction ceremony of the Phantom Academy. Yiming glances at the empty high seat and grumbles. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? His face scrunches up as the deadline nears. Below, students stand in neat rows. Bi Chang sighs wearily. Present. She voices her frustration. Having to personally prep food for these seniors? Talk about unfair. Plus, the Heaven Altar is only for Demon Cult disciples. The Earth Altar is for those of lower status. And finally, the Human Altar. Bi Chang points to the characters stamped on the students' robes. What's with this clear-cut class division? It's blatant discrimination against those from Orthodox sects. It's not fair at all. Bi Chang jumps when Lian Hui casually remarks, "You should consider yourself lucky." He explains, "The young lord of the Demon Cult put his heart and soul into this academy. Outsiders like you usually wouldn't even get a foot in the door. It's only thanks to your strength that you were granted a spot in the Earth Altar. That is the young lord's mercy." Bi Chang looks up, unable to hide her shock. The air seems to shatter as a deep, raspy voice booms out. "Welcome, freshmen. Congratulations on officially joining the Phantom Academy. I am Elder Dan, the vice principal." The students look around blankly, confusion written all over their faces. They can't pinpoint the source. The sound echoes from every direction. Yiming groans. All this pageantry. On the roof, a group of muscular men pound on drums. The powerful rhythm shakes the very air. As fireworks light up the sky, a figure materializes from the void. He lands solidly, surrounded by a shower of falling petals. Bi Chang's jaw drops. What the? Lian Hai stares up, expressionless. He recognizes him immediately. The one-armed heavenly sword. Elder Dan. Elder Dan speaks. "I know you are all exceptional talents, carefully selected to stand here at the Phantom Academy. And among you, those with true potential and superior aptitude are rarer still. So, stand tall and proud. You are the future pillars of the martial world." He spreads his arms wide and announces clearly, "Now, let the master initiation ceremony begin." At his word, the students step forward. Those in blue and red robes stand facing each other across the dining tables. Bi Chang clasps her hands respectfully. "Greetings, seniors. I am Bi Chang. I look forward to your guidance." Her counterpart responds cheerfully. "All right, He's cut off mid-sentence and shoved aside by a thug accompanying Shu-Yi. Shu-Yi keeps a stone-cold face, saying nothing. The other students quietly vacate their spots. Shu-Yi speaks up. "How have you been? I promised we'd meet again, junior brother, so I couldn't possibly miss today." Lian Hui doesn't hold back his sarcasm. "Looks like you replaced the useless trash from last time. The friends you brought today seem decent enough." Shu-Yi's lackey slams his hand on the table, sending food flying everywhere. The surrounding students gasp, mouths hanging open. Yiming grits his teeth. "No, those bastards." Elder Dan smirks. "Let it be. If they want to make friends, who are we to interfere?" Yiming outwardly agrees politely. "Yes, vice principal." But inside, he fumes. Even the vice principal is covering for him. Shu-Yi raises a wine jug. "Come, junior brother, have a drink with me." He tilts the jug, pouring slowly. The wine overflows, spilling all over the table. Lian Hui raises an eyebrow, his expression calm but calculating. The guy next to Shu-Yi laughs and barks. "Why are you just standing there? Your senior poured you a drink, accept it." Without hesitation, Lian Hui shoves the cup, knocking it over. The entire hall goes silent. Shu-Yi freezes, while his lackey looks like he's about to explode with rage. Lian Hui remarks coolly, "You overfilled it. Pour another one, and try to be careful this time." Furious, Shu-Yi's lackey swings a fist at Lian Hui. "You arrogant little brat." Shu-Yi calmly raises a hand. "That's enough." The mood at the table is electric as everyone digs into the feast. Old Bai has drunk so much his face is beet red, but that doesn't stop him from raising his cup for yet another round. Shu-Yi leans in, his voice dripping with menace as he warns Lian Hui, "Quit making a scene. You are Xuan Lian Hui, right? Mark my words, you're going to regret what happened today." Lian Hui just smirks, shooting the threat right back. "Trust me, you're the one who's going to be sorry." Shu-Yi spins around and storms off, seething with rage, while his lackey keeps his eyes glued on Lian Hui. Meanwhile, not far away, a mysterious figure is silently observing the entire banquet. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the sky in a breathtaking gradient of pale blue fading into a blazing orange. Laughter and chatter fill the air as everyone feasts, but Bi Yang lets out a heavy sigh. "Great. He's got us in his crosshairs now. Looks like nobody dares to come near us anymore. Yet Lieuan remains completely unfazed. Not bad at all. It's quiet. I like it. She lowers her voice. Big brother, we're totally isolated on our very first day. Suddenly, B Yang jumps up, burning with determination. No way I'm gonna go out there and recruit some drinking buddies myself. Lieuan watches her go, raising an eyebrow. What exactly are you planning? Ba Yang replies confidently. Just watch me. A strong gust of wind sends the banners dancing wildly in the air, while that mysterious man continues to stare intently at the feast. Ba Yang pops up out of nowhere to say hello, making the guy jump out of his skin. Back at the table, Lian Hui's eyes suddenly sharpen with alertness. The black wind eagle spreads its pitch-black wings, circling ominously above his head. Ba Yang excitedly drags the man towards their table. Hey, we've got plenty of space, senior brother. Please join us. Let this little brother buy you a drink. The guy tries to refuse, but it's hopeless against her energy. No, I really shouldn't. When they arrive, B Yang freezes, confused to find Lian Hui's seat empty. She looks left and right, calling out, Big brother, big brother. Cut to the Wanbu library, where the last rays of sunlight gently illuminate the signboard. Shu Ping hurries over, handing a small slip of paper to the person standing there. It's Lian Hui. He reads the note clearly, the 5-poison demon, approximately 50 years old, the true leader of the 5 Thunder sect. His specialty martial art is the Red Crane 12 forms. He is a master of poison, capable of controlling insects and hidden weapons, executing clean kills that leave absolutely no trace. He has assassinated over 30 people, all of them high-level martial arts masters. He prefers secret poisoning, making his victims rot away slowly without a clue. And now, this monster has infiltrated the Phantom Shadow Academy. Under the guise of a guest scholar, reading this line, Lian Hui's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the banquet is in full swing. A student laughs heartily, warning B Yang, Hey, little brother, you don't need to waste your time treating this senior brother to anything. Seeing B Yang's confusion, the student explains, he's not a regular student like us. He's just a guest scholar. Her jaw drops, mouth forming a perfect O as she instinctively repeats the words, guest scholar. Back with Lian Hui, he analyzes the situation grimly. Guest scholars are those who stay at the Phantom Shadow Academy even after graduating. Shu Ping finishes the thought, which means he stayed behind on purpose. Lian Hui radiates an intense killing intent as he concludes. There is definitely someone high up in the academy covering for the 5 poison demon. In exchange, they use the 5 Thunder sect as their personal lackeys. Oblivious to this, B Yang happily pours wine for the man. Graduated or not, who cares? You're still my senior brother. Let this little brother offer you a toast. Please, make yourself at home. He responds politely. Thank you, little brother. She presses on, curious. So, what's your name, senior brother? The man starts to stammer. My name is... At that exact moment, Lian Hui realizes the truth. Yang Wusheng. That's him. The bastard who killed my brother. And he is the very same senior brother Ba Yang just befriended. Night falls, and the world drifts into a deep slumber. After a long, exhausting day, B Yang is sound asleep, but Lian Hui lies awake, unable to purge the name Yang Wusheng from his mind. Suddenly, B Yang starts sleep-talking from the next bed, making Lian Hui glance over. Senior brother, have another drink. Bottoms up. For our brotherhood. Her cheeks are flushed even in her sleep as she giggles. Guest scholar. Same thing as senior brother. Damn it. Hearing the words guest scholar hits Lian Hui like a lightning bolt. He bolts upright, grabs her shoulders, and shakes her violently. What did you just say? Ba Yang groans groggily. Huh. What did I say? Lian Hui shouts. You were mumbling something about a guest scholar. Who was it? She leans back, rubbing her eyes, and complains. Seriously? Who listens to what people say when they're sleep talking? Big brother, it was just that guest scholar I met at the ceremony earlier. I was just dreaming. Lian Hui presses her hard. That guest scholar, what was his name? Do you remember? Ba Yang stammers, trying to recall. I think it was Yang something, or maybe. Seizing the moment, Lian Hui demands, was it Yang Wusheng? She nods, eyes lighting up. That's it, that's him. Lian Hui's eyes widen in horror as the memories from that afternoon come flooding back. He immediately lets her go and jumps out of bed. Lian Hui stares into the void, radiating murderous intent. The sun begins to rise, white clouds drifting lazily across the sky, while the sound of trickling water echoes through the quiet garden. Young Wuxing is gently watering potted plants in the morning light. He startles and spins around when a voice speaks up. "That's a Wuqi flower, isn't it?" Wusheng looks surprised. "You recognize this species?" Lian Hui smiles pleasantly, but his eyes are cold. "It originates from the southern barbarian lands, very rare in the central plains. I hear tea brewed from its leaves has a very special flavor." Wusheng beamed with delight. "I've tended to this garden for many years, but this is the first time I've met someone with such keen insight as you, little brother." And he eagerly extended an invitation. "If you don't mind, I'd love to invite you to my residence to taste some black goldflower tea." Lian Hui replied instantly, "It would be my honor." Wusheng politely cupped his hands in greeting. "Pardon my manners. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yang Wusheng." Lian Hui quickly reciprocated. "I am Xuan Lian Hui, a newly enrolled student." The scene shifts to a dim room, illuminated only by the weak, yellow glow of a small, flickering candle. After examining the corpse, Xu Ping delivered his verdict. He was a descendant of the twin ultimate demonic path. Just like that brother ghost mallet you mentioned, they were both murdered by the 5 poison ghosts. The sheet was pulled back to reveal a face blackened and twisted, no longer resembling anything human. Huaya sighed in amazement. "That was a clean kill." Xu Ping nodded in agreement. "Indeed, usually, victims of poisoning vomit blood before dying, but strangely, there isn't a single drop of blood on this corpse." Huaya froze. Not a single drop of blood. The scene cuts to the Phantom Academy, where red lanterns hung beneath the eaves as Lian Hui and Wusheng enjoyed their tea. He praised it lavishly. "It lives up to the rumors. Thank you for inviting me to taste such a rare tea." Wusheng laughed with delight. "I am truly happy to meet someone who knows how to appreciate it." Lian Hui raised his cup, his tone curious. "But it is a bit strange. I didn't expect someone enrolled in the Phantom Academy to have a hobby of growing flowers." Seeing Wusheng flinch, Lian Hui immediately apologized. Wusheng scratched his head awkwardly. "It's fine. It's just that my cultivation is still poor, and I'm not yet skilled enough to graduate." Once the tea was finished, Lian Hui spoke up. "It's getting late. I should take my leave." Wusheng replied regretfully. "What a pity. Next time you visit, I'll treat you to even better tea." He replied politely. "I'm afraid I would be imposing on you, brother." Wusheng clasped his hands and bowed. "Not at all. I was very happy to meet you." The moment he turned away, Lian Hui's expression instantly darkened. He cursed inwardly. Hypocrite. He definitely distracted me to slip poison into my tea while my guard was down. He walked confidently through the firefly-lit forest. Lian Hui uttered a single command. "Report." Huaya responded immediately. "Yes." After examining the victims, we found similarities with the second young master's case. No external wounds, and the bodies don't decompose even after a long time. This poison is extremely rare, likely. Only the 5 poison ghosts possesses it. Lian Hui questioned. "Have you found the whereabouts of the 5 thunder sect yet?" Huaya replied, with a determined gaze. "I have." When Lian Hui ordered him to lead the way, Huaya flinched. "Right now," Lian Hui retorted. "What are you waiting for?" Huaya cowered and pleaded. "But roll call is in just 1 hour. Shouldn't we?" Lian Hui strolled forward calmly, declaring, "1 hour is enough." Dachi seized the chance to tease him. 1 hour is plenty." "Huaya, you're as slow as a turtle." The boy snapped back furiously. "I am not." The scene shifts to a magnificent manor, where a dozen guards armed with spears patrolled outside. A man standing at the door suddenly startled, staring into the empty space before him. It was Lian Hui. Huaya and Dachi were walking toward them. Huaya's eyes flashed with hatred. "Which one of you is Mo Qing?" The guard flew into a rage, drawing his sword and shouting, "How dare you speak the sect leader's name directly? Such insolence!" He pointed a finger at them and stated firmly, "Your sect leader is the 5 poison ghost." The guard, utterly confused, asked back, "The 5 poison ghost?" With that, he ordered his subordinates to charge. One of them took advantage of the chaos to flee. "How do they know that name?" Huaya smirked. "Is there something here, a distress signal? Perhaps?" The guard froze in shock. "What?" He glared at them with a warning. "We don't have time. Group up so I can finish you off quickly, Gritting his teeth, the guard lunged at Hwaya. "You have the guts to barge in here with just 3 people. In the blink of an eye, his body turned purple and was sent flying into the air. The rest of the guards were instantly taken down. Heavy footsteps echoed from within the manor as a group of men aggressively charged out. But the moment they reached the gate, the purple body of the guard from earlier slammed down in front of them, making everyone jump. Both sides stared at each other in silence, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Mo Cheng wondered how the name he had kept hidden for so long was exposed. He told himself he had to pull up the weeds by the roots. On the other side, Dachi and Hwaya continued to taunt him. The ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons rang out. Mo Cheng calculated that to find out where they got their information, he had to capture them alive. Suddenly, his jaw dropped in shock as he screamed, Where did he go?" From above, Lian Hui descended like a bolt of lightning. He spun in midair, delivering a powerful kick straight to the man's head. Moving with lightning speed, Lian Hui thrust his hand into his pocket and flicked his wrist. A series of round explosives flew out, tracing shining arcs through the air. Mo Cheng froze as he saw one hurling straight toward him. A split second after the explosives were released, the guards didn't even have time to react before they were all blown to pieces. Dachi's hand moves faster than the eye can follow, crushing the guard's skull from behind. With a single punch, he obliterates the guy into 100 pieces. Watching the gory explosion, Dachi laughs in delight. Killing them all wouldn't be so bad, it's actually kind of fun. Terrified by the sight, a man nearby turns to flee. Dachi clenches his fist, barking an order for him to freeze. His punch flashes out like a bolt of lightning. The sheer pressure slams into the man, rooting him to the spot. Blood sprays from his mouth, and his body convulses violently before collapsing to the ground. Lian Hui launches a surprise attack on Mojin from above, but the older man reacts instantly, blocking the strike with his sword. Mojin is forced back a few steps. Staring at his uncontrollably trembling arm, he wonders, who the hell is this guy? If he had infused his internal energy into that spear, I wouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Then, Lian Hui speaks up. Mojin, wielder of the single soul spear and leader of the 5 Thunder Sect. You actually have some skill. Mojin thinks anxiously. Just how much do these brats know? Lian Hui taunts him. Hurry it up, old man. I need to get back before curfew. Mojin explodes with rage. Curfew? You dare mock me? He immediately unleashes a technique, screaming, You insolent brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Mojin unleashes the absorbing thunder strike, firing hundreds of energy arrows, yet Lian Hui remains perfectly calm. Even as the deadly arrows come within an inch of his face, he vanishes into thin air in the blink of an eye. Mojin freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He whips his head around, searching frantically in panic. Where did he go? Lian Hui suddenly reappears, landing right on top of Mojin's weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, he drives his fingertips straight into the man's acupoint. In an instant, Mojin is paralyzed, his muscles locking up tight. He stammers, I can't move. Who are you? A flame ignites in Lian Hui's palm as he sneers. You're not worthy of knowing that. Lian Hui unleashes the blazing hellfire, engulfing Mojin in flames. The man howls in agony, his screams sounding like they're echoing up from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, back at the Phantom Shadow Academy, Instructor Yi Ming is inspecting the dorms, starting roll call. Bai Yang paces back and forth, anxiously. Why isn't Boss back yet? The moment Yi Ming opens the door, she jumps and shouts, Good evening, Instructor. His eyes lock onto Lian Hui's bed. What is the meaning of this? Yi Ming demands loudly. Does this brat dare to sleep during roll call? Bi Yang quickly makes an excuse. Big brother is just a little tired, sir, he immediately asks. Tired? Is he sick? When he moves to check, she blocks his path. You can't. If you touch him, you might catch it. Yi Ming gasps peace. What is it, a plague? Why didn't you report this sooner? Suddenly, a noise grabs both of their attention. Lian Hui steps out of the bathroom, drying his hair. Is it time for roll call already? Yi Ming glares at Bi Yang, while she's busy staring at Lian Hui's abs. Yi Ming rips the blanket off the bed, revealing a wooden puppet underneath. He grinds his teeth in fury. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Sweating bullets. Bai Yang tries to deny it. No. It's just that, before she can finish, Yi Ming furiously grabs her by the ear and drags her outside. Back at the ruins of the battlefield, A man surveys the destruction, asking a silent question. Who is the one reckless enough to attack my 5 thunder sect? And how did they know about the 5 poison demons? He snarls, "Don't show your faces again until you find the mastermind." His subordinates shout in unison, "Yes, sir," before vanishing to execute the order. Someone calls out, "Sect leader." The man growls, "What is it? Did you find the one behind this?" "No, sir." The underlying replies. The sect leader spins around in a blur, choking the messenger. "Oh, it's just Wu Sheng." He questions him. "I told you not to return empty-handed." Gasping for air, the man chokes out, "Someone has come to hire us." Hearing the sum of 20,000 taels, Wu Sheng pauses. The lackey continues, "The request is for a silent assassination. No traces left behind." Wu Sheng grins with delight. "Killing is what I do best." He asks again, 20,000 taels. You say, "Who are we killing for that kind of money?" The minion answers immediately, "A student of the Phantom Shadow Academy." Wu Sheng's eyes go wide. A smirk curls on his lips the moment the name Lian Hui is spoken. Under the silent night sky, amidst the trees, lies a lonely pile of rocks. A figure emerges, moving with light but decisive steps, and bends down to brush the stones aside. A slip of paper is retrieved from beneath the rocks. Written on it is a single word. Hanya tilts her head, wearing a smile that's half mocking, half triumphant. They took the bait. The next morning, sunlight floods the courtyard where rows of disciples are training. Lian Hui grips a long sword, beginning the flowing movements of his sword art. He crosses his arms, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. He visualizes the sturdy figure of Wu Sheng before him. In a flash, his sharp blade slices right through the imaginary opponent. The illusion of Wu Sheng shatters. But then, something catches Lian Hui's attention. He locks his gaze on someone wielding dual swords in the distance. It's Bi Yang, executing a double circular strike. Surprised, he mutters to himself, "Since when does that girl use dual swords?" The scene shifts to the aftermath of training. Bi Chang stretches her arms with a satisfied groan. All done. Suddenly, she barks out, "Freeze!" Her eyes narrow. "These wounds, they healed ages ago." Seeing his confusion, she pats him down again to be sure. "What the hell? Last night your clothes were soaked in blood. I was worried sick. You know." Lian Hai explains calmly, "That wasn't my blood." Thwack. An object hits him square in the chest. Bi Chang turns away, cold as ice. "Good. I figured no one had the guts to actually hurt you anyway." He looks at the shirt with amusement. "You washed this for me. Well, I'm counting on you for today too." Lian Hui vaults out the window instantly. She screams in frustration, "Don't push your luck." The scene shifts to sunset that same day. Lian Hui sits politely. "Being invited by you. I really don't know how to express my gratitude." The host replies with a hidden smirk, "The pleasure is mine, young Master Zhuan." While Lian Hui isn't looking, Wu Sheng slips a packet of powder into the teapot. Lian Hai maintains a perfectly pleasant expression as he pours tea for him. Wu Sheng boasts, "I prepared a superior blend for today." Seeing Lian Hui offer a polite compliment, he presses on, "This tea has a very unique aftertaste." Lian Hui downs the cup without a hint of suspicion. Wu Sheng watches his every move like a hawk. Suddenly, Lian Hui asks, "Have you ever heard of an ingredient called the Nether Mountain Herb?" He stammers, I've never heard of it." Lian Hai explains calmly, "Consumed alone, it's harmless. But if its residue mixes with water boiled from void spirit grass stems, the victim dies within 1 hour, a perfect poison for an assassin." He chuckles nervously. "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Lian Hui asks nonchalantly, "I thought you were an expert on medicinal herbs." Wu Sheng panics. "I just like flowers. You've misunderstood." So Lian Hui drops the act. "Isn't there Nether Mountain Herb in this very pot?" Wu Sheng jolts as if struck by lightning. Lian Hui's brow furrows. "Because you just received a contract to kill me." Wu Sheng slowly realizes the truth. That contract, did it come from you? Immediately, he grabs a hidden rope. Die. Gears grind loudly overhead. A heavy mechanism slams a steel door over the exit. Wu Sheng whips back his robe. A green mechanical snake coils around his arm. Wu Sheng isn't hiding anything anymore. "I plan to give you a painless death." The weapon crackles with energy, followed instantly by a scream, but not from Lian Hui. But you just had to rush into your grave. Lieuan hooks his toe under the table's edge. The hexagonal tabletop goes flying. It becomes a shield, catching every single poison needle. In the chaos, Wusheng drops his needle-firing weapon. The table splits with a crack. Wusheng has already switched to a sword. He panics, seeing nothing but empty air as a voice whispers, "The one who burned the 5 Thunder sect to the ground was me." Lian Hui materializes right behind him. A flash of steel sweeps past his head. As his sword clatters to the floor, a sharp pain shoots through him. Wusheng clutches his arm in terror and stumbles back. Lian Hui exposes him cold. "Your true identity is the 5 Poisons demon, the real mastermind behind the 5 Thunder sect." Wusheng's hand trembles with pure rage. Finally, Wusheng snarls, "You dared to burn my sect. Don't expect a quick death." Red crane 12 palms, dozens of phantom hands strike at once, a high-level fist formation aiming straight for Lian Hui's face. But with a single, fluid movement, he dodges. However, the air where the strike grazed him hisses the poison is corrosive. Not giving him a moment to breathe, Wusheng lunges. His surprise attack is caught mid-air. He screams, "My palms are pure poison, you fool!" Lian Hui squeezes the hand tighter, unimpressed. Poison palms. Huh. Suddenly, Wusheng feels the toxins backing up into his own body. Lian Hui's fingers blur, striking pressure points in rapid succession. Every meridian in Wusheng's body violently reacts. With Wusheng disabled, Lian Hui starts searching the room. Let's see. He stops before a cabinet. Here it is. He planned to catch me off guard and force-feed me the void spirit grass extract. My body would have withered away, exactly like my little brother, Xuan Liuan. Seeing his entire plan laid bare, Wusheng panics. He chokes out, You're the young master's older brother." As the broken words fall from his lips, Lian Hui calmly turns back around. "I'm not using this to interrogate you. No matter what you confess, you're not leaving here alive." He pours the bubbling, boiling liquid straight down Wusheng's throat. Lian Hui watches with dead, cold eyes. "Taste the pain my brother had to endure." Though the heat sears his insides, Wusheng can't move a muscle. Crash Lian Hui smashes the teapot, issuing his final decree. Die. He walks out, footsteps cold and heavy. Before leaving, he gives a strict order. "I will return to check the body in half an hour." He adds with dark emphasis, "Do not let him die easily." His subordinates bow low. "Understood, my lord." As the mission ends, Lian Hui turns to leave, his eyes dead and void of all emotion. But the calm doesn't last long. Something instantly catches his attention. A young boy rushes over from the distance, beaming with excitement. "Brother A, theater troupe just arrived in the capital. Come on, let's go watch them together." Lian Hui's heart shatters in his chest. In the vision, his older brother is already running off. "Let's go," he shouts. The younger brother stumbles after him, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." Watching that memory of their brotherly bond tastes like bitter poison. The name Liuan burns in his mind. His fists clench until the knuckles turn white, teeth grinding together as searing steam rises from his body in waves of pure rage. Crackling lightning erupts from his palm, screaming a single, undeniable vow. "I swear, I will drag every last one of your murderers down to hell." The scene shifts, settling on a quiet spot bathed in the night's brightest moonlight. Someone is moving through the corridor, but her footsteps are light, her posture furtive and secretive. Suddenly, Biyang freezes. A voice she hasn't heard in years echoes out. Slowly, she turns toward the sound. "My lady." Yanji bows respectfully. "I bring news regarding Xuan Mujiao. He is the leader of the demonic cult. The tyrant who united the evil sects and forged the great demonic era. But time spares no man. With Xuan Mujiao weakened by age, the demonic cult is fracturing. Infighting has begun as they claw for power. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Orthodox faction are quietly rising from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. But let's return to the matter at hand. Yanji guides her to a more secluded corner for privacy. The first objective for our Northern Sky Association is to reclaim the 3 celestial banners, the lost divine artifacts of the Martial Alliance. To rally the scattered Orthodox forces, we need a symbol of absolute power. He pauses, shifting his tone. "How is your life at the Phantom Academy? If you need anything, just ask." Biyang cuts him off coldly. "If a high-ranking instructor like you shows me special treatment, Our cover will be blown. The association cannot be exposed. He hesitates, then lowers his voice. I heard you're sharing a room with a disciple of the demonic cult. If anything happens, leave him to me, B Yang snaps. Hiding her panic, her voice turns icy as she issues an order. That's enough for today. When the plan is ready, I will contact you. Dismissed. He keeps his head bowed until she disappears. Once sure he's alone, he whispers, Forgive me, but I must protect you. Under the moonlight, a silent vow is made. The scene shifts to the following morning. Ba Yang looks around, bewildered. What is going on? Why do I feel like a social outcast? She turns to Lieuan. Brother, did you beat someone up? Why is everyone avoiding us? Lieuan shrugs, completely unbothered. Better this way, no annoyances. But Bi Yang's face darkens. A chill runs down her spine. The demonic students are staring daggers at us, and the orthodox ones are spying from the shadows. Something big is about to go down. Minutes later, the instructor marches in. Attention, as you all know. Sir, today we begin weapons training. To assess your current skills, I have made a decision. His voice booms. We will hold duels, right now. Ba Yang flinches. A duel on the very first day while she's still processing. A voice cuts through the crowd. I volunteer. The instructor nods indifferently. Choose your opponent. The student smirks and points a finger straight at Lieuan. You, Bi Yang gasps. What he volunteered so eagerly just for this suddenly. A name flashes through her mind. Chuti. It has to be him. Only he has the wealth to bribe the instructor and manipulate the students like this. In seconds, the crowd forms a tight circle around them. Ba Yang holds her breath, heart pounding. The challenger twirls his blade, showing off, but then he pauses. What's this? Standing opposite him is Lieuan. His posture is loose, almost lazy. The challenger sneers. Look at that pathetic stance. I just need to rush him, close the distance, and with this blade, the win is mine. Begin! The instructor yells. The challenger leaps into the air like a wild beast, but Lieuan, he doesn't twitch. He stands completely still, terrifyingly calm. Ba Yang panics. What is he doing? Lieuan is frozen like a statue. The opponent is right on top of him, a triumphant grin already plastered on his face. It's over. But before the blade can land, Lieuan moves. He steps out, pivoting his body in a perfect arc. The movement is so sharp, so sudden, that the air pressure alone blasts up a cloud of dust. The challenger's jaw drops. The crowd freezes in shock. What just happened? His scream of pain is strangled in his throat before it can even begin. Lieuan knocks the blade from his hand with a casual flick. Then, with the blunt shaft of his spear, he sends the bulky student spinning. Lieuan's expression is dark, unreadable. Thud. The challenger hits the dirt. Before he can blink, Lieuan's spear tip smashes into the stone floor mere millimeters from his skull. Even the instructor is stunned. Bi Yang and the rest of the class can only stare in total shock. The instructor recovers and barks. The duel is over, but you showed unnecessary cruelty. That requires punishment. What? Bi Yang cries out in disbelief. But Lieuan, he just lets out a soft, tired sigh. As the defeated student drags himself away, another steps out from the crowd. My turn. I want to fight you. Lieuan turns, scanning for the source of the voice. Immediately, the instructor smirks. Proceed. The duels continue. There is no rule like that. Bi Yang protests. The instructor glares at her. He has been challenged. If he refuses, he loses points. End of discussion. She clenches her fists, furious. You said this was a skills test. Why is everything about punishing him? He barked arrogantly. Talk back one more time, and I'll penalize you right now. Bi Chang was so furious at the instructor she was left speechless. Bastard. Suddenly, she saw Lieuan make his move. He stood before the weapon rack. What would he use this time? After a few seconds of hesitation, Lieuan walked out holding a whip. The other student was bewildered. Isn't your main weapon a spear? While the guy was still confused, Lieuan gave the whip a test swing. A loud crack echoed through the air as he spoke. I'm ready. The instructor yelled, Start, with spittle flying everywhere. This time, Lieuan took the initiative, his whip dancing dominantly through the air. The student's face froze in shock as his ankle seized up in pain. It had been tightly ensnared. Immediately after, He was dragged away ruthlessly, screaming in panic. Lian Hui showed no mercy, hauling the guy straight toward him. Lian Hui's other hand was already charging up power. The moment the body flew within range, he slammed a palm strike into him. The guy was launched on a flying tour of the academy. Bi Chang and the others craned their necks to watch the object soaring through the sky as Lian Hui slowly asked, "Anyone else?" A cold aura radiated from him, emphasizing his dominance. "I have plenty of weapons left." I didn't expect someone to actually speak up. "You arrogant brat, you're too cocky." A guy holding a long blade stepped out. "I'll fight you." Lian Hui reached out and grabbed a tiny weapon. He signaled a challenge for the guy to come at him. The opponent spat out a few mocking words. "Me, I won't spare you." He tried to slash Lian Hui to gain the upper hand, but missed. He switched to a horizontal cut, but that whiffs too. While his long blade was held high, Lian Hui made his move, his cut slicing across the backs of both the guy's hands. The long blade dropped from his grip, but another hand was already reaching for it. Lian Hui snatched the enemy's weapon fast as lightning. He rested the heavy blade on the guy's shoulder, then used it to flip the heavyweight opponent into the air. The guy spun in the air before being flung far away. This time, Bi Chang was thoroughly enjoying the show. While the instructor was panicked to the point of confusion, he demanded, "Who allowed bloodshed? A sparring match with murderous intent, points deducted." Bi Chang felt the injustice sting. "Are you kidding me?" The instructor was being completely unreasonable, adding, "And robbing another's weapon, more points deducted." Bi Chang voiced her outrage, annoying him. "What did you say?" But when he turned around, what greeted him was a heavy figure landing a dropkick right on his body. Seeing him collapse, the others were terrified. "An instructor is beating an instructor?" someone exclaimed. Another explained that this was a high-ranking instructor, totally different from the guy who just got beaten. The cursing began immediately. "You're just a lowly trainer who gave you the right to deduct points from whoever you please," the man argued back stiffly. "Even if you are the vice head, you have no right to interfere with my class." A cold huff responded. "Oh really? I will report you for intentionally inciting students to fight, causing multiple injuries, and then using point deductions to threaten them. You just try reporting me for disrupting class and attacking a subordinate." Having vented his anger, the vice head suddenly yelled at Bi Chang and Lian Hui, "And you two stop clinging to each other. Looking at one of you is annoying enough. Looking at both is even worse." Bi Chang bowed obediently. "We will remember your teachings, sir." Lian Hui ignored the scolding, his suspicious gaze fixed upward. There was someone standing on the roof, looking completely at ease. Striking silver hair flowed down, but contrary to his ethereal appearance, his face radiated murderous intent. Ignoring that for now, the scene shifts to the Sky Pavilion, where a tea conversation is taking place. Jinlong was the first to speak. "I heard the Dragon Phoenix conference was summoned urgently. I rushed here, but to my surprise, it's just the two of us. Master Zhou, is something wrong?" ZE replied quickly, "No rush. I wanted to use this chance to catch up with friends, so I didn't invite anyone else." He turned to introduce, "Of course, we couldn't leave out Miss Bai Li. She is the phoenix that adorns our Dragon Phoenix conference." She pretended to smooth her hair upon hearing this, but inside, she was filled with disdain. Ridiculous. This guy has a snake in his gut. He definitely has a hidden agenda for calling me here. Jinlong then suggested, "If you have something to say it straight." ZE began to narrate. "Among this year's new students, there is an unruly brat who dares to destroy the discipline of the Phantom Shadow Academy." Jinlong was so angry, he crushed the cup in his hand. He has the gall to look down on the rules and disrespect the ancient traditions of Phantom Shadow Academy. Who is it? Tell me immediately. I will personally punish him on behalf of the Academy. Having achieved his goal, Zai felt incredibly smug. Meanwhile, at the Phantom Shadow Academy cafeteria, students were whispering among themselves. Bai Chang felt quite awkward. "After that sparring match today, you've become famous. You know. But why do I feel like you're even more distant from everyone than before? Isn't living like this too lonely?" Lian Hui replied calmly. "It's better than having people cause trouble. I don't like making friends anyway." She suddenly got angry. "Do you not understand the importance of building relationships? We have to live here and cultivate for several more years. We should get along with each other. Acting like this is just isolating yourself." Lian Hui simmered with rage. "My brother never wronged a soul, yet he was slaughtered like an animal. What use are these shallow connections if I couldn't even save him?" Moments later, the cafeteria's atmosphere shifted. The male students froze, staring blankly as if they had been put in a trance. Manhwa scoffed. Men are all the same. As Lian Hui and Bi Chang prepared to leave, they caught Bai Li's eye. It was as if she had just witnessed the most handsome face of her entire life. As he brushed past, her heart skipped a beat. Manhui leaned in, whispering the details into her ear. That's Lian Hui. He took down 3 opponents in a row during training. She silently connected the dots, so this was the troublemaker Zhu Zizi had warned about. Manhui continued her report. The one beside him is his roommate. Rumor has it he's from the Orthodox faction. Bai Li mused thoughtfully. If Zhu Ziyi has him in his crosshairs, his life is about to become a living hell. That guy is petty to the bone. He won't let this slide. It's a shame. Lian Hui is quite handsome. It would be wonderful if he joined our Bai Li clan instead. That evening, in a desolate corner of the campus, Bi Chang wandered alone. She whistled a casual tune, desperately trying to look natural. After a moment, she approached an old stone lantern where a secret letter had been tucked away. The note inside bore only 2 words, "Mission accomplished." A dark shadow fell over Bi Chang's face, and she vanished from the scene instantly. The next morning, chaos erupted. What the hell happened here? The uniform was shredded to ribbons, completely unwearable. Lian Hui explained quickly. I swear, it was like this when I walked in. Bai Chang tried hard not to stare at his exposed abs. Who would dare do this? What now class is starting? Here, brother, take my training gear. He frowned. But what about you? Bi Chang's voice was firm. I made a promise. Brother, I won't let you suffer any grievances while we're at the Phantom Academy. This was my negligence. So, before she could finish, he turned away. Stop talking. Let's just go. Bai Chang panicked. Brother, what are you doing? If you go to class without the proper uniform, they'll deduct points. Moments later, Lian Hui arrived at an old weapon storage. He immediately understood the game. An abandoned warehouse. So that's why they punished me with cleaning duty. With a cold expression, Lian Hui waved his hand. Dust motes danced in the air, catching the light. He slammed the broom handle onto the floor, sending a shockwave through the grime. Spinning the broom overhead, he whipped the rising dust into a violent storm. From the outside, the warehouse looked like a mystical realm. In mere seconds, the dust vanished. The room was spotless, gleaming as if new. Recalling the instructor's bark, you stay here and clean until classes end. Lian Hui sighed. Bored. I have so much time left. What now? Stay calm. Think. Haste will only ruin things. The person who hired the 5 poison ghosts to kill my brother, they have to be someone inside the Phantom Academy. An outsider couldn't have pulled this off. That explains why they gave him the identity Yang Wu Sheng. It made it easier to strike. Cunning bastards. The payment to the 5 poison ghosts must be recorded in the Academy's ledgers. Huan Ya is already investigating in the shadows. She'll uncover a lead soon. I have a week, at most, before they realize Yang Wusheng has vanished. I need to trace that money before they do. The clock is ticking. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the warehouse door creaked open. Lian Hui spun around, senses sharp. A strange figure stood in the doorway, winding up to throw something. Despite the ambush, Lian Hui didn't flinch. Meanwhile, just outside, 2 students were hauling buckets filled with a foul, sludge-like mixture. The guy in the back gagged. I didn't sign up for this. Why do we have to deal with this stench? His partner hissed back. Quit whining. This is our ticket out. Do you want to change your life or not? A harsh truth came to light. Liu Zhenlong was the grandson of the toxic heart fox. Even a tyrant like Zhu Ziyi wouldn't dare cross him. If we pull off this job for Liu Zhenlong, we get into the Dragon Phoenix Society. That's a club exclusively for the elite. The complainer's eyes lit up. I'm in. I want that. His partner grinned slyly. Our tiny, insignificant families rubbing shoulders with the aristocracy. Can you even imagine the power? We cannot fail. They positioned themselves on either side of the warehouse door. 1, 2, 3. The doors swung open, and they hurled the filth inside. But Lian Hui's heightened senses were already a step ahead. He effortlessly sidestepped the stream of brown sludge. The older student froze in confusion, causing the younger one to crash right into him. With a powerful shove, Lian Hui blasted them both backward out of the warehouse. The bucket of filth splashed back, drenching them perfectly from head to toe. Lian Hui stepped forward, voice cold. Who sent you? You have some nerve attacking me. Though terrified, the older lackey smirked internally. Their mission was a success. Let's go run. Hearing the order, the younger one scrambled after him, screaming, "Wait for me." Lieuan clicked his tongue, annoyed. "Bastards, trying to ambush me." He glanced down at the warehouse floor. They had left behind a foul, stinking mess. He'd have to clean it all over again. Damn it. Meanwhile, the two lackeys returned to report their success. "It's done. I splashed the filth all over the floor. He'll be scrubbing for hours." Juzi recoiled in disgust. "Why do you smell like a sewer?" "Disgusting!" The lackey stammered. I tried to splash him, but he countered us." Juzi waved him away furiously. "Get out of my sight and wash that off, you reek of death." He squeezes the bridge of his nose hard, brows furrowing in pure irritation. Meanwhile, at the well near the warehouse, a geyser of groundwater blasts high into the air. Lianhui's hands move in perfect rhythm, conducting the surge. The water obeys his command, swirling into a tight vortex before hovering near him. With a sharp wave of his hand, he signals the stream to move. The groundwater rushes inside like a tidal wave, foaming bubbles scrubbing every nook and cranny with aggressive force. Job done. Lianhui slings the broom over his shoulder and walks off. Cool as ice, back at class, Bi Chang barely catches the dismissal bell. She rushes around looking for him, "Boss," only to find Lianhui already lounging in a chair. "School's out. You're back already." She gapes at him. "How is it spotless? You just left. That was way too fast. Let's go check the room." Scene shifts to another spot in the academy. Bai Chang is pestering him nonstop. "I heard there's a legendary vacuum cleaning art. It's super OP. Teach me, I want to learn." Lianhui denies it flat out. There's no such technique. But she keeps begging him all the way to the dorms. "Boss, come on. Teach me." She freezes. Two strangers are standing inside their room. Bi Chang blinks, surprised. "Who are they?" She gasps, whispering. "Total beauty." Manhwa steps up formally. "Greetings, juniors. This is Lady Bailey, eldest daughter of the Bailey family." Lianhui cuts straight to the chase. "Did you guys trash my training gear? You got a death wish? Breaking my stuff?" The lady bristles, offended. "Why would we do that? We didn't touch a thing. That's an accusation." Lianhui shrugs calmly. "You barged into my room uninvited. Suspecting you is just common sense. What is your purpose here?" Lady Bailey intervenes. "Manhui, stand down. My apologies. Sir, I asked the manager to open the door. Waiting outside was inconvenient. Please, don't misunderstand." He asks bluntly, "So why are you here? Speak," he demands. She meets his gaze. "I came to warn you. You need to be careful. The ruined clothes were just a warm-up. It's going to get worse." Her voice drops. "Someone with massive influence in the Phantom Academy has you in their crosshairs. This won't end easily. Prepare yourself. It only stops when you submit. Men or die. Think carefully." Bai Chang's jaw drops in horror, but Lianhui's expression remains completely cold. "Or that guy dies. I don't do submission." The brutal words slide out so softly that Bi Chang jumps in fright. He's not scared of Juzi. Who even is this guy? Lady Bailey shifts tactics. There is a safer option. "Do you want to hear it?" She signals Manhui with a look. Next thing she knows, Bi Chang is being shoved out the door. "Little Junior, let's chat outside. Grown-up talk." Slam. The door shuts, leaving the two alone. Lady Bailey takes a confident step forward. "My clan can offer you protection. You will be safe." Lianhui looks down at the girl a head shorter than him. Despite her size, she makes a bold demand. "Pledge your loyalty to me. Become my subordinate." Moments later, the door creaks open. Manhui asks, curious, "Sister, what did you say to him?" She drags Manhui away, seething with humiliation, but her mind is racing. "You refused. You actually dared to say no to me. The audacity. But I want him even more now." She smirks. "Lianhui, the more you resist, the more I like it." Night falls rapidly. A tall, rugged figure strides into the great hall. A scar cuts across his weathered face. He stops, snapping his legs together in a salute. His voice booms. "Is the master present?" Nanjiao Yang reports for duty. Inside, the scratching of a pen stops. White eyebrows furrow deeply. "It's the Eight Phantoms' demonic sound monster, Liu Muzhen." He speaks. "What brings you here at this hour?" Xiaoyang reports. "The Five Poisons demon has vanished." Muzhen remains calm. Probably just out on a mission. Xiaoyang shakes his head. If so, he would have left a note. His subordinates haven't heard a whisper. Mujin calls out, "The world's #1 assassin." Assassinated. Xiaoyang lowers his voice. This might be a blessing, if he were to betray us. Mujin snaps his brush in half. Then our lives are on the line. Xiaoyang nods nervously. Exactly. We kept him because he was useful, but now he's a walking disaster. The old man barks in order. We can't be sure yet. Mobilize everyone. Find the 5 poisons demon. Xiaoyang asks cautiously, and once we find him, a chilling aura floods the room. Kill him. Leave no loose ends. Scene shifts to a bustling commoner's market. Bi Chang stands at a corner, nodding. This has to be the place. She spots the sign Yanyu Merchant Guild. Inside, she announces, "I'm here to see Master Guo." A figure known as the Sun-Shooting Sword turns his back slowly. He gives a dark command, "Follow me." They walk down a narrow, deserted alley. Suspicion creeps into Bi Chang's gut. Why do we have to come all the way out here? Seeing him pull ahead, she sprints to catch up. "Master Guo, are we there yet?" Suddenly, he leaps into the air. Violent energy explodes like a storm. A massive blade slashes toward her head, eyes glowing red, the steel twisting like a viper. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out. Bai Chang had drawn her twin swords just in time to block the strike. Seeing his attack blocked, the old man's fury intensified. He instantly switched to the relentless sun-shooting sword style. In a single second, they exchanged over 10 moves, sparks flying wildly before Bi Chang's face. He leaped back, creating distance between them. The exchange was brief, but she immediately recognized it the sun-shooting sword style of the Dying Kang sect. He sheathed his blade. "I heard you use twin swords, but I didn't expect you to be this skilled." She bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, senior." The master of the sun-shooting sword softened his expression. "The honor is mine. Here, hide this fake seal." He handed her a red pouch. He emphasized firmly, "You must succeed." Bi Chang replied with steely determination, "Yes, senior." Scene change. At a tea house, a waiter placed drinks on the table. 3 almond oolong teas for our guests. As soon as he walked away, he muttered under his breath, "Those guys have been sitting there for days, ordering 1 cup each and hogging the table for 6 hours. Another waiter shrugged. "It's near the Phantom Academy. We can't do anything about it. I heard every shop in town is running out of seats." Suddenly, Huanya shouted, "Found it. Look at this, brother." Right around the time the second young master died, a huge sum of money was transferred with a very vague reason. "This must be the deposit, and here's the remaining balance." Lieuan muttered. "Only someone with power equal to the 8 illusion demons could pull this off." Suddenly, he was interrupted. Tuji leaned over curiously. Suddenly, the face of the deceased Wu Sheng appeared right in front of them. "Look, it's just Huanya playing around. This human skin mask looks exactly like the real thing, doesn't it?" Lieuan exploded in rage. "Seeing that face makes me want to kill someone." Tuji quickly held him back while the goofy Huanya stammered, It's just me." Scene change. In Bi Chang and Lian Hui's room at the academy, she was gazing at the seal given to her by the elder. His desperate voice echoed in her mind, "Please, avenge us." Bai Chang lowered her head, a single crystal clear tear falling, but she quickly sensed something wrong. Lian Hui had returned unexpectedly. She quickly composed herself. "You're back already. While you were out, they announced a field trip tomorrow. We're going to the Rising Dragon Pavilion." He looked surprised. Rising Dragon Pavilion. The next day, they arrived at the site, a towering, majestic structure. A long line of students waited below. Once inside, they split up to explore. Some students began moving to the upper floors, where a room glowing with light appeared. Inside was a row of top-tier treasures, each worth a fortune. A red carpet led straight to a dragon symbol, and in the center, a golden seal rested. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes shifted into a vision of a chaotic battlefield. A black and white painting on the wall caught the students' attention. They happily admired the rare artifacts on display. 2 students whispered in awe as their gaze drifted higher to a signboard that read, "Mount Hua." Next was another ancient relic, the Bagua Mirror of Wudong. Even the smaller items were extraordinary, like the prayer beads of Shaolin. One student remarked, "First time seeing these in person. I heard that Buddha statue was taken after they defeated the Shaolin sect." However, Bi Chang saw through the facade immediately. The purpose of this trip is to plant despair in the Orthodox sects, reminding them to never dream of rebellion. She turned her head and locked eyes with Yanji. It seemed she had received the signal. Meanwhile, Lian Hui refused to tour the place. What a humiliating lesson. If my brother were still alive, he would never have let this happen. He suddenly realized something. Where did that guy go? Scene change outside the gallery. A fire began to kindle. The flames licked the corner of the gallery and then roared to life. Yanji watched with a deep, thoughtful gaze as the fire began to destroy everything. On Lian Hui's side, his expression darkened. A student nearby sniffed the air. Where's that burning smell coming from? Just then, a shout came from outside. Fire, the rising dragon pavilion is on fire, run. Seeing the chaos, Lian Hui was annoyed that Bichang had vanished. That brat. In reality, Bichang was executing a secret mission. She crouched low in a hidden corner. Then, Bichang launched herself upwards, light as a swallow. She soared above the roof, finding the perfect spot to land. Her foot touched a specifically marked tile. Her eyes burned with determination. The heavenly Dao seal is right beneath this. Meanwhile, the evacuation was underway. Yanji called out anxiously, "Is anyone left inside?" A student screamed back, "I'm the last one." Yanji turned to the guard standing still. "What are you doing?" "The pavilion is burning," but they looked dazed. "Fire. We were ordered to protect this place at all costs." He bowed his head and replied, "I know what your duty is, but in an emergency like a fire, you must activate the 10 stems despair formation before evacuating." "Don't you know that? Are you blind?" "The 10 stems despair formation." He didn't answer but walked to the switch. His hand lightly grazed the handle, testing the resistance. Finally, DMCO yanked the lever forward. A hazy mist suddenly spewed from the vents. DMCO immediately urged, "What are you standing there for? Get down there and put out the fire." A loud boom echoed as the heavy door slammed shut. Now that DMCO had finished her task, she pinpointed the target on Beach Shuang's side. The light shining from inside made her nervous. Outside, gas had covered everything, and flames had spread to the outer walls. Shouts rang out. "Bring water, we have to stop the fire from spreading." Meanwhile, Lian Hui just stood watching indifferently. If he used the White Frost divine art, he could extinguish the fire instantly. But it didn't matter if this shabby building burned to the ground. Still, he was worried. Why hadn't he shown up yet? Lian Hui decided to head back inside. That guy really knows how to make people worry. Divine Armor Room. A stream of spiritual energy gracefully protected him. As he searched for Beach Shuang, he grumbled, "So annoying." Reaching the foot of the stairs, he heard voices. To avoid revealing his true strength, Lian Hui hurriedly withdrew his armor. DMCO emerged from above. Hadn't she escaped yet? The old man grabbed his hand quickly. "Follow me." Boss Lian Hui was a bit confused. What a pity. It was quite useful. The scene shifts to Beach Shuang. She took out her hidden weapons. 3 darts attached to silk threads were launched. They flew into the room, trailing white threads. A few seconds later, one embedded into the wall, the second pinned into the display table, and the last one touched the ground. Beach Shuang pulled the 3 threads taut. The 10 stems despair formation. If she stepped on the floor or touched the structure incorrectly, she'd be trapped here. If stealing the Heavenly Dao seal was exposed, retrieving the 3,000 flags would be even harder. Almost there. Just need to swap it. But right at the climax, a dart fell out. The wire tension broke, causing her to lose balance. Beach Shuang was left dangling by the wires, but she quickly spotted a blade nearby. Although it was a display piece, the blade was still sharp. If she slammed into it, she would definitely suffer serious injuries. It stood there as if waiting to claim another victim, and Beach Shuang was falling towards it faster and faster. She was only inches away from death's door. However, Beach Shuang regained her composure. She tried to flip her body and threw the dart that had just fallen. It plugged back into the wall. She used all her strength to pull the thread tight. Finally, Beach Shuang stopped just in time. Her body hung upside down, her face inches from the blade. But then, another dart of hers fell out. Beach Shuang only noticed it when it was too late. The sound of it hitting the tiled floor made her feel uneasy. Damn it. Then her whole body lost balance again. Instinctively, Beach Shuang landed on the ground. The hazy mist below immediately surged up. She didn't care much about that. Just rushed to the Heavenly Dao seal. Her hands deftly swapped it in seconds. Beach Shuang carefully tucked the seal into her shirt. She looked up at the hole above. Elsewhere, everyone was still struggling to put out the fire. Only Diemko looked inside with worry. Once the 10 stems despair formation enters stage 2, in just another moment, this whole area will be sealed off. Now, it all depends on the young miss. Wait, the old man hurriedly asked, where is the student who was with me just now? His intuition told him something bad was happening. On this side. Lian Hui had entered the room. He was still a bit angry. That troublesome old man said he'd help me live peacefully at Phantom Shadow Academy, yet he just causes me more trouble. A noise from above made him stop. Just then, Beach Shuang fell from above. Lian Hui quickly ran towards her. He launched himself towards the stairs. Jumping up, Lian Hui caught her in his arms. Beach Sung was a bit bewildered. Why are you here, big brother? He didn't answer, focusing only on breaking through the building to jump out. Both of them escaped the fire, falling into the green bushes below. In an instant, the entire building collapsed. Debris fell right behind Diemko, but the old man only thought, is the fire too big? Has the young miss escaped yet? On Beach Sung's side, she cheered happily. Big brother, did you really come to save me? I'm so touched. He threw her aside without a shred of pity. Touched, my ass. Beach Shuang lost her support and could only scream. The scene shifts to a herb garden. Someone spoke up. Vu Sin, long time no see. The instructor calmly added, the plants in the garden missed you so much they withered. Now they can bloom again. Huanya tried to mimic Vu Sin's tone. I will take good care of them. He didn't forget to be polite as he walked away. In the flower bushes, mysterious eyes flashed. Good acting. Huanya crouched down in a hidden corner. He annoyed removed the mask. I don't know when I'll be free of this boring job. Lin Hui calmly encouraged. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they take the bait. News of Wu Sheng's arrival spreads fast. Zhao Yang drops the heavy news the 5-poison demon has returned. Mujin analyzes the situation with tight nerves. He's back, so perhaps he hasn't turned traitor. But vanishing without a word, that's still suspicious. The old man gives a grim order. Get close to him first. If you sense even a hint of betrayal, kill him. Murderous intent floods his wrinkled face. In the garden, a single flower is sliced clean off the stem. Chaoyang steps forward. Long time no see. Huanya replies with a lazy, distracted air. I'm a little busy right now. A split second later, a blade of chi slashes out. The shockwave tears through the garden, obliterating the flowers. Zhao Yang's voice drops to a growl. Who gave you permission to act on your own? Just because the 5 Thunder sect has grown powerful, you think you can be this arrogant? Hanya slips into character. The young master's business is settled. Isn't it time I walked my own path? I finished cleaning up. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to rest. He forces a mocking lilt into his voice. Seeing such insolence, the old man trembles with rage. You dare turn your back on me? Smoke practically pours from Zhao Yang's eyes. He grits his teeth and roars. Blood Chi ancestor, get out here. A black shadow rises from the earth. Your servant awaits orders. The figure, clearly not human, speaks with total obedience. Chaoyang clenches his jaw. Inform the old man immediately. Today, I hunt down the traitor, the 5-poison demon. Under his disguise, Huanya grins ear to ear. He mutters in delight. The big fish took the bait. Big brother cleared the guards. Now someone's dangling a nice piece of meat. Suddenly, the sharp gaze of a bird of prey strikes, making the meat fall from his hand. Lian Hui calmly walks over and picks up the fallen food. He explains, it's useless. Black Wind never takes food from strangers. Bai Chang pouts, annoyed. Annoying brat. I just wanted to make friends. Just you wait. I'll definitely win Black Wind over. Watching the hawk soar into the sky, she asks, since you're free to roam today, what are you planning to do? I should go for a proper drink. But Lian Hui rejects the idea. I have an appointment with someone else. That answer plays right into her hands. Perfect. I can go deliver the seal. Lian Hui speaks coldly. I'm leaving first. She feigns respect. Safe travels. Bai Chang's eyes are glued to his retreating back. The moment silence fills the room, she rushes to the bed and starts searching. Resting in her palm, the real heavenly Dao seal. At sunset, Huanya strolls innocently down the street, trailed by the Qi ancestor Zhao Yang's lackey. Acting completely nonchalant, he opens his door and steps inside. Hanya stretches lazily. Today is finally over. But instantly, his demeanor shifts. Or not. 6 of them inside? And it feels like even more are waiting outside. I won't waste my time on trash like you. Call your leader out here, someone wants to see him. The Chi ancestor cuts him off. No need to listen to your nonsense. More Chi ancestors emerge from the shadows, their roars filling the air. We only follow orders. Hanya simply waves his hand. Screams of agony erupt. The Chi ancestor collapses, crumbling into blocks of stone, his eyes staring blankly through the mask. The remaining Chi ancestor freezes, paralyzed by terror. The door flies open, but the real threat is above. Zhao Yang stands on the roof, surrounded by his Chi ancestor minions. They've surrounded every possible exit. Dozens of them. And it's not just them, Mujin has joined the hunt. Hanya looks surprised. The Yin-Wind old monster. Mujin is here too, 2 8-ring demons at once. Xiaoyang screams down at him. I raised you wild dogs, and this is how you repay me, betrayal. Huanya lets out a cold laugh. Master, I don't recall ever calling you my master. The insult drives the old man to the brink of insanity. What did you say? Mujin, however, is calculating. Is this really the 5 poison demon? Betrayal is one thing. But since when is his aura this powerful? Suddenly, Zhao Yang hears the old man's voice. Wait, you aren't the 5 poison demon, are you? Mujin presents his proof. The 5 poison demon is a master of toxins, not swordsmanship. He points a trembling finger at a bloody weapon. Hanya doesn't seem worried about being exposed. Meanwhile, Mujin turns his fury on Zhao Yang. You fool, you fell for a disguise technique and dragged me into this mess. Hanya taps his chin and rips off the disguise in one smooth motion. Took you long enough to figure it out. I'm exhausted playing this role. He feigns a pout. The 2 old masters are left in complete shock. Suddenly, a Chi ancestor is hurled into their view, followed closely by a massive chunk of debris crashing in from outside. The room's wall collapses instantly. The impact is so massive that everyone turns to look. Lian Hui stands there with a dark expression, Da Chi looming in front of him. He gives a cold order. Guard this spot. From now on, no one enters, and no one leaves. Understood. Da Chi nods obediently. With the Chi here, no one gets in, no one gets out. Big brother. He leaps forward, ready to tear into the Chi ancestors. But the moment his feet touch the ground, his sheer aura strikes terror into their hearts. The door slowly closes. The final glimpse is a Chi ancestor being choked and dragged upward into the darkness. Screams of agony erupted behind them, but Mujin had bigger problems right in front of him. Who the hell are you people? A shiver shot down the old man's spine. Wait, why did that guy's aura feel so damn familiar? He narrowed his eyes, trying to see right through the boy's soul. In a heartbeat, Lian Hui became the target. A blinding light flashed from above with a single clean slash. He crushed the sneak attack. Another assailant lunged forward instantly. They were forming a human shield to protect their master. Lian Hai issued a calm order. Huanya, clear the path. He moved like a bolt of lightning, slipping into the gap she created. The 2 of them shattered the defense line in perfect sync. The Chizu guards were sent flying like dried up corpses. Lian Hai tore through the ranks, stalking toward his true enemy. Mujin felt a sudden, involuntary tremble in his heart. This aura, it can't be. A face with heavy, imposing eyes flashed in his memory. He knew that name all too well, the Demon Cult leader, Xuan Muzhao. The room was silent now, save for the 4 of them and a pile of shredded corpses. Mujin was drenched in cold sweat. If he carries Xuan Muzhao's aura, he must be a direct disciple, or... The old man forced himself to sound calm. Forgive my rudeness. But might I ask what relationship you have with the current cult leader? Zhao Yang was analyzing silently. What is he babbling about? Is this kid a subordinate of Xuan Muzhao? Lian Hui rubbed his chin and replied nonchalantly. Nothing special. Xiaoyang smirked. Makes sense. There's no way you could be him. The only living son of Xuan Muzhao is... Lian Hui cut him off cold. I used to call him father. While Zhao Yang stood there, stunned by the revelation, Mujin screamed out, both of the cult leader's sons are dead. How could you possibly be one of them? Lian Hui latched onto the slip-up instantly. Both are dead. The old man froze, realizing his mistake. Cha dead. The young leader was supposed to be missing. Lian Hui's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Since you know the secret of the young leader's death, that proves you're the murderers, doesn't it? Seeing Zhao Yang about to blab again, Mujin roared, "Shut your mouth, you idiot!" A blood-red aura surged from Lian Hui's body. "Thanks for the honest confession. It's crystal clear now. You people are the ones behind the young leader's death." Hanya respectfully handed him his weapon. His long hair whipped in the wind, and crackling lightning intensified the moment the blade was unsheathed. Mujin stammered, Is that the Soul Destroyer?" Terror filled his voice. "The Heavenly Demon's divine weapon exists only in legends. How do you possess it?" Lian Hui didn't mind spilling the beans. "Picked it up on Zihi Island," Mujin shrieked. Zihi Island. Ignoring the old man's panic, Lian Hui declared, "I will use the Soul Destroyer to avenge my little brother." Dark clouds spiraled above them. Zhao Yang screamed in fury, "I don't care if you're Xuan Mu Zhao's son or a god. Do not underestimate the overturning heaven spearman, Zhao Yang." But Lian Hui just brought his hand down in a merciless chop. A blinding blue light instantly engulfed them. Zhao Yang howled, "I am one of the 8 great demons, you can't do this." Mujin wanted to scream at him to shut up, but his vision was already being consumed by the lightning. From the heavens, lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. Watching from a distance, Bi Chang looked up and waved enthusiastically. "Hai Feng, it's me, Big Sis is here." But she was clearly being ignored. Curious, she followed Hai Feng's gaze. "It looks like Big Brother's in there." "Excuse me, I think my friend is inside. Can you let me through?" Da Qi repeated like a broken machine. "No, no one enters. No one leaves." Her face tightened. Is this guy a subordinate of Zhou Zihao? Suddenly, a mysterious noise echoed from inside. Bi Chang decided to resort to threats. "If you don't move, I'm forcing my way in." Da Qi smiled, amused. Not a chance. Negotiation failed. She struck, her blade slicing through the air straight toward his face. Unbelievably, Da Qi caught the blade with his bare hand, but Bi Chang still had another sword in her left hand. Da Qi saw it coming and tightened his grip. With a burst of strength, he yanked the sword. She was lifted off her feet. Seeing her get close, Da Qi threw a punch, but a puff of white smoke exploded in his face. His enemy had vanished into thin air. In that split second, Bi Chang had soared high into the air. She called out, "I told you, I have 2 swords." But the moment the words left her lips, she felt a bone-chilling cold. Her face twisted in confusion. What was that Bi Chang realized too late? She had let her guard down. Damn it. Da Qi seized the opening to ambush her. The tip of his axe barely grazed her clothes. Bi Chang somersaulted to safety, darting around him and forcing Da Qi to swing wildly at nothing. He charged forward, chasing Bi Chang down the path. Bai Chang managed to land at a safe distance, her thoughts racing. That guy swings a massive axe, but he moves as light as a feather. Da Qi rubbed his nose, impressed. "You're pretty fast," Bi Chang replied honestly, "and you are incredibly strong." He hoisted his axe and declared, "I won't let you get away this time." Bi Chang didn't waste breath on words. She just shifted into a defensive stance. But before the fight could explode, the door creaked open. Her heart pounded as a towering black shadow was cast over her face. The figure stepping out with an imposing aura was none other than Lian Hui. Beach Duang jumped, her heart pounding. "Big brother, wait." "Ask him, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, Huanya let out a scream. "Huh," behind her. Da Qi was already winding up for a strike. "You're not getting away this time?" Danger was inches away, and she knew she couldn't dodge in time. Damn it. But right at that critical second, a hand clamped firmly onto her wrist. Lian Hui gently pulled Beach Swung back. The momentum sent her tumbling into his embrace, causing the axe to miss her by a hair's breadth. A scream tore through the air from the other side. Da Qi, realizing his mistake, yelled in panic, "Big brother!" While Huanya glared daggers at the attacker, Lian Hui calmly introduced him. "This guy is my roommate, Da Qi. Mission over, everyone." Hearing Da Qi apologize profusely only made Beach Swung feel more awkward. "It was my misunderstanding," she explained. "I thought Chutuak had kidnapped you, so I came to check if you were being held prisoner." Lian Hui looked confused. Kidnapped? Imprisoned? Seriously? The scene shifts. A small dagger spun through the air before a hand snatched it and tapped the blade tip against the ground. He recognized it instantly, blood crimson poison. Getting your hands on a toxin like that must have cost a small fortune. "A nameless pawn like you couldn't possibly afford this. Spill it. Who's backing you?" The assassin shot back. I just want revenge for what you did to me. Lin Hui let out a cold, faint laugh. How loyal. I'm guessing you're the ones who dumped the garbage in the warehouse, right? I don't know what he promised you, but once this is over, he's gonna toss you aside like trash. A young master from a prestigious family like him can't afford to be linked to a murder. To him, you're just tools to be used and discarded. Just like this dagger. The assassin screamed. Shut your mouth! He snatched his weapon back, his steps exploding with power as he charged. However, Lian Hui moved with a flash step that was even faster. Catching the man off guard, he struck precisely at the assassin's elbow. Striking the acupoint caused an immediate reaction. The assassin's arm moved on its own, launching the dagger straight into the wall. Lian Hui spoke calmly. Looks like the blade found its true master. It turned out someone else was hiding behind that wall. Leaving that aside for now, the scene shifts to another courtyard. Tu-Sin ran out, beaming. Long time no see, huh? Tran Long bowed respectfully. I trust you've been well, sir. The old man chuckled. I'm fit as a fiddle. And how is the old patriarch doing? He slowly filled a cup with tea. My grandfather insisted I pay my respects to head instructor Lieuan as soon as I enrolled. Suddenly, Tu-Sin cut through the pleasantries. So, you're here to ask for a favor, aren't you? The old man nodded confidently. Speak. In this Phantom Shadow Academy, there's rarely anything I can't handle. Tran Long didn't hesitate. I need you to take care of a certain student. Elsewhere, banners fluttered in the wind, sunlight glinting off the loops. Tu-Ak was grumbling, clearly annoyed. That brat dares to order me around if it weren't out of respect for his grandfather, though. But Tran Long had been waiting for him. Care for a drink, young master, Tu-Ak stammered. No. Drinking in broad daylight, and this is a guard post if we get caught. Tran Long just smiled confidently. You know who my grandfather is, don't you? Tu-Ak scoffed with a hint of disdain. Even if you are the grandson of the Poison Heart Fox, you just enrolled. Don't get too arrogant. A moment later, soldiers blew the ivory war horns. A massive convoy poured in at the signal, the clatter of horse hooves filling the suffocating air. Everyone's expression was deadly serious. Tu-Ak watched excitedly from the ramparts. He asked, You're heading out today. But why is the entire escort from the Red Crane faction? Tran Long gave him a knowing look. You know exactly who belongs to the Red Crane faction? His words made Tu-Ak freeze. Meanwhile, Lian Hui and Beach Shuang were seen riding among the group. Tran Long casually commented, Enjoying the view with a cup of fine wine? What could be better? What do you think, young Master Chu? When he turned around, he saw Tu-Ak staring in shock. He glanced sideways at Tran Long. No matter how influential your family is, you should know your limits. He couldn't believe the guy dared to pull a stunt like that. The warm morning sun continued to shine down on the world below. A white horse was pulling a carriage carrying a very prominent figure. Sitting there, leisurely fanning himself, was none other than Tu-Sin. Night had fallen on a small but bustling village, the streets still aglow with lights. A small tavern was buzzing with activity, guests coming and going. At one table, a man tried to pour a drink, but the jar was completely dry. Seeing this, he bellowed, Shopkeeper, bring more booze. Immediately, the owner scurried over with a large jar of wine. He hurriedly placed the jar on the table. Here's your wine, sir. Barely had he finished speaking when a large bone was smashed straight into his face. A massive, aggressive thug growled, This meat is tough as leather. The terrified owner scrambled toward the kitchen, stuttering, I'm so sorry. Sir, let me bring you something else. Just then, a figure stepped into the tavern from the dark night outside. The tavern, filled with thugs, seemed to sense a shift in the air as they all turned to look at the entrance. The lackey who had ordered the wine looked up and said to the large thug, Boss, is it just him? Is he solo? The big thug didn't even bother turning his head. He figured since the convoy had over 200 people, apart from the instructor, the rest were just a bunch of fresh rookies. You and the Demon Blood Tower will set an ambush at the Northern Inn. Wipe them out. Leave no one alive. Just then, a lackey points a finger at the newcomer stepping inside and roars, Hey, you want to keep breathing? Get lost. In a split second, the burly man grabs the thug's head and flings him backward. Who gave you permission to live, since you dared to show your face here? Don't expect to leave. The newcomer doesn't even look up, whispering softly, Is that so, then? What should I do? Hearing this, the thug points at the floor and sneers, Crawl like a dog. As the words leave his mouth, the whole gang erupts in mockery. Crawl like a dog and I'll spare you. They're getting annoying. Come on, bark for us. The man from the evil blood sect cackles menacingly. Sounds fun. The thug freezes, stunned by this unexpected reaction. Suddenly, the stranger pulls 2 long handles from his cloak and slams them into the ground. An immense surge of energy erupts from the floor, slicing upwards. The thug is instantly cleaved in 2 by the evil blood disciple. In his hands 2 massive scythes. The sect member's face is now drenched in fresh blood. One of his eyes glints ominously. The thugs stare in horror at the gruesome sight their boss. Split cleanly in half. Terrified and wary, nobody dares to step forward. They just scream, "Who the hell are you?" He opens his mouth in a manic laugh. "If I told you my name, you'd piss your pants and run. Just come at me." Provoked, the entire mob charges at the evil blood disciple at once. Scene shifts. Deep in the forest, a convoy is on the move. A man watches his subordinates load the cargo. He grumbles internally. Supposed to be a head instructor, yet he finds his own lodging and now dares to show up late. Yiming sighs. Just then, a subordinate approaches. "Instructor, what are we waiting for?" "Everyone's been ready for an hour." Yiming frowns helplessly. "My hands are tied." Head instructor Lieuan still hasn't... Suddenly, a mounted soldier shouts, Head instructor Lieuan sent word to start without him. He'll catch up later." Yiming panics, shouting, "Say what?" Elsewhere, a man lets out a massive yawn. Sheng wipes a tear from his eye, muttering, "Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back? Why are my ears itching so much?" He then orders the carriage driver, "Let's move." The carriage begins its slow journey through the dark forest path. After a short distance, a wheel hits a rock. Sheng is instantly jolted, tilting to the side. Moments later, they hit another stone. Bump. Sheng bounces up and down in his seat again. He points at the driver and barks, "Hey kid, drive slower. There's no rush." Sheng leans back comfortably, thinking, "Fools, do they not realize they're marching to their deaths? I purposely chose the weak ones. The Demon Blood Tower will slaughter them easily. Pei Yiming has some skill, but what can he do against a swarm of savage assassins? I helped him get rid of that annoying brat. The Poison Heart Vixen definitely won't sit still, and I'm finally escaping this damn Mystic Shadow Academy and stepping right into the power center of the demonic cult." Sheng's delighted laughter echoes through the woods. Scene cuts back to the tavern in the village. A blood-stained wine jar sits on a table. A bloody hand reaches out, trembling, trying to grasp it. The evil blood disciple snatches the jar and chugs it like a dying man. Just as he finishes, a woman steps inside, her voice dripping with disdain. "Filthy. What is this mess?" Walking with an elegance that contrasts the carnage, she steps over the corpses scattered on the floor, like a butcher slaughtering pigs and cows. The evil blood disciple replies slowly, "If I'm a butcher killing cows, then does that make you a butcher of men?" The White Knight demoness puts hands on her hips, acting coy. "Oh my, calling a lady a butcher? How rude." He glances back, grinning. "With that stench of blood on you, you must have slaughtered quite a few yourself." Sure enough, the White Knight demoness pauses, eyes shifting away in thought. The disciple smirks, pressing on. "Just how much blood are you covered in?" She speaks slowly. "It's just..." Meanwhile, a fly buzzes into the open mouth of a corpse nearby. Outside the tavern, bodies lie scattered everywhere, blood painting the ground. The entire road is lined with the corpses of villagers. The White Knight demoness smirks, glancing outside. The once bustling mountain village is now a ghost town. Dawn breaks. Tattered flags flutter in the wind at the village gate, but smoke rises from one building. Someone is still here. Yiming stares ahead, his eyes wide with shock. Riding at the front, he gazes into the settlement and asks, "Why? Is the village completely empty?" Another guy scowls, clearly ticked off. "These villagers have zero manners. We show up and nobody even comes out to say hello." Trailing right behind him is Lian Hui. He furrows his brow, his voice low and deliberate. "I smell blood." The moment the words leave his lips, Tucson spins around, eyes wide. Right on cue, another guard leaps off his horse, his gaze locking onto the ground. Buried partially in the dirt is a twisted, human hand. The moment he sees it, he lets out a terrified shriek. Panic spreads instantly as another guard starts screaming right along with him. Just beneath the soil nearby, a foot is sticking out. But that's not the worst part. There's a half-buried face staring up, mouth frozen in a silent scream. The soldiers go into a frenzy, scanning their surroundings. It's a massacre. There are corpses practically everywhere they look. Lieuan rides past a narrow alleyway, the ground littered with bodies. He knits his brows tight, thinking, the whole village has been turned into a graveyard. Judging by the state of them, this happened recently. Right behind Lieuan is Beach Swung, her eyes darting around as she takes in the scene. Over on the other side, Tucson sits on his carriage, watching the soldiers lose their minds. He glances down casually right where a gnarled hand is poking out of the earth. Seeing this, Tucson glares, thinking, those bastards. Who gave them permission to do this? Suddenly, a soldier points at a building and asks Ngimin, Vice Master, there's an inn up ahead. Should we go check it out? Ngimin snaps back, furious. Are you blind? Look at all these dead bodies. What if we walk into a trap? But Tucson jumps down from the carriage, interrupting. What are you waiting for? All students, search that inn immediately, he barks, throwing his weight around. Ngimin stands back, thinking, why send everyone? Does he not know how a search works? He shouts out, I'm going in first. The rest of you follow one at a time. They file into the inn, single file. Lieuan stays outside, his eyes narrowing as he watches them disappear indoors. Tucson watches the group enter, then suddenly whips his head around to look behind him. At that exact moment, Ngimin stares straight ahead, completely stunned. Lieuan and Beach Swung stare intensely in the same direction. Tucson glares back, a twisted smile forming. Is it starting? I can already smell the blood. But the group just stands there, confused. Where are they? There's no one here. Tucson laughs even louder. This is getting interesting. Let the bloodbath begin. Suddenly, a voice calls out from inside the inn. Nothing unusual in here. Come on in. We'll rest here for the night. Tucson's face instantly changes, and he turns back around. He grits his teeth, letting out a low, angry chuckle. Took the money and ran. Bunch of scumbags. The scene shifts to nightfall. The moon is high in the sky, and an owl perches on a branch, tilting its head as it stares wide-eyed into the dark. Two soldiers stand guard outside the inn, while warm light glows from within. Tucson barks orders to his men. Split up, I want you searching the south side of the village, starting now. Once the command is given, he turns to look behind him. Standing there are Lieuan and Beach Swung. In front of them sits an incense bowl flanked by two flickering candles. Lieuan looks down at the incense bowl and asks, where did you even find incense sticks out here? She clasps her hands together. I found them while we were searching the village earlier. The incense burns quickly, ash flaking off the tip. Tears well up in Beach Swung's eyes. Those monsters. They killed everyone, old people, children. They spared no one. There's nobody left to bury them. I'm lighting this so their souls can find peace. Lieuan looks at her, confused. They're just strangers. Why do you care? But despite his words, he picks up 3 incense sticks and holds them to the candle flame. He gently places the 3 burning sticks into the bowl. Bitch Swung smiles through her sadness. You talk tough, but you've got a soft heart, brother. Lieuan clasps his hands in prayer, murmuring a reply. I'm not doing this for the villagers. I have my own ghosts that need to find peace. The scene cuts to a different location. A man collapses, his throat slit with surgical precision. Beside him, a woman screams in agonizing grief. Husband no. Surrounding her is a pack of thugs, swords drawn, cutting people down without a shred of mercy. Demon watches from the shadows, thinking, they've been slaughtering village after village. Suddenly, the woman charges forward, grabbing one of the thugs by the arm. You bastards, give me back my husband. The thug roars in anger and flings her aside like a rag doll. Crazy witch, you dare touch me. You've got a death wish. I'll gouge your eyes out. As he raises his arm, a tattoo of a winding snake is revealed. Demon freezes. That mark. It's the evil blood sect if they're involved. We're in big trouble. I have to warn the instructor immediately. But before he can move, a hooded figure materializes right behind him. Well, look what we have here. A little rat. Demon leaps into the air, trying to escape, but the cultist is faster, whipping a heavy chain toward him. The chain wraps tight around Demon's neck, yanking him violently backward. Blood sprays from his mouth as he hits the ground. Chains hooked over a high beam left Demon dangling in the air. The evil blood-sect cultist stared coldly, asking, You? Who are you? Veins bulged on Demon's face, but he gritted his teeth and spat. You think I'll talk? The cultist sneered. So tough. I have ways to make you open your mouth. Saying that, he yanked the chains violently. The cultist swung his scythe back, laughing with sadistic glee. Manhwa clenched his jaw tight. He looked like he was reaching his absolute limit. Two cuts tore through flesh, sending blood spraying everywhere. Manhwa's agonizing scream echoed through the dark forest. The moon hung high above the inn, overlooking the village where everyone had been slaughtered. Ngimin stood deep in thought, speaking seriously with someone before frowning and heading up the stairs. A moment later, Tusin turned around with a panicked expression and shouted, "What did you say?" Seeing this, Ngimin repeated himself. "Shouldn't we form a patrol team to search for them?" Tusin hesitated for a moment before replying, "That is a good idea." Ngimin was incredibly surprised, thinking, "Why is he actually listening to me today?" He clasped his hands and continued, "Yes, well then." But the old man interrupted him. "Bring the departure roster here." Ngimin stood there stunned, thinking he must have misheard. But then, Tusin rested his chin on his hand and said with deadly seriousness, "I will arrange the formation personally." The scene shifts to the floor below, where the students were packing their gear. Just then, Vusin walked up to another student and asked, "Where is Manhwa? Why are you the only one who came back?" Hearing this, the student replied, "We didn't go together. I went to the East Village, and Manhwa went to the South. But you still don't believe me. And now you're accusing me. Did you secretly follow him and kill him?" The other student got annoyed, turning back and raising his voice. "Why would I do that?" Seeing this, Vusin stated clearly, "Because you are a cunning Orthodox hypocrite." As soon as he said that, another Orthodox student furiously rushed forward. "What did you just say?" Vusin slowly explained. "More than half of the people sent out are from the Orthodox faction. You lot are definitely plotting to harm us demonic sect brothers." The Orthodox student couldn't hold back and grabbed Vusin by the collar, growling, "So what? I'm furious that only us demonic cultivators are being sent on these dangerous missions." Suddenly, Ngimin stepped in and shouted loudly, "What do you think you are doing? We should not be tolerating infighting among students. You two will deal with me once we return to the Illusion Shadow Academy." He walked past them with that warning, then stood above addressing all the students. "A student sent to the South Village has not returned. I am sending a tracking team to search for him. Those whose names are called, prepare your weapons and assemble." First person. All the students below whispered amongst themselves. No one wanted to go on this mission. Suddenly, Ngimin's voice rang out, "Huyan Lin Hui." The boy showed no reaction, but Beach Swang, standing next to him, was completely shocked. The scene shifts to another location, the village in the south. Several students were silently creeping along the walls, moving forward. Suddenly, one of them spotted something ahead, a wall stained with patchy blood. The group was terrified. Just like the other place, the villagers here had been massacred. They wondered who could have done this. Just then, a student noticed something missing. "Where is Huyan Lin Hui?" He was off to the side, staring intensely in one direction. Lin Hui's brows were furrowed tight. He looked suspicious. In front of him was a wall with blood streaks that looked relatively fresh. Up in the corner, he spotted a scythe that had snagged a piece of cloth. The scene shifts back to the inn. At that moment, the evil blood sect member was approaching. Behind him was an entire legion of cultists. They took silent steps, closing in on the inn. Inside, the students hadn't gone to sleep yet. They were sitting around playing and chatting. Bitch Soong sat with her chin in her hand, thinking, "Will Big Brother be okay?" Suddenly, she flinched as if she sensed something. Ngimin, who was organizing books in his private room, also startled, sensing the same presence. Both of them shot up from their seats, realizing something bad was about to happen. A student was laughing and joking with his friends downstairs when suddenly thwack, an arrow pierced his skull from nowhere before he could even react. He collapsed onto the floor instantly, leaving everyone frozen in shock. He fell right in front of Beach Swang, her eyes widening in horror. She immediately screamed at the top of her lungs, "Everyone get down!" As soon as the words left her mouth, hundreds of arrows rained into the inn from outside. It was so sudden that hardly anyone could react. Ngimin rushed out roaring, "Find cover now." Some quick-thinking students immediately flipped tables to block the arrows. The tables were set up just in time, leaving no gaps. The rain of arrows pounded down relentlessly. Only when the barrage slowed did anyone dare to lift their heads and look out. Suddenly, the main doors are blasted off their hinges, sending debris flying into the room. A figure steps through the dust and casually tosses a severed head onto the floor. It rolls to a stop. It's Yanhuo. The evil blood sect has already slaughtered him, delivering his remains like a trophy. The cultist grins, his voice dripping with malice. You filth. Hearing the voice, Yiming snaps his head around, his eyes widening in shock. Wu Sheng trembles, his eyes darting in panic. Bi Chang stares down at Yan Huo's severed head, tears welling up as she bites her lip until it bleeds. The cultist lets out a guttural, mocking laugh. I just finished cleaning up, and here you are, making a mess again. He points a callous finger at the severed head. That brat, all I had to do was snap his joints. One by one, he spilled everything. He told me you were from Phantom Shadow Hall. He told me exactly where you were hiding. By the end, he was begging me to just kill him. Enraged, a young disciple grips his hilt and draws his blade, screaming curses at the killer. Yiming shouts, Stop, don't move! But the cultist just watches the outburst, a twisted smile playing on his lips. His hand tightens around a dark chain. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the bladed tip flying straight at the student's throat. Another disciple tackles his comrade just in time. They dodge the strike by a hair's breadth. But the killer isn't finished. He whips the chain back, the metal screaming through the air with terrifying pressure as it strikes again. Terror freezes them in place. Death is staring them right in the face. Clang, a blade flashes out, shattering the chain into shrapnel in an instant. Yiming stands before his students, sword in hand. His voice is ice cold. Your opponent is me, you filth. The cultist just stares back, his grin widening into something demonic. Outside, the inn is completely surrounded. Inside, the cultist's chain dances in the air like a living viper. With a snap, he retracts the weapon. Master and monster stand face to face. The battle lines drawn. Yiming, Bichong, and the trembling students glare at their executioners, weapons ready. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. You people really have no concept of honor, do you? Yuan Sisheng strolls in, practically humming a tune. He walks right up to the killer without a shred of fear. The plan was to ambush the students. Slaughtering the villagers wasn't part of the deal. You took my money now, do the job properly. Hearing this betrayal, Yiming grips his sword until his knuckles turn white. Instructor Yuan, you betrayed us. Sisheng doesn't even flinch. You shouldn't have provoked me. His arrogance only fuels Yiming's rage. You worthless insects. Suddenly, Sisheng frowns, looking around. Wait a minute, where's Mojen? The cultist tilts his head, Mojen, then realization hits him, and he bursts into mocking laughter. He sneers, calling Mojen weak trash. Sisheng's face goes pale. He can't believe what he's hearing. Then, his eyes lock onto a specific detail, a snake tattoo on the killer's arm. He checks the others, they all have the same mark. Horror dawns on him. No, you're not the Ghost Blood Tower. Sisheng stumbles back in terror. Who are you? The assassin just stares at him with disgust. That fan of yours is an eyesore. Swish. The chain lashes out, slicing through the air because the killer can't stand the sight of him anymore. Sisheng's arm, still clutching his precious fan, drops to the floor with a wet thud. He stares at his severed limb in shock, but the chain strikes again. Snap! His other arm is gone. Sisheng lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Baicheng and Yiming watch in stunned silence. Sisheng stares at his stumps, his mind unable to process the brutality. The leader of the evil blood sect doesn't waste time. He points at the group. Kill them all. The assassins surge forward, blades clash against steel as the room erupts into a chaotic, violent brawl. Yiming is a whirlwind of death, cutting down cultists with ease. But in the corner, another student is overwhelmed. Yiming spots the danger instantly. He kicks off the ground, launching himself across the room to save him. With a massive shove, he knocks a hulking assassin backward and raises his sword to deliver the killing blow. Clang, a chain wraps around his blade, stopping it cold. The leader steps in, blocking the path. I thought you wanted to fight me. He flashes that same demonic grin. You better worry about keeping your own head attached first. Yiming is forced into defense, parrying the relentless chain strikes. Damn it, he thinks. I have students to protect. And we ran into actual monsters. Around them, the battle rages, but it's clear the Phantom Shadow students are losing ground. They're outmatched. A cold dread grips Yiming's heart. Can they even make it out of here alive? Nearby, Bichong desperately swings her sword, barely blocking a lethal strike from behind. She remained unharmed, even after being ambushed by two thugs from the evil blood sect. Bi Chang immediately swung her sword, cutting them down in an instant. She didn't stop there. As she lashed out at another enemy, Bi Chang moved with lethal grace, effortlessly slaughtering the evil blood sect cultist. Just then, she noticed something amidst the chaos. Bi Chang spotted Xiao Yu lying helplessly on the ground, enduring the cruel mockery of the enemy. Unable to hold back, she thrust her blade at an evil blood cultist. Xiao Yu remained motionless while Bi Chang charged forward, annihilating the trash surrounding him. Only after a long moment did Xiao Yu turn his head, eyes brimming with tears. In that instant, she pointed her sword directly at him. Xiao Yu lay there, dazed and confused, but Bi Chang had lost all patience. She urged him sharply, "Pick up the sword now." Furiously, she screamed at him, "You call yourself a martial artist, then grab the damn sword. Hurry up." Her words struck him like lightning. Xiao Yu froze for a second before his hand instinctively reached out, grasping the hilt of the blade. Determination flooded his veins as he tightened his grip. Watching the battle rage, he declared, "That's right. I am Yan Xiao Yu, a descendant of the righteous Pearl Yan family." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu charged forward, swinging his blade and cutting down the enemy. With Bi Chang and Xiao Yu fighting side by side, the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. Assessing the situation, Yiming barked orders. "Survivors, rally to me, form the square formation, center on my position." He grit his teeth, muttering, "Damn it. That brat dared to skip class on the square formation." The evil blood sect leader saw this and exploded in rage. "You dare look away while fighting me, the desert blood god. You hateful bastard, don't you dare ignore me." But Yiming ignored the taunts, continuing to command his students, "Get into position, square formation, now." He was stunned to see Xiao Yu suddenly flash past him. Even the enemy was caught off guard, startled by the sudden counterattack. The evil blood cultist couldn't help but curse aloud. Bi Chang and her teammates watched vigilantly, ready to strike. The enemy glared at them, assessing their strength. "I thought you were just useless brats from the Phantom Shadow Academy. But it seems you actually have some bite." Her teammates shouted urgently, telling everyone to hold their formation tight. Outside the inn, a group of men watched the chaos in silence. The place was surrounded by high-level experts. One man spoke up, his voice trembling with worry. "What do we do? The inn is surrounded on all sides." A skinny youth analyzed the situation grimly. "The power gap is too wide. Rushing in there would be suicide." Just then, another man spoke up. "We have to go back to the Phantom Shadow Academy. Going in there is a death sentence. It's better to return and report the situation. We just have to pray they can hold out until then." The others hesitated, doubting the students could survive that long, and suspecting the man was just trying to save his own skin. Suddenly, Lian turned and started walking away, shocking everyone. They all called out, wondering where he was going. Lian explained calmly, "He's right. Fighting them head-on is suicide. You all should return to the Phantom Shadow Academy." A man suddenly questioned who he was. Lian just gave a faint smile. "I have someone I need to save. If he dies, I'm going to have a lot of trouble on my hands." In an instant, their resolve hardened. They were going with him. One of them declared he would fight to the bitter end, while another shot back in frustration. "What are you talking about? Do you think we of the righteous sect have no pride? I'm fighting too." Lian looked on, feeling a bit helpless at their sudden burst of bravery. Lian didn't try to stop them anymore. He simply warned, "Don't be reckless. You only have one life." A man spoke up with overflowing confidence. "To die on the battlefield is a martial artist's greatest honor." The youth agreed. "Exactly, that is my wish as well." Then, realization struck him. "Wait, at least one of us has to go back to the Phantom Shadow Academy to report this." The group immediately agreed with the man's suggestion. The man raised his hand to volunteer, but before he could speak, he pointed at a young lad. "Hey, you're the youngest. You go back and report." The boy refused immediately. "No, I want to fight with everyone." But the man ignored his protest completely. He rattled off a list of logical reasons why the boy was the only choice for the mission. The boy still hesitated, desperately looking for an excuse to refuse. Lian glanced back at them while they argued. A second later, he coldly turned and walked away, leaving them stunned. They hurriedly scrambled after him, shouting, "Lian wait for us." In moments, he and the group marched boldly into the inn, united by a single purpose to annihilate the enemy. Lian surveyed the situation with a serious gaze. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a heavy chain was pulled taut. An evil blood cultist smirked wickedly, yanking the chain to control his opponent. One of Yiming's students watched in bewildered horror. Xiao Yu grit his teeth, realizing the tide was turning against them. Bichang looked ahead, her eyes filled with panic. Yiming's arm was trapped. The evil blood cultist violently yanked the chain, tightening the hold on him. The sword slipped from Yiming's grasp. He struggled desperately to sever the sturdy chain, his eyes darting to where Xiao Yu was fighting for his life. Xiao Yu turned and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Instructor, let me handle this." Yiming shot a glare at Xiao Yu, shouting, "Quit messing around, hold your position." All the while, he kept frantically swinging his weapon to fend off attacks. In a heartbeat, the evil blood sect cultivator thrust his palms forward, driving a massive chain straight at them. Yiming watched in horror, realizing the metal strike was unavoidable. The enemy channeled a surge of energy into his technique. Death was staring Yiming right in the face. Desperate, he raised his sword, praying it would be enough to block the blow. Nearby, Bi Yang was fighting for her life against the other zealots. She whipped her head around, her heart sinking. Yiming couldn't block that with one hand. The razor-sharp chain was inches from slicing his face open. The cultist let out a maniacal cackle, savoring his victory. But then snap, the deadly chain froze instantly in midair. Off in the distance, Lian Hui stood with his hand raised, channeling energy. The cultist looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His control had been completely hijacked. Bai Yang's jaw dropped. When she spotted who it was, pure joy exploded on her face. She screamed out, "Big brother!" The cultist froze, unable to believe his ears. "Big brother," baffled. The enemy stammered, What kind of trick is this?" Lian Hui didn't waste a breath. He clenched his fist, and in a flash, whipped the sharp chain straight back at its owner. The cultist scrambled to duck, barely dodging the backlash. But his luck didn't extend to his subordinate. The poor wretch behind him took the hit and collapsed. Panic set in. The evil blood sect leader screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Lian Hui stood there, cool as a cucumber, just a student. The answer was so absurd the cultist was left speechless. Sensing the threat, the cultist barked an order to his men. "Kill that arrogant brat, tear him to shreds." Surrounded on all sides, Lian Hui didn't flinch. He unleashed a simple technique, and in the blink of an eye, the entire mob of minions was obliterated. The cult leader gasped in pure terror. Before he could react, Lian Hui launched himself into the air, flipping gracefully above the chaos. He landed squarely in front of the leader. The sheer pressure radiating from Lian Hui was so crushing. The cultist let out a pathetic squeak. His mind raced. Our head instructor lost an arm. Our officer was bound in chains. How is a mere student dominating the elites of the evil blood sect? Impossible. This has to be a nightmare. Regaining a shred of composure, the cultist announced, "I am the Desert Blood God, ranked 5th in the evil blood sect." Yiming's eyes widened. The Desert Blood God. But the villain ignored the shock, glaring at Lian Hui. "Tell me your name and sect. Now." Lian Hui's eyes burned with murderous intent. "I don't have the patience for that." The cultist recoiled, stunned by the boy's arrogance. Lian Hui shot him a cold, side-eyed glance. "Did you ever explain yourself to the people you slaughtered before you killed them?" Enraged, the cultist roared, "Shut your mouth!" He whipped his chain, sending the razor-sharp blade curving around to strike Lian Hui from behind. But Lian Hui vanished, flash step, with the target gone. The chain whipped back, rocketing straight toward the cultist himself. Panicking, he raised his hand to seize control of his own weapon. The force was too much. The steel chain shattered into pieces in his grip. Meanwhile, the bindings on Yiming went slack. He turned around, confused, only to see Lian Hui materialize out of thin air, a fist already cocked back. Boom, the desert blood. God took a punch that felt like the heavens collapsing. His body went flying backward, but Lian Hui wasn't done. He blurred forward, landing a brutal strike right to the villain's spine. Next came a bone-shattering punch to the leg. To finish it off, Lian Hui stomped violently on the man's foot, crushing it into the dirt. The cultist shrieked in agony. Lian Hui looked down, genuinely surprised. "Oh, so you actually feel pain?" Lian Hui flicked his wrist. Instantly, the broken chain snaked up and hoisted the cultist upside down. Defeated and humiliated, the god started begging, "Spare me, please. I beg you." The onlookers watched in stunned silence, jaws on the floor. Lian Hui stepped closer, his voice eerily calm. "The innocent people you butchered, They begged you just like that, didn't they? And what did you do? You chopped off their limbs. You tortured them. Now, it's your turn to see how that feels. You will feel every ounce of their suffering. The cultist stared in horror as two jagged chain blades hovered before his eyes, then lunged forward. He could only widen his eyes, paralyzed, as death came for him. The chains became a blur, slashing his body 1,000 times in a second. The desert blood god's expression froze in a silent scream. He didn't even have time to regret. His face split down the middle, and his entire body disintegrated into a shower of gore and fragments. A chilling silence fell over the crowd. Yiming trembled, barely able to speak. What just happened? While the surviving cultists screamed in terror, Yiming turned to his allies, confused. What about the battle outside? A disciple stepped forward. The evil blood sect. They've been completely wiped out. Yiming let out a breath he'd been holding. Is that so? You all fought bravely. The disciple shook his head, looking at the young hero with worship in his eyes. It wasn't us. We didn't do a thing. It was all thanks to Xuan Lianhui. Bai Yang squealed with delight, rushing over to tackle Lianhui in a massive bear hug. Chanting his name, Lianhui awkwardly peeled her off him. Hey, cut it out. She stepped back, beaming. I knew you weren't ordinary, big brother, but I never guessed your power was this terrifyingly deep. If news of this reached Phantom Shadow Academy, it would be absolute chaos. Suddenly, he startles Bichang as crying. Just then, something catches Lianhui's attention. Amidst the devastation, a faint trail of smoke rises from the corner of the room. Candles flicker alongside burning incense sticks. Time passes, yet the incense continues to burn, unwavering. Outside the inn, bodies litter the ground. Someone picks up the scattered remains of the evil blood sect members, piecing them together with a heavy sigh. The White Knight Demoness exhales, sneering at the corpses. Still as ugly as ever. Serves you right. A subordinate approaches, reporting, Milady, I have found their trail. She immediately demands to know the enemy's location. Meanwhile, at the Phantom Shadow Academy's camp, the air buzzes with excited chatter. Some bandage their wounds, others force down food, but the mood is surprisingly cheerful. Suddenly, Yiming whispers to Lianhui, We're in trouble. Chewing his food, Lianhui asks, Why? Beyond glances around, muttering, Don't you feel those prying eyes? Lianhui turns around. The moment he does, the onlookers quickly look away, pretending they weren't staring. She whispers, a freshman wiping out the entire evil blood sect on his first mission and slicing the desert blood god, their number 5 ranker, into 100 pieces. Good or bad, you are definitely going to be the center of attention. Well, what a drag. Lianhui agrees. Yeah, I don't know why I did it either. Should have just left them to die. She freezes at his blunt admission. Then, Bichang thinks seriously. I deliberately hid my martial arts to protect my identity, but he used his internal energy without hesitation to save us. The wounded are being tended to with care. Guilt washes over her. If I had used my power from the start, maybe more people would have survived. Lost in thought, Bichang spots the White Knight Demoness sitting in the distance, calmly drinking wine. She is confused. Why is a stunning beauty like that sitting in a desolate inn like this? As the Demoness raises her hand to order, Bichang spots a snake tattoo on her arm. Baiyang flinches in shock. That tattoo. Aw. Suddenly, the Demoness turns, locking eyes with her. Baiyang stiffens, caught staring. The woman scans her, judging. That guy, he's an eyesore. A man, yet so delicate and effeminate. Then, the Demoness realizes something. She gasps, analyzing the group. Everyone is wounded and exhausted. Except for him, he is unscathed. He is. Lianhui stands up. Keep eating. I need to use the restroom. Watching his retreating back, she narrows her eyes. So, he is the one who destroyed the desert blood god and the sect. If he could mince the blood god, I can't beat him in a fight, but he is a man. And there isn't a man alive I can't conquer. She sees Biyang approaching and coughs to get attention. Who is this? Baiyang stands there, acting cool. I'm not usually like this, but miss, you are exactly my type. How about we find a quiet place, enjoy some tea, admire the scenery? The Demoness laughs, then smiles. Sure, lead the way, young master. She leads the way, whistling casually. Behind her, The White Knight Demoness grins maliciously. I don't like you, but you'll pay. Annoying brat. I'm going to skin you alive. Lieuan returns, looking around. Where did they go? Meanwhile, the Demoness and Bi-Chang are walking away together. They reach a desolate spot. Both scan the area, thinking the exact same thing. This place is perfect. Seeing her chance, the Demoness calls out softly, Young master, tuh! Ba-Young turns around and freezes. The Demoness is radiating terrifying killing intent. Bi-Chang is stunned. Cold sweat drenches Bi-Chang's face. A scorching heat begins to consume her body. Before she can react, the White Knight Demoness walks slowly toward her. She caresses Bi-Chang's face. Up close, you really are beautiful. Seizing the moment, she draws a dagger. She thrusts the blade. Your audacity and that beauty, it makes me jealous. Bi-Chang calmly blocks the attack. Soul seduction art is that your ultimate move. Huh. The Demoness is shocked. Her technique failed. My charm. It didn't work. She stares at Bi-Chang, calculating. Don't tell me. You're a woman. Bi-Chang suddenly grabs her other arm, pulling back the sleeve to reveal the snake tattoo. Ba-Young shoves her away. So, the evil blood sect still has trash left to clean up. Just then, two assassins jump from above. With a single swing of her sword, she cuts them down. Bi-Chang exhales, relieved. There is no need to conceal my true power here. Realizing the sheer magnitude of her strength, the White Knight Demoness curses in frustration and barks an order for her minions to slaughter the woman immediately. As the horde charges at Bi-Chang, she remains terrifyingly calm, her grip tightening around the hilt of her sword. In the blink of an eye, Bi-Chang effortlessly annihilates every single enemy in her path. As the final body hits the floor, she instantly lunges forward, her blade hungry for the White Knight Demoness's life. Sensing her doom, the Demoness panics and screams for Bi-Chang to wait, but it falls on deaf ears. Deadly slashes rain down, shredding the Demoness's robes into ribbons. Realizing her target has managed to slip away in the chaos, Bi-Chang instantly shifts her gaze, hunting for her prey. The White Knight Demoness launches herself off the ground, sprinting across the rooftops in a desperate bid for freedom. She dares not slow down for a second. As she flees, her mind races. How could our blood sect suffer such a crushing defeat? Unaware that death is hot on her heels, she vows, I will never forget this. But suddenly, a chill runs down her spine. Something is wrong. The Demoness turns her head, only to find Bi-Chang right there she had caught up without making a sound. Bi-Chang's eyes burn with a terrifying killing intent that freezes the blood. As her sword slowly descends, the Demoness breaks into a cold sweat, realizing her end is near. A split second later, a powerful slash executes the White Knight Demoness. In a flash, her body is reduced to nothing but scattered fragments. Bi-Chang stares coldly at the remains of her enemy. The scene shifts to a district of massive buildings, where a man shouts in disbelief. What? The blood sect attacked the expedition team. A skinny young man stammers in panic. Urgent report. Instructor, if we don't send reinforcements immediately, our seniors will be... But the instructors, upon hearing the situation, believe it is already too late to act. If it really is the evil blood sect, then I fear our people from the Phantom Shadow Academy are already dead. On the city walls, soldiers stand guard. One young man squints into the distance, confused, until he spots a red flag fluttering on the horizon. Disbelief washes over his face as he shouts a single word, the convoy. The city gates are thrown open immediately. Yiming rides in on horseback amidst the roaring announcements. The expedition team has returned. Everyone is shocked to see them alive and well. No way. Is that really them? They sent only new students on such a dangerous mission. Bi-Yang and Lieuan dismount, their eyes scanning the interior of the academy. Yiming leads the group forward, bathed in the admiring gazes of the crowd, while the injured soldiers are wheeled in safely. The crowd cheers wildly for the successful operation, but up on a high tower, a young man grits his teeth. This isn't right. Beside him, ZE sighs heavily. We caused such a scene, and now look at this mess. Just great. Later, Yiming walks down a deserted corridor, muttering to himself. Called for a report the moment I return. They must be dying to know how we managed to survive. He steels himself. I have to tell the truth about who betrayed us and who saved us. Yiming quickly reaches the room and pushes the door open, bowing respectfully. Pei Yiming, reporting for duty. A voice replies, "You have arrived," making him jump. He freezes, surprised by the familiarity of the voice. Yiming looks up to see Old Bai smiling and waving, but his blood runs cold when he locks eyes with the murderous gaze of Wen Yuan. He can't believe it, the dean is actually here. Yiming stares at Wen Yuan, his mind racing. Wen Yuan, the dean of the Phantom Shadow Academy, although he is the supreme leader, he rarely shows his face. Old Bai handles all affairs. So why is he personally presiding over this meeting today? It must be because the situation is this grave. At that moment, Zhao Yang enters the room. He clutches his face and peels off a mask, revealing his true appearance. He bows deeply. Nan Zhao Yang, reporting to the dean. Wen Diaz and commands, "Come, sit down." He then turns his attention. Instructor Pei Yiming. Yiming responds instantly. Yes. The dean gets straight to the point, his voice grave. Is it true that UNC Sheng betrayed the Phantom Shadow Academy? Yiming calmly confirms the worst. Regrettably, that is the truth. Hearing the confirmation, Wen Yuan lets out a low sound. In his mind, he thinks, "Big brother, it seems you have caused a catastrophe." A while later, a group enters the cafeteria, Bi Yang and Lian Hui among them. The noise draws the attention of everyone inside. Students pause their meals, their eyes glued to the commotion. She grabs 2 massive plates of food, muttering, "If word of this gets out at the Phantom Shadow Academy, I'll have no face left." He replies helplessly, "Face you think you have any left to save?" In the crowd, Zhenlong scoffs, "Just a bunch from the Red Crane clan, yet they dare to be so arrogant." Suddenly, he spots someone sitting in the distance. Realizing it's Bailey, Zhenlong gasps in surprise and raises his hand to wave at her. Across the room, she sits quietly, offering a faint, mysterious smile. As Zhenlong speaks, Xinjiang freezes, stunned by the sight. He hurriedly turns his head, fixing his gaze in a specific direction. Lian Hui sits nearby, admiring the scene. Truly a stunning beauty. He waves his hand gently, teasing, "Hey, don't hog the whole plate yourself." Zhenlong watches them, seething with rage and cursing Lian Hui in his mind. Meanwhile, Biang sees Lian Hui getting up and asks, "Brother, are you done eating already?" Lian Hui calmly replies, "I've got things to do." At that exact moment, Zhenlong sticks his leg out, trying to trip him. Biyang's eyes widen in shock, but Lian Hui is sharp. He senses the trap instantly and shifts his body to dodge. Because Lian Hui dodged, Zhenlong kicks empty air. Losing his balance, the big man crashes heavily onto the floor. Lian Hui doesn't hold back. Feigning a slip, he accidentally knocks a plate over, dumping a pile of food straight onto Zhenlong's face. Bayang can't hold it back and bursts out laughing. Zhenlong scrambles to his feet, furious, and demands an answer. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Biyang immediately jumps in to defend him. "You tripped over your own feet. Why are you blaming my big brother?" Seeing Biyang interfere only fuels Zhenlong's rage. "Who do you think you are? You want to die? You dare oppose me? Are you from the heaven altar?" Watching from the side, Bai Li sighs, shaking his head. What a moron. Zhenlong continues his aggressive rant. "I'm going to teach you brats a lesson today." Suddenly, a man who is eating nearby stands up. The man speaks with a chilling tone. "Zhenlong, don't you dare touch Lian Hui." His overwhelming aura commands fear. "I won't just stand by and watch." More students stand up to shield Lian Hui. "That's right, we all owe him a debt of gratitude." Zhenlong remains stubborn, shouting desperately, "Look at this. The orthodox and evil factions are conspiring together." Zhenlong is confused by the crowd's reaction. They look disgusted by his words. Panic sets in as he realizes he's completely surrounded. "What, you intend to fight us?" He looks for backup. "Men of the heaven altar. Are we just gonna let them?" But he freezes. His so-called allies have already vanished. Zhenlong's face turns deathly pale. The scene shifts to late afternoon at the heaven altar quarters. A large vase smashes against the floor. Zhenlong screams in a frenzy. "How dare they, UNC Sheng? That useless trash. He can't do a single thing right." The room is littered with shattered porcelain. Suddenly, a cold realization hits him. Wait, if UNC Sheng confesses that I bribed him, damn it, I'm finished. His eyes widen as a thought strikes him. He remembers the letter his grandfather sent just a few days ago. He said he was traveling nearby. Zhenlong checks the letter, trembling with excitement. He's close. He can save me. The scene shifts to a serene riverbank. A fishing line ripples the water, An old man sits patiently on a small boat. A servant calls out, catching the attention of the Poison Heart Fox. "Master, a letter from your grandson has arrived." The old man gasps in surprise. Poison Heart Fox shoots up from his seat, shouting, "Finally, I've sent that brat countless letters with no reply." The boatman starts to row, but the old master waves him off. No need. He activates his light body technique, leaping into the air. Poison Heart Fox flies across the water to snatch the letter, his movement creating a powerful gust of wind. As he reads, his expression shifts from joy to shock, and finally to trembling rage. Killing intent explodes from his body as he roars in fury. The scene shifts to the Phantom Shadow Academy, where the morning sun begins to rise. Golden light bathes the ancient roof tiles, creating a rare moment of peace. But inside the Heaven Altar quarters, that peace is broken. Poison Heart Fox has arrived at the academy in record time. His face is twisted with malice, radiating killing intent. He kicks the door open with a deafening crash. The figure on the bed struggles to sit up. "Grandfather," Jinlong calls out weakly. You actually came." Poison Heart Fox freezes. Seeing his beloved grandson so emaciated breaks his heart. "Oh heavens, Longer, what happened to you? Why do you look like a skeleton?" Jinlong hangs his head in shame. His dry, cracked lips tremble. "I am a sinner of our clan. I have no face left to live. I will starve myself to death to atone for my failure. Oh, my poor boy. You fool, if you die, how could I go on living?" Grandfather and grandson embrace, weeping loudly. Jinlong cries out theatrically, "No, grandfather, only my death can save the family's honor. Please, just abandon this useless trash." Poison Heart Fox grabs his shoulders, his eyes burning with resolve. "Longer, you must be strong. You are the grandson of the Poison Heart Fox. No one in this world has the right to punish you. I will save you." A single tear rolls down the old man's cheek, but his expression hardens into stone. Seeing his act worked, Jinlong smirks behind his grandfather's back. A wicked smile creeps across his face. Moments later, in the dean's reception room, a stern voice echoes, "A head instructor bribing a student to murder another instructor and his peers. This crime warrants death. We have the confession. He will be punished severely." Hearing this, Poison Heart Fox freezes in shock. A confession. Yuan places his teacup down gently. However, one question remains unanswered. Why would Yuan Sheng do such a thing? The old man cuts him off, his voice raspy and thick. "Actually, I came here today because I have a favor to ask." The other man asks in surprise, "A favor?" The Poison Heart Fox's voice suddenly turns serious. "First, I want to address the matter the dean has mentioned so many times. I have decided to throw my support behind the Molong Tian family to become the new cult leader." Dean Wenyuan's jaw drops in shock. You've really decided?" The fox continues. "That is exactly why I need to ask you for a favor." The old dean asks suspiciously, "What is it?" Poison Heart Fox looks straight into the dean's eyes, putting on a mask of utter sincerity. "Dean, please save my grandson. The mastermind who was pulling Yuan Sheng's strings is my grandson." Hearing this, Wenyuan freezes, unable to hide the stunned expression plastered across his face. Poison Heart Fox lets out a helpless sigh. Wenyuan takes a sip of tea, trying to steady his trembling nerves. After a long moment of thought, he sets the cup down and speaks slowly. "Then, we must silence Yuan Sheng," the fox replies bluntly. "That is not enough." Wenyuan frowns, confused. "Not enough." Poison Heart Fox clenches his fist, explaining calmly, "Aren't there others who survived the expedition team?" Wenyuan falls silent, deep in thought. A determined glint flashes in the Poison Heart Fox's eyes. "I will bear the weight of this sin myself." The next day, sunlight floods the Phantom Academy, masking the brewing storm under a peaceful veneer. A guard whispers something urgent into Poison Heart Fox's ear. His face changes color immediately. Moments later, at the expedition team's training grounds, the sounds of combat echo through the air, spirited and lively. "You little brats!" Instructor Pei Yiming barely finishes his sentence when a voice calls out from behind. "Instructor Pei Yiming, you are under arrest for colluding with the evil blood sect." Behind the voice stands a squad of armed soldiers. The leader's words leave Yiming dumbfounded. Before they can react, the entire expedition team is rounded up and marched to the interrogation hall. Dean Wenyuan sits at the center, Elder Juyanji sits to the left. On the right sits Poison Heart Fox and his grandson, Yu Chang Long. The expedition team stares at the figures before them. Their eyes show no fear, but inside, their hearts are pounding in panic. What is going on? Yiming whispers. I don't know. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He grinds his teeth in rage. Could it be Yuan Zisheng, that bastard? From the interrogator's seat, Wen Yuan asks coldly. Instructor Pei Yiming, do you plead guilty to colluding with the evil blood sect? Yiming screams in frustration. I risked my life fighting the evil blood sect. How could I possibly collude with them? Ridiculous. Wen Yuan looks down at them with icy disdain. According to your report, the blood sect had 50 men. Your team had only 20 rookies. How could you possibly defeat them? He shouts. I told you it was Xuanlian Hui. He defeated all of them. Wen Yuan points a finger at Pei Yiming, roaring in anger. Preposterous. Do you expect me to believe a single rookie wiped out an elite army of the evil blood sect? As soon as he finishes, the expedition team erupts. I saw it with my own eyes. It's true, Xuanlian Hui saved us. Wen Yuan sighs theatrically. This Xuanlian Hui you speak of has already fled the Phantom Academy. Ba Yang screams from the crowd. He didn't run away. She bites her lip, muttering. He said he had business outside. He said. Suddenly, someone shouts, I have other evidence. Wen Yuan feigns surprise and looks toward Poison Heart Fox. The fox speaks up, his voice stern. I am Poison Heart Fox. Surely everyone here knows who I am. Yiming trembles inwardly. Why is the Poison Heart Fox here? All eyes turn to the fox. Yuan Zisheng reported to me that there was a spy in the Phantom Academy. He purposely contacted me through my grandson. Hearing this, Yiming's jaw drops. A spy? The crowd buzzes with noise. A spy. There's a spy in the academy. Poison Heart Fox continues. We gathered the suspects and sent them on the expedition. As expected, they made contact with the evil blood sect. But the spy was discovered and killed. Yiming yells in panic. Impossible. If that were true, they would have killed him to silence him. Poison Heart Fox instantly fires back a question that shakes him to the core. So, did you kill him? Pei Yiming freezes, mouth agape, unable to react. Poison Heart Fox shoots him a vicious, condemning glare. Last night, Yuan Zisheng died suddenly while receiving treatment. It was undoubtedly the work of an assassin sent to silence him. You killed Yuan Zisheng, didn't you? The accusation strikes like a bolt of lightning, leaving Yiming paralyzed in shock. Thud. Powerful feet slam into the ground, sending mud and water flying. A man sprints like a cheetah, his face drenched in sweat. Elsewhere, Lian Hui blocks a kick from Da Qi with his bare hand. The two clash violently, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Da Qi, with his massive frame, prepares to bring down a crushing fist when suddenly a voice calls out, Big brother. Lian Hai raised a hand, halting Da Qi in his tracks to the big guy's visible disappointment. What is it? The messenger, wearing a disguise identical to the mind-reading fox, screamed in panic. We have a huge problem. Lian Hui pointed at him, voice cold. Ditch that face before you speak. The man frantically peeled off the skin mask. Yes, boss. The Phantom Shadow Academy has detained the entire expedition team for interrogation. According to our intel, they're going to be executed. Lian Hui silently walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the Phantom Shadow Academy below. He murmured, The time has finally come. He glanced back over his shoulder. Bring it here. Huanya gasped in surprise. Huh, that thing. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the interrogation dragged on. Bei Yiming was sweating bullets, his insides turning to jelly from fear. Wrong. This isn't a trial about right or wrong. As far as the mind-reading fox and Yao Wenyuan are concerned, we are already dead. Ba Yang stood there in a daze until a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Young miss, run. It was the steady, composed voice of a middle-aged man. Bi Yang stared blankly toward Yan Ji, who was seated in the distance. His face remained utterly impassive. We secured the Heaven Map Seal, one of the 3 heavenly wonders. But if you die here, young miss, our infiltration and the entire plan of the Northern Heaven Sect will have been for nothing. Before Bi Yang's eyes, the world seemed to fade, eyed in a grim shade of gray, as suffocating killing intent radiated from every direction. They really intended to slaughter every member of the expedition. The realization struck her with cold terror. The withered voice of Dean Wenyuan cut through the silence. I will offer you one final opportunity. Confess everything. Do so, and I will grant you a painless death. Sweat dripped down Bei Yiming's face. He grit his teeth and snarled, You never intended to let us leave here alive, Dao, did you? The dean replied calmly, Vice Headmaster, just admit your crimes. Bei Yiming screamed back, I have no crimes to admit. I never colluded with the evil blood sect, nor did I kill Yuan Xisheng. Hearing this, Wen Yuan let out a disappointed sigh and signaled his guards. A massive iron object was hauled in, so heavy it required 4 men just to lift it off the ground. Clang. The sound of metal hitting the floor echoed with a chilling finality. The guards opened the iron casing. Inside lay hundreds of razor-sharp spikes, each one still crusted with the dried blood of previous victims. The expedition team screamed in terror. The Iron Maiden! It's the Iron Maiden! The crowd erupted into chaos. That thing is a death sentence, they're done for. Yanji fought to keep his composure, sending a telepathic message to Bi Yang. Now is the time. Young miss, a bystander, noticing Yanji drenched in sweat, whispered in confusion, Are you hot or something? It feels pretty cool in here to me. Bai Yang lowered her head. She sighed. Then a faint smile touched her lips as she thought, Big brother Lian Hui, you really were born under a lucky star. I'm so glad you managed to escape in time. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll settle things here and then make my exit. She was just about to make her move when her eyes caught sight of a familiar silhouette. High above, a massive bird with an enormous wingspan was soaring through the clouds. Bai Yang froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. A shockwave of awe swept through every member of the expedition team. Dean Wen Yuan stared blankly toward the academy gates. Beside him, the mind-reading fox and his grandson wore identical expressions of confusion as a subtle tremor shook the ground, unnerving everyone present. Bi Yang let out a gasp and spun around. Boom! The academy gates were blasted open by an immense force. Dachi's massive frame loomed in the doorway. Behind him stood 2 others, one of their faces obscured by the blinding glare of the sun. He wore robes embroidered with a majestic dragon, its crimson eyes glowing with power. Lian Hui stared coldly at the stunned crowd, his sudden appearance sending the area into an uproar. What the hell is that? Isn't that the Black Dragon robe? He's wearing the Black Dragon robe? I thought only the sect leader's bloodline was allowed to wear that. Zhanglong screamed in outrage. Has that bastard lost his mind? Yanji and the others were dumbstruck. Now this is getting interesting. A guard rushed over and whispered something urgently into the dean's ear. Wen Yuan's eyes widened, and he immediately roared, Seize him! The guard swarmed Lian Hui, but he didn't even flinch. Daichi charged forward with a single, devastating punch. He flattened the guards, sending them sprawling across the ground, groaning in agony. Hanya pointed past her comrade, shouting a warning to the crowd. Listen up, I'm only going to say this once, so clean your ears and listen. Anyone who blocks our path dies. And trust me, I don't do jokes. Dean Wen Yuan, visibly shaken, screamed in fury. You bastard, a lowly traitor like you dares to wear the Black Dragon robe? As the words left his mouth, he glanced over at the mind-reading fox only to find the old man trembling uncontrollably. Bi Yang's jaw dropped. She stared at Lian Hui, who was now radiating an aura of absolute, crushing dominance. Zhanglong, despite his fear, kept up his bravado. You little punk, do you have a death wish? Who the hell do you think you are, wearing that robe? Before he could finish, a fist smashed into his face. The mind-reading fox had struck him. Shut your mouth, you fool! Zhanglong sprawled on the ground, completely bewildered as to why his own grandfather had attacked him. Lian Hai radiated a terrifying blue-violet aura, staring down Zhanglong, while the poison-hearted fox trembled, bowing his head low before the boy. Zhanglong, reeling from that sucker punch, was still completely dazed, unable to process what just happened. Lian Hai stepped right up to the dean, his voice ice-cold. Am I not worthy of wearing this uniform? Well, what do you think? The poison-hearted fox flinched violently just from catching the boy's side-eye. Wen Yuan was still clueless about the situation, yet he felt suffocated by the crushing pressure radiating from Lian Hui. He looked in confusion at the poison-hearted fox, Yi Ming, who stood there like a soulless husk, invisible question marks floating around the dean's head. Cold sweat drenched the poison-hearted fox's body, his mind a tangled mess of panic. How are you alive? I watched you walk into the Violet Haze Island with my own eyes, seeing the man stay silent. Lian Hui lost his patience and roared, Answer me! Terrified out of his wits. The poison-hearted fox dropped to his knees, his voice trembling violently. Greetings, eldest young master. The room fell deathly silent, jaws dropping in collective disbelief. Then came the gasps of pure horror. From the delegation members to Zhu Yanji, everyone seated there was struck dumb with shock. Panic was written all over Zhang Long's face. Dean Wenyuan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he and the crowd screamed in unison, "Eldest young master." Those three words shook the very air around them. Lian Hui calmly sat down, exuding the natural commanding aura of a supreme ruler. Those who had just been disrespecting him scrambled to their knees, bowing desperately. "We pay our respects to the eldest young master." Lian Hui watched them, his face an emotionless mask, while Bichang remained internally conflicted, still struggling to process the truth. Eldest young master. As the crimson sunset bathed the entire Phantom Academy, washing away the chaos of the day, Yiming approached with a serious expression and knocked lightly on the door. "Is the eldest young master inside?" Hearing the familiar voice, Bichang quickly replied, "Oh, instructor." He entered the room and stood before Lian Hui, looking visibly awkward. I have matters to report to the eldest young master." The boy smiled warmly. "Why the sudden formality? Just treat me like you usually do." Vice Dean Yiming replied sheepishly, "Now that I know your identity, how could I possibly—" Before he could finish, Lian Hui cut him off. "I entered the Phantom Academy as a student, so I am just a student. Now, what did you want to tell me?" Yiming looked stunned for a moment before finally finding his voice. The dean has ordered for you to be moved to the heavenly altar quarters." Barely had the words left his mouth when Lian Hui instantly rejected the offer, leaving the man confused. Why, Bichang, standing behind him, chimed in excitedly. "What, big brother? The heavenly altar rooms are private suites. They even come with servants." But Lian Hui didn't care less. "It's not about being alone. That place is just full of annoying pests." Hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. True. You've got a point." After a moment, Yiming asked cautiously, "By the way, may I ask, why did the cult leader send you here?" Lian Hui replied nonchalantly, "He didn't send me. Consider my presence a warning from the cult leader to the Phantom Academy. Besides, I don't exactly see him as a father figure." His voice was serious, yet laced with a reckless indifference that left Yiming stunned. Seeing it was getting late, Lian Hui spoke up. "Anyway, isn't it almost dinner time? Let's go." Bichang replied quickly, "Yes, big brother." A while later, at the academy cafeteria, the door swung open. Lian Hui peered inside, looking a bit confused. Suddenly, a mob of people popped out, hands clasped above their heads in salute. They shouted, "Yao Xingming of the Seven Stars Gang, seeking an audience with the eldest young master. Greetings, eldest young master. I am Yinsha. I heard my father once prepared bathwater for the cult leader. My name is—" The cafeteria instantly erupted into chaos, leaving Bichang and Yiming standing outside, jaws on the floor. Night fell. The full moon played hide-and-seek behind the clouds as the wind rustled the falling leaves. Meanwhile, at the main hall of the demonic cult, the atmosphere was dark and chilling. Wu Ming crossed the bridge, heading straight for cult leader Xuan Muchao's chambers. His steps were hurried, driven by urgency. Inside, Mu Chao sat on his bed, his frail body trembling. He coughed up blood, staining his handkerchief crimson, yet his voice still carried a terrifying, oppressive weight. "What is it?" Wu Ming bowed his head. "Forgive me for disturbing your rest, cult leader, but I have an urgent matter to report." The leader replied coldly, "Speak." Granted permission, he immediately reported, "The eldest young master is still alive." The news made the cult leader freeze for a split second. Wu Ming continued, "And he has surfaced at the Phantom Academy. Should we summon him back?" He answered without a moment's hesitation, "No need. If he is worthy of inheriting the seat of the cult leader, he will come to find me himself." As he finished speaking, Mu Chao's eyes widened, and he burst into a maniacal, unhinged laughter. A blast of internal energy erupted from him, shaking the lanterns violently. The entire room trembled as if hit by an earthquake. Outside, leaves swirled wildly into the sky. His laughter echoed hauntingly throughout the main hall of the demonic cult. Elsewhere, the wooden wheels of a cart rumbled over rough ground. A tall, imposing figure was pulling the cart toward a dilapidated old house. He stopped dead in his tracks, then abruptly turned and walked away, abandoning the cart. The area was deserted. Only after the puller had vanished did the person inside finally dare to peek out. The man crept toward the cart, every movement screaming caution. After rummaging through the cart, He gleefully hauled a prize inside a large box, secured with heavy-duty locks. He cackled with delight, shouting, "Jackpot," but his laughter died in his throat as cold steel pressed against his neck. The blade grazed his skin, drawing a thin line of fresh blood. A voice emerged from the shadows. "Listen closely. I know you transport this chest regularly, and I know exactly where the money inside comes from. If you lie to me, you die. Do I make myself clear? But if you're honest, you keep your job and your pay. Simple. Right now, first question, who receives the money?" Night finally fell, blanketing the world in an eerie, suffocating silence. Despite the hour, Li and Hui's group arrived at Shu Ping's hideout. Seeing them, Shu Ping beamed with joy. "Welcome, young master." Huan Yi noted the reception was far more lavish than usual. Shu Ping replied instantly, "Of course, thanks to my deals with the young master, my standing in the organization has skyrocketed." Li and Hui slid a photo across the table. "Do you recognize this tattoo?" "Always the businessman," Shu Ping muttered. "Let me see." He studied it intently, then his eyes went wide. He quickly handed the photo back. Huan Yi leaned in to look. The Dujumi, a bizarre organization in a secret network. No one knows where they're based or who leads them. Robbery, assassination, kidnapping if the price is right. They'll do anything, Lian Hui ordered. "Dig deeper for me." Hearing this, Shu Ping's eyes lit up with greed. "Put it on my tab," Lian Hui continued. "One more thing. I need a background check on someone." Shu Ping repeated his catchphrase. "Put it on the tab. Got it." Huan Yi scoffed, annoyed. "No discount for loyal customers." Lian Hui turned to leave. "Let's go." As they walked out, he paused and looked back. "Wait, has anyone been asking about me?" Shu Ping, understanding the implication, replied, "Client confidentiality is the golden rule in this business." Hearing the answer he wanted, Lian Hui exhaled, relieved. "Then tell them I'll come find them myself." Morning finally broke, sunlight creeping into every corner of the city. Bai Chang was happily munching on a steam bun, sitting in a corner. Lian Hui watched her, thinking to himself, "Does she ever stop eating?" Suddenly, a shrill voice cut through the air. "Hey, make way, big brother. Huan Yi is coming through." Huan Yi yelled at the crowd. "You greedy leeches, stop sucking up and go cultivate." He then snatched the steam bun right out of Bichang's hand. Not satisfied with just stealing, he sneered. "Hey, shouldn't you greet your superior properly?" She snapped back. "Why the hell should I greet you? And who said you could eat my bun?" Huan Yi scoffed arrogantly. "I've been with the boss longer than you. That makes me your senior." "You're just a thief." Suddenly, a voice cut in. "Huan Ye, did you come here just to steal snacks?" Immediately, Huan Ye's demeanor shifted. "Sorry for the noise, boss." Lian Hui frowned. "Where's the mind-reading fox?" Huan Yi bowed his head. "Waiting outside, sir." Time flew by, and soon it was late afternoon. Inside his estate, Zhao Yang sat in grim silence, his mind a chaotic mess of worries. His mind drifted back to the past. He had been leading a massive group, hunting down a single young boy. The boy ran and ran until he reached the edge of a lake, its depths unknown and dark. Zhao Yang was seconds away from catching him, but the boy did the unthinkable. He threw himself into the water. The boy sank beneath the surface while Zhao Yang stood frozen, unable to stop him. The memory faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. Slam. Zhao Yang jolted awake as the door flew open. Lian Hui walked in, his steps slow and deliberate. He looks exactly like his father, Zhao Yang thought. Lian Hui glared coldly. "You dare remain seated in my presence." The old man trembled. "Ah, forgive me. This old man was rude." Lian Hui's voice was smooth but sharp. "No, stay seated. I forgot. You're not as strong as you used to be." "No, it's not." The old man tried to deny it, but Lian Hui's hand landed on his shoulder, the grip tightening like a vice. "I have a question. Why did my brother die?" The question made the old man shake violently. What? Zhao Yang stammered. "The young sect master is dead. This hypocritical snake," Lian Hui thought. "He's playing dumb." Lian Hui dug his fingers deeper into the old man's shoulder. The pressure was excruciating, making Zhao Yang feel like his bones were about to shatter. To think he climbed the ranks to become an elder. "Your tongue is still sharp, old man." Lian Hui released his grip, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "I will make you confess your sins with your own mouth. But until then, watch your back. That is, if you ever want to see your beloved grandson again." Zhao Yang's eyes went wide with terror. He bowed, shaking uncontrollably. Farewell, eldest young master, Zhao Yang mutters to himself. He knows Lieuan is dead, so he seeks revenge. But why would the eldest young master avenge the little cult leader? Wasn't he exiled to Purple Haze Island precisely because of Lieuan's mother? The next day, at the White family's divine sword sect, a carrier pigeon arrives with a message. A soldier retrieves the scroll from the bird's leg and respectfully presents it to Tianji. He scans the contents, his eyes widening with every line. The soldier asks nervously, "What should we do, sir?" Tianji replies calmly, "We wait." Wait, the soldier is stunned. If we hesitate like that, won't we miss our chance? Tianji explains, "Someone else is bound to strike first. We can take our time and act later." The scene shifts to the Black Dragon Heaven Clan's headquarters. "Have you heard the news about the eldest young master?" Wu Jin asks. Wei Ji takes a slow sip of tea. "I have." The old man is baffled. "Aren't you a bit too calm about this?" Wei Ji shoots back. "Oh, is that how I look to you? Do I seem unbothered?" Wu Jin insists. "Yes, absolutely. You were destined to succeed the cult leader, but now the eldest young master, someone we thought dead, has returned. Your supporters couldn't sleep a wink last night." Wei Ji sets his cup down and explains, "I've already sent someone." "Have you ever heard of the Demon Cave Monster?" he asks. "The Demon Cave Monster? Isn't he one of the top 50 masters in the martial world?" Wei Ji smiles faintly. "That is exactly who will kill him." The old man freezes in shock. Wei Ji lifts his tea again. "That's right. So go rest easy now, elder." The old man grins from ear to ear, unable to close his mouth. Yes, of course." Inside Shu Ping's quarters, Lian Hui's voice rings out. "Human trafficking," Lian Hui asks. Shu Ping confirms. "Yes, intelligence says they're kidnapping women on a massive scale to sell them off. Rumor has it all the captives are being transported to a single location. If we follow this lead, we can find their headquarters." Lian Hui hums in thought. Women, huh? He turns to look at Da Qi and Huan Ya, imagining the two burly men disguised as women. He immediately shakes his head in horror. Some things are better left unimagined. Shu Ping continues, "As for the person you asked about last time, we still haven't found anything." Lian Hui is surprised. Shu Ping explains, "There isn't a single trace of his past before he entered the Phantom Shadow Academy." "Even you can't find out?" Lian Hui asks. Ironically, Shu Ping notes, "Information on ordinary people is often harder to gather." Huan Ya pipes up, "Boss, did you ask about that BG guy?" Lian Hui denies it. "No. The one I'm asking about is Fu Yimin. Even though he didn't win, he fought to a draw against the desert blood god of the blood cult. How could someone with that kind of power be just a regular instructor? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, if we want to track these poison spiders, we need bait." Han Ya suggests, "How about I try dressing up as a woman?" Lian Hui freezes mid-step. He turns slowly, staring at him with such intense judgment that Huan Ya starts sweating. Lian Hui shakes his head repeatedly. "No, absolutely not. That is not okay." The night falls, dead silent. Bai Yang is still sound asleep in her beloved bed. Suddenly, Bai Li kicks the door open and storms in, looking around. She screams, "Hey, why aren't you up yet?" Bai Yang asks groggily. "Lady Bai Li, why are you here?" Bai Li yells, "You're still lying there when a senior has arrived? Is this how you treat a guest?" Bai Yang is still half asleep. "Treat a guest, oh. Let me brew you some tea then." Bai Li snaps, "Forget it. Where is the eldest young master?" Bai Yang replies, "Big brother. He said he had business out." Before she can finish, Bai Li explodes. "Big brother, how dare a servant use such a disrespectful address for the eldest young master? You have no manners. I don't want to see your face anymore. Get out of my sight now." Bai Yang points to herself, confused. "Huh, me," Bai Li confirms. "Yes, before I lose my temper. Get out." The poor girl shuffles out dejectedly. "Yes." Bai Yang wonders to herself, "Why am I being kicked out of my own room?" As she walks with her head down, she bumps into a hard chest. She looks up to see Lian Hui's stoic face. Bai Li's jaw drops when she sees him. Lian Hui doesn't say a word. He simply turns Bai Yang around. His hand on her shoulder sends a jolt of electricity through her. She freezes, unable to react. He ignores everything else and guides her back inside. Lian Hui gently seats Bai Yang on the bed, pours a cup of water, and finally asks, "Who are you?" Bai Li introduces herself. "Eldest young master, I came to see you. I saw this servant being rude, so I was just teaching him a lesson." Lian Hui scoffs coldly. "Ridiculous. From the very beginning, Aren't you the one who has been the most disrespectful here? She was inwardly resentful, but she didn't dare to talk back. He continued, It was the same last time. Why do you keep barging into my room whenever you please? She stammered. That's... He cut her off. Or perhaps I should summon the Bailey Patriarch right now. I'll ask him why he sent someone like you to the academy without teaching you basic manners. Hearing this, she trembled and begged, I deserve to die for my offense. Eldest young master, he said slowly. If you understand, then get lost. Seeing this terrifying side of him for the first time, sweat poured down her body like rain. Bailey's eyes didn't stop streaming with long tears, as if she had just witnessed something truly heartbreaking. Bai Shuang was also quite surprised to hear him speak so harshly. Get lost. She obediently bowed her head. I bid you farewell. Then she covered her tear-stained face and ran away. Lian Hui said sternly, Why accept such stupid disadvantages? With people like that, you have to break their arrogance so they know their place. She scolded him. You really don't understand a maiden's heart at all. When a woman is angry, the best strategy is to yield a little. Hurting their feelings like that is like encountering frost in May. It is frost. Do you understand? Hearing Bai Shuang say that, he turned to look at her seriously. She asked in confusion, What is it? Big brother? He replied, I have a major task I want to ask of you. She was quite astonished to hear these words come from his own mouth. Bai Shuang wondered, Is this an order from the eldest young master? He replied, No, it is a plea from your big brother. If you don't want to, I won't beg any further. Hearing that, she fell into thought. The scene shifts to Zhao Yang's quarters. Huanya was seriously adjusting his outfit. He meticulously opened an old box, took out a human skin mask, and opened a gap to put it on. And so, Huanya successfully disguised himself as Zhao Yang. The scene shifts to Old Bai's headquarters. He asked, escorting the eldest young master on official business. Huanya confirmed, Yes, it will probably take about a week. So I came to ask for the vice principal's permission. He secretly wondered, this guy is acting strange today. Before, he only knew how to rely on the reputation of the Yinfeng old monster to blatantly look down on me. Yet now he comes here to ask for my permission. Old Bai asked, I heard Instructor Yu hasn't been seen lately. Do you know any news? When the topic changed, Huanya couldn't help but stammer, about that. He didn't dare reveal that the man had been struck by lightning and died. So he had to lie. I heard he felt his body was a bit sore, so he often goes for acupuncture. Old Bai secretly guessed. Has the eldest young master joined hands with them? If so, then my position will be... He agreed. I will approve it. You may go. Instructor Zhao, he replied, I asked for permission to depart, Vice Principal. Thus, Huanya successfully used Zhao Yang's name to take the group outside. He walked out calmly as if he were truly Zhao Yang. When they had gone a sufficient distance, the group stopped. He looked around. This should be far enough. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's a bit easier to breathe now. Bai Shuang suggested, Big brother, I will withdraw here. After I finish preparing, I will meet you at the inn. He replied, All right, we will wait there. She immediately responded, Yes, Big brother. As the two watched her leave, Huanya asked, Big brother, what have you planned? Lian Hui didn't answer, but only said, You will know later. As the sun gradually set, the inn began to get lively. It was only just turning dark, but the place was already bustling. They happily ate and drank wine together. Lian Hui's group was upstairs, silently observing the crowd below. They were pretending to be ordinary customers. A pair of beautiful legs slowly walked in. Bai Shuang had completely changed, wearing an incredibly dazzling outfit. The guests in the tavern froze when they saw her. Everyone turned their eyes toward her. Huanya and Dachi were no exception. They were the most shocked of all. Lian Hui reminded them, Shh, don't act like you know her. But Huanya's lecherous eyes couldn't help but look down. Bai Shuang was now more beautiful than ever. She called out, Give me a steamed bun and a jar of baijiu. The skin on her body was incredibly smooth, making Huanya unable to resist staring a little longer. He wondered, Big brother, is that really? Lian Hui nodded, confirming, That's right, it's a woman. Huanya was confused. What no, big brother? I shared a room with him. He tilted his head and asked back, So what? He mocked. Leader, could it be that back on Zahi Island, you were injured in a place you can't mention? Lian Hui was confused. not understanding the sarcasm in Huanya's words. The sky got darker, and the guests became more lively than before. On Baishuang's table, empty wine jars were already lined up, but she still called out, "Shopkeeper, bring another jar of baijiu." A man with one eye covered had been watching her intently this whole time. The shopkeeper's face was very treacherous, not kind at all. He feigned kindness. "Here, a jar of baijiu is here." Baishuang poured the wine into her cup as if everything were normal. She downed the rest of the drink in one go, completely defenseless. A powerful jolt of electricity instantly shot through Bi Chang's skull, shaking her to the core, trembling. She whispered just loud enough for the plan. "Did you hear that?" "Boss." The wine jar slipped from her fingers, shattering against the floor. She stammered, "The wine? It's poisoned." Barely finishing the sentence, Bi Chang collapsed onto the table. The moment she went down, Lian Hui's team instantly shifted into position. The men at the next table didn't panic. Seeing her fall, they immediately pulled up cloths to mask their faces. Lian Hui watched every second of the setup, expertly. The kidnappers whipped out a massive burlap sack. Huanya and Dachi prepared to dive down and teach these scum a lesson, but Lian Hui signaled them to stop. The thugs stuffed her into the sack and hoisted her onto their shoulders like luggage. Lian Hui's eyes burned with suppressed rage. "Let's go," he ordered. The scene shifted to the eerie, deathly silence of the suburban forest in the dead of night. The kidnappers didn't exchange a single word, marching relentlessly forward. Lead and rear guards moved with terrifying efficiency. They had clearly done this 1,000 times before. Their eyes practically radiated murderous intent. These weren't amateur thugs. They were dangerous professionals you didn't want to mess with. Lian Hui's team shadowed them, blending into the darkness to stay undetected. As if by habit, the group vanished into a rotting, abandoned house deep in the woods. Hanya hissed. "They're heading into the warehouse," Dachi added urgently. "Bi Chang's been taken. We need to find a way to save her now." But the boss remained ice cold. Wait. An entire hour crawled by, with absolutely no movement from inside. Time dragged on. Lian Hui and his squad remained perched in the tree canopy, watching like hawks. Suddenly, he spotted movement. Someone was opening the door. Huanya and Dachi whispered in unison, "Target emerging." But it wasn't just the original three. A whole convoy marched out, hulking brutes carrying 2 heavy sacks on their shoulders. Those sacks looked exactly like the one Bi Chang was stuffed into. Seeing the targets move, the team immediately launched their pursuit. The convoy snaked its way to the harbor, boarding a ship that had clearly been waiting for them. They moved like cogs in a machine, completely silent. Lian Hui stood nearby, analyzing the scene, while Huanya couldn't hide her shock. Impossible. "Which boat did they actually get on?" Huanya gasped. Lian Hui narrowed his eyes. "They're playing games with us." Without a word, Dachi launched himself high into the air, scanning the harbor from above to spot the suspicious vessel. He crashed down onto a deck, leaving the soldiers staring in bewildered silence. Unarmed and fearless, the Chi charged straight into the enemy ranks. With just a few casual sweeps of his arm, he sent the guards flying into the dark water. He rushed over and ripped open the sacks frantically. But there was no woman inside, only piles of rotting wood. Dachi gritted his teeth in fury. He had hit the wrong ship. Seeing the chaos, the surrounding ships panicked and scattered. Huanya cried out, "Boss! The fleet is splitting up in different directions." He didn't panic in the slightest. He simply murmured, "The rest depends on you now." Meanwhile, on the ship carrying the real cargo, the soldiers were making a chaotic racket. Inside the sacks, the victims trembled violently from the discomfort. Flashback to yesterday. Lian Hui handed the girl a vial of strange liquid. After taking a sniff, Bi Chang frowned. "I don't smell anything at all." He explained, "This is the Mountain River soul tracking scent. Humans can't detect it, but Haifeng can." Hearing his name, Haifeng the hawk turned his head. Lian Hui continued, "If you leave a trail of this scent, Haifeng will find you anywhere. I'll say it one more time. If you want to back out, now is the moment." Bi Chang cut him off immediately. "No way, boss. This is to rescue those kidnapped women. I will complete this mission." Hearing the steel in her voice, Lian Hui remained silent, offering no objection. Back in the present, the ship cut through the water, a ferry transporting innocent girls straight to hell. The victims inside the sacks continued to shudder in terror and pain. Bai Chung analyzed the rocking motion. Am I on a boat? Remembering Lian Hui's orders, she uncorked the soul-tracking scent and let the droplets seep onto the floorboards. The moment the liquid touched the wood, it evaporated, sending an invisible signal rising into the night sky. Miles away, Heifeng caught the trace of the mountain river soul-tracking scent. Lian Hui commanded, "Follow the trail." Receiving the order, the great bird spread its wings and launched into the air. Heifeng soared high, scanning the horizon. Huanya asked anxiously, "Can he really find them?" He replied, "We just have to trust him." Suddenly, he shouted, "Haifeng is moving." Lian Hui locked onto the target. "It's that one, the ship heading upstream." The scene cut back to the vessel packed with women. A fat guard roared, "If you don't want to die, then move it now." Suddenly, a sharp, defiant female voice rang out. "You filthy bastard. Do you know who I am? My great-grandfather held the high seat of counselor." The guards didn't waste breath arguing. One raised a filthy boot and kicked Yuan Hong with brutal force, sending her flying across the deck. Bai Chung didn't hesitate. Disregarding her own safety, she lunged forward and caught Yuan Hong before she hit the wall. The fat guard's face twisted into a lewd grin. Well, where did a high-quality piece of merchandise like you come from? You don't look scared at all, do you? That's right. If escape is impossible, isn't it better to just give up now? Her rage had hit its boiling point. Meanwhile, far away, a small boat was fighting its way upstream against the current. Da Qi rowed like a machine, his arms a blur. Huan Ya was pulling with everything she had, while Lian Hui kept his eyes locked on the vast sea ahead. His eyes were filled with pure anxiety. Da Qi didn't stop, pouring every ounce of strength into propelling them forward. Han Ya screamed in panic, "Hey, keep that up and you'll fall overboard." Suddenly, Lian Hui tensed up. He noticed something. The target boat was right there in his sights. Snap, a loud crack echoed as the oar snapped cleanly in two. Huanya's jaw dropped, and she immediately started cursing at Da Qi. Lian Hui jolted, whipping his head around to look. Their gear plummeted into the water. Panic set in. A heavy silence fell over the three of them, while the other boat drifted casually away with the current. On that boat, Bi Yang asked gently, "Are you all right?" Wen Hong stared intently at her. "We have to escape, now. If we don't, we'll be sold off to God knows where, and we'll never see our homes again." A nearby girl whispered, trembling, "But how? Those guards are terrifying." Yuan Hong replied boldly, "I'll find an opening. Just trust me and follow my lead." Standing behind her, Bi Yang hesitated. "What should I do? I promised Big Brother I'd stay out of trouble." The moon shone brightly over the harbor, illuminating a line of women with bound hands, slowly shuffling onto the shore. Bai Yang scanned the area. "There are women here from other places too. Must be over 300 of us." She flexed her wrists, snapping the ropes. Bi Yang glanced around, thinking, "I'm free. Now is the time." Suddenly, the girl in front tripped over a rock. She went down hard, dragging Bi Yang down with her. Bai Yang checked on her immediately. "Are you hurt?" A guard barked. "Hey, what's going on over there?" He snarled. "Move it if you want to live." Cold sweat drenched her back. Her plan was ruined. Moments later, the guards shoved them into a desolate holding area. Clang! The lock slammed shut, echoing loudly. Inside, Yuan Hong peeked through a crack in the door to spy on the guards. She turned to the group. "Listen to me. There are only 2 guards. If we rush them all at once, they can't stop us all." Bi Yang internally screamed. "No, we can't," Bi Yang said. "It's too dangerous." A terrified girl asked, "But what happens to the ones who get caught?" Yuan Hong replied coldly, "Not everyone can escape anyway. Leave that to fate." Another pointed out, "What about the door?" "It's locked tight. How do we open it?" Yuan Hong shot back. "If we all push together, it will break." A sharp voice cut through the air. "Wait." Yuan Hong flinched, startled. Bai Yang stood tall, radiating authority. "Even if we get out, we can't cross the river." Yuan Hong glared, furious. "So what? You just want to sit here, do nothing, and get sold?" Yuan Hong challenged. Bi Yang hesitated for a moment, then steadied her resolve. "Actually, I'm here to save you all." Wen Hong looked at her with a skeptical, dismissive sneer. Bi Yang pressed on. "I have allies outside. They're coming for me." Yuan Hong put her hands on her hips, mocking her. "Oh really? And how exactly will they find you?" "You're locked in a cage." Bi Yang rubbed her temples, frustrated. They were tracking the soul-chasing incense. but the scent has probably faded by now. Ba Yang lowered her voice. When the guards get distracted, I'll slip out and lead my team here. Just wait until then. Yuan Hong smirked. Is that so? Ba Yang turned around, her face twisting in shock. Yuan Hong let her hair down. Her expression shifted instantly from refugee to predator. Thanks for the info, Ba Yang. That was very useful, Yuan Hong shouted. Tai Pao. The door swung open instantly, revealing a massive group of guards waiting outside. Ba Yang's eyes widened. It was a trap. Yuan Hong laughed triumphantly. I found the stray cat hiding among the chicks. Sees that girl right there. Ba Yang clenched her fists, trembling with rage, but she forced her hands to relax. I can't fight here, she realized. The other women would get hurt. Yuan Hong shot Ba Yang a look of smug satisfaction. The scene shifts to the silent night. A pale moon hanging high above. Black Wind was pecking at a piece of cloth on the ground. Suddenly, footsteps approached, startling the bird into the air. Hanya frowned. Black Wind stopped here. She must have dropped the soul-chasing incense in this bag. Lian Hui looked confused. There should be another vial. Why isn't she using it? Da Qi walked over to the cloth, leaned down, and took a deep sniff. The bag, it has Ba Yang's scent. Da Qi blinked, surprised. Huanya's eyes went wide. How the hell do you know what she smells like? He quickly stammered. I fought her once. I know she smells nice. The two froze, staring at him in silence. Then they looked at each other, a light bulb going on in their heads. Lian Hui turned to the bird. Black Wind, forget the incense. Track Ba Yang's scent directly. Can you do it? Hearing this, the creature simply shakes its head. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, illuminating the entire forest. Elsewhere, in a vast open space, a large wooden rack stands in the center. Ba Yang is tightly bound to the wooden rack, with no one else around. She hangs her head in exhaustion, her body covered in cuts and scrapes. Ba Yang appears to be unconscious, her face hidden in the shadows. The scene shifts to a group of women with faces frozen in absolute terror, all eyes fixed on the execution ground ahead. Tai Pao eagerly reports, Leader, everything is ready. Leader, Yuan Hong sits arrogantly on her chair and praises him. Well done. Come here. Tai Pao. Hearing this, he rushes over to her, not daring to delay. Suddenly, Yuan Hong's expression shifts, her eyes turning ice cold. She ruthlessly kicks Tai Pao right in the head, making him cough up blood. He crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, writhing in pain. Yuan Hong snaps, even if this is just an act, having to get physical with a subordinate like you really pisses me off. He rubs his face fondly and says, If it helps calm your anger, Leader, I am ready to be beaten as many times as you like. Hearing this, she bursts out laughing, clearly satisfied with her slave. Yuan Hong then points straight at Ba Yang and shouts, What a loathsome creature. The table is now fully stocked with knives and hammers. Tai Pao walks up to Ba Yang and yells, Watch closely, you lot. See what happens if you dare try to escape. As soon as he finishes shouting, he lowers his voice and asks Yuan Hong, What do we do now? Yuan Hong reveals a vicious expression as Tai Pao asks, Should I strip her clothes off first? You really are a damn pervert. Listen to me. Tai Pao, chop off her hands and feet for me, make it clean. He freezes, not quite understanding her intent. Yuan Hong laughs gloatingly and continues, Remember, do not let her die, and do not leave any other marks. I'm going to turn her into a beautiful toy. Tai Pao finally understands, letting out a horrific laugh. He immediately picks up the hammer. Its blade is rusty, looking like it hasn't been cleaned in ages. All the women nearby cover their eyes, none daring to witness what is about to happen. Tai Pao raises the hammer high, putting all his strength into the downward swing. It is just inches away from smashing into Ba Yang's arm. Suddenly, her eyes glow red, and her expression darkens. In the blink of an eye, Ba Yang yanks her hand free, dodging the vicious blow. Tai Pao is bewildered, unable to comprehend what just happened. She rubs her wrist and speaks in a mocking tone. You really should have tied me tighter. You perverted old man. Hearing this, he explodes with rage, grinding his teeth. Yuan Hong glares and shouts, Stop! Right now, you idiot! Ignoring her warning, Tai Pao cannot contain his fury and swings at Ba Yang again. She quickly ducks behind the wooden rack, dodging the hammer. Unrelenting, he smashes the wood to pieces, hunting for Ba Yang. Seizing the moment of his carelessness, she kicks the hammer right out of his hand. She doesn't stop there. Ba Yang lunges forward, delivering a powerful kick to Tai Pao's stomach, followed by a barrage of punches straight to his face. Tai Pao's face is now swollen shut. He can't even open his eyes. The soldiers, seeing this, don't dare make a sound and retreat in fear. After a moment, blood streams from his nose and mouth, accompanied by his pathetic groans. Bi Yang raises her voice in warning. "You are the one I wanted to take down with my own hands, you pervert." Yuan Hong's elite guards, rush out with swords drawn, but she stops them. Yuan Hong is wary. A woman possessing such martial arts skills will not be easy to subdue. Breaking into a cold sweat, she growls the order. "Bring Jia Gui here." The soldier looks terrified, unable to believe his ears, and stammers, "Jia Gui." The scene shifts to a figure holding a massive jar of wine and pouring it all down his throat. Seconds later, the jar is drained dry, and he casually tosses it behind him. Jia Gui is busy stuffing his face, but stops when he hears footsteps rushing toward him. "Jia Gui, the leader is summoning you." Seeing no reaction, the soldier gets annoyed and steps closer. "Did you hear me? The leader is calling you, hurry up. It's urgent." Instantly, a bone flies out and smacks the soldier in the head. Then, Jia Gui's giant hand suddenly clamps onto the man's skull. Showing no mercy, he crushes the soldier's head into the ground. The broken shards of the wine jar slice into flesh, leaving the soldier bloody and mangled. Jia Gui gulps down more wine, his grip tightening, pinning the soldier down so he can't lift his head. Not stopping there, he grabs the soldier's body with one hand and hoists him into the air. The other soldiers outside turn pale, too terrified to utter a word. Jia Gui then violently hurls the man onto the floor, killing him instantly. Done with that. He slowly walks over to grab a massive iron hammer, effortlessly hoisting it onto his shoulder. As he heads for the door, his eyes look glazed, and he mumbles about being drunk. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong speaks with utter contempt. "You, have learned some decent martial arts, but what can you possibly achieve all by yourself? Even the most ferocious, poisonous insect becomes nothing but pitiful prey once caught in a spider's web. You will regret stepping into this spider's nest." Ba Yang remains silent, thinking to herself, "Even though Big Brother warned me, I should have waited for backup, but these scum, I have to punish them with my own hands." Suddenly, Jia Gui materializes behind her, poised for a sneak attack. Bi Yang senses the killing intent and leaps up just in time to dodge his massive axe. Jia Gui swings again, a wild strike that slices nothing but air. He can't land a single hit on her. Ba Yang is driven into a corner, her long dress now tattered and torn. The brute is furious. He grinds his teeth loud enough to hear, then pauses to heave a heavy sigh. "What is this woman?" From her high seat, Yuan Hong shouts, "Fine, I'll leave her to you. Kill her or play with her. It's your call." Jia Gui grins maniacally. "You said it, boss. No takebacks." Ba Yang kicks off her high heels and ties back her messy hair, cursing under her breath. "Disgusting insects." She adjusts her torn clothes, composing herself for war. Bi Yang drops into a combat stance, her eyes burning without a shred of fear. She explodes forward like an arrow, snatching two knives from the table in a blur of motion. Gathering her momentum, Bi Yang launches herself into the air. Her silhouette radiates pure determination, ready to clash with Jia Gui. Seeing her move, he flashes a dangerous smile. Jia Gui swings his massive axe straight at Bi Yang, but she's too fast. Bi Yang's footwork is ghost-like, dodging the blow and aiming straight for the enemy's head. Her twin blades reach his throat, but he senses it. He reacts instantly, sending a wave of panic through Bi Yang. Jia Gui smashes his axe down, shattering the knives she used to block. Bi Yang barely manages to leap away from the crushing steel head of his weapon. Jia Gui stares at her, mocking. Running out of cheap tricks already, Bi Yang lets out a cold snort. "If only I had a real sword in my hand." Oh. Her eyes lock onto the table ahead, a weapon. Her face lights up, but Jia Gui is already charging toward it. With one swing, he smashes the table to splinters. Wood and metal fly everywhere. Jia Gui laughs triumphantly. Having crushed her only hope, Bi Yang is backed into a corner, mind racing for a way out. The brute stomps the ground like a lunatic, roaring in rage. Bi Yang doesn't hesitate. She charges in, delivering a powerful kick straight to his face. Jia Gui doesn't even grunt in pain. Instead, he looks like he actually enjoyed that kick. He counterattacks, hands grabbing wildly to catch her, but she's slippery as an eel. Ba Yang exploits the opening, driving a kick hard into his knee joint. Her hands ball into fists, eyes tracking every twitch of her enemy's muscles. Ba Yang unleashes a barrage of palm strikes, a storm of blows that leaves Jia Gui no room to breathe. Watching from afar, Yuan Hong sighs. "Women, they lose all reason in a fight." Suddenly, the brute catches Bi Yang's hand, crushing it in his grip to stop her escape. Jia Gui beams with delight, But Biyang, she stands perfectly calm, no struggling. He declares loudly, "Now, you belong to me." Biyang's voice drops to absolute zero. "Who gave you permission?" Boom. A surge of raw power explodes from her hand. Torrents of electricity course through him, terrifying Jiagui into letting go. Biyang backflips several times, putting distance between them. Yuan Hong frowns, annoyed that the tide has turned, and signals a nearby guard. Yuan Hong whispers a command. "Listen closely. If Jiagui fails, Back in the fight, Biyang looks intense, gripping two pieces of broken wood in a sword stance. Jiagui sneers arrogantly. "What are you gonna do with those dull sticks?" She smirks. "Even a bladeless sword can still cut you in half." Yuan Hong stares at the duel, stunned. Jiagui Regis, raising his axe high. "Arrogant little, I'll break your legs. Maybe then you'll be obedient." She doesn't even bother to argue. Two streams of energy coat Biyang's wooden sticks. Her movements are exquisite. In a blink, she drives that destructive power straight through Jiagui. The scene descends into chaos. He hasn't even realized what just hit him. A few seconds later, the surrounding pillars suddenly slice apart and collapse. Yuan Hong's jaw drops, unable to believe her eyes. Her face drains of all blood. Realizing Biyang just used sword chi, Jiagui is terrified. He reassesses his opponent, but his ego takes over. He strikes from behind, shouting with his foul mouth, "Don't get cocky." Biyang stands motionless, not even turning around. Jiagui freezes in shock. Instantaneously, his massive belly splits open. Blood sprays like a fountain. A satisfied smile touches her lips. She loves this result. Jiagui collapses at Biyang's feet, his insides spilling out onto the floor. His own axe falls from above, smashing into his face. Dust billows up. Her voice is ice cold. "Who is next?" "Come on, I'll take you all on. I didn't plan on letting any of you live anyway." Yuan Hong listens, her face twisting in contempt. "Really, I don't think this is the time to show off." Biyang spins around and freezes. Yuan Hong's soldiers have surrounded the captive women, blades at their throats. She stares in panic, paralyzed, not knowing what to do next. Yuan Hong raised her voice in arrogance. "What was that, insects? You think you're so high and mighty? What exactly makes you people so special? All that talk about martial arts and chivalry? Acting so noble? But in the end, aren't you just overflowing with the desire to trample on others, just like everyone else? We simply do this job to satisfy those dirty little urges for people like you." For a brat, she talks like a seasoned veteran, a real sly fox. "She's not just smart enough to trap me twice, she's cunning enough to lead the black spiders as a woman in this brutal world." Bitch Duong scoffed, provoking her. "Taking hostages won't save you, once my friends get here." But Yuan Hong cut her off. "You mean the backup team coming to find you?" She smirked, mocking her. "Do you really think they'll actually make it this far?" Bitch Duong mentally kicked herself. "If only I hadn't lost the soul-chasing incense." Yuan Hong raised her voice. "I already sent half my black spider forces to give them a warm welcome." Bitch Duong's eyes went wide. "Oh, you look so smug about it. I don't know how many goons you sent, but I bet they're currently taking a lovely stroll through the afterlife." Bitch Duong's face suddenly lit up with life, her heart soaring. If she sent troops, that means there's hope. She clasped her hands together, beaming at Yuan Hong. "Thank you so much." The villainess looked confused. The scene shifted to a blood-soaked battlefield, Huanya's voice ringing out with joy. "Wow, I never expected such a passionate welcome party. We were just needing a guide, and you guys were kind enough to deliver yourselves right to us." A battered bandit trembled, blood dripping down his face. Lin Hui stared him down, his eyes cold as ice. "You're our guide now. Move it. Dawn is breaking." High above, Black Wind soared through the sky before landing gracefully on a stone statue. Black Wind let out a sharp cry, signaling Lin Hui's group had arrived. In a flash, that chi wiped out the guards blocking the path. Yuan Hong whipped her head around, screaming. "What is this?" She stared in horror at the mountain of fresh corpses, fear gripping her heart. Did they slaughter my entire elite squad? Bitch Duong did a little happy dance when she saw Lin Hui. "Big brother, you have impeccable timing." "What is this? Why didn't you use the soul-chasing incense?" she stammered, looking away. "Well, about that. But hey, you found me anyway, right?" Lin Hui glared at her. "If we hadn't accidentally run into those spiders, do you have any idea how hard it would have been to find you?" Yuan Hong broke out in a cold sweat listening to them. She stared at the four intruders, too terrified to speak. Lian Hui stepped forward and seized Duyan Hong's arm. His tone was filled with disgust. "You're the leader of the Black Spiders, correct? I have a few questions about the Phantom Academy." He released her arm roughly. Duyan Hong's wrist felt like it was on fire. Lian Hui noted calmly, "Not bad. Trying to channel internal energy right under my nose." She sneered. "Thought I'd go easy because I'm a woman. Do you know how many men have crumbled beneath my hands?" Lian Hui flared his own energy, instantly crushing hers in response. "Considering the things you've done, I have no intention of sparing you just because of your gender." Suddenly, Beach Duang shouted from behind, "Let me handle this witch," Lian Hui warned. "That woman knows internal arts. If you underestimate her," but Beach Duang cut in, brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, I can take her." Hearing that, Lian Hui didn't argue. He stepped back, clearing the path for Beach Duang to face Duyan Hong. The air suddenly turned scorching hot. With her army gone, the captive women watched Duyan Hong with bated breath. Lian Hui's trio watched from the sidelines. Dust swirled around the two women as they squared off for battle. Beach Duang spoke first. "One question. Are you really the leader of the Black Spiders?" Duyan Hong played dumb, raising her voice. "What did you say?" Beach Duang roared, her blood boiling. "I asked if I kill you, will all these crimes finally end? You piece of trash." That Chi and Hoanya flinched, their faces turning pale. "She's actually terrifying today." Duyan Hong let out a cold laugh. She exhaled slowly before retorting, "You kill me." Gritting her teeth, Duyan Hong launched herself at Beach Duang in a blur of speed. They clashed violently, exchanging blow for blow. Duyan Hong secretly channeled energy into her palm and slammed it viciously into Beach Duang's arm. Lian Hui frowned, concerned. Blood gushed from Beach Duang's arm, but her fighting spirit didn't waver for a second. Duyan Hong looked at the fresh blood on her hand. Her voice dropped to a sinister whisper. "Do you have any idea what kind of hell I survived to become the leader of the Black Spiders? Countless brutal savages lie dead at my feet. I crushed every single one of them with my own bare hands to claim this throne. A greenhouse flower like you could never hope to defeat me." Yuan Hong clenches her fist, radiating a destructive aura. She lunges forward, aiming a punch straight at Bixiang's face, but the girl dodges in the blink of an eye. Bai Shang's counterattack is heavy, forcing Yuan Hong to defend with everything she has. Neither side refuses to back down, locking into a fierce stalemate. The clash between the two sends shockwaves rippling through the air. Spotting an opening, Bai Shang channels all her strength into a counterattack, slamming a palm strike right into Yuan Hong's side. Caught off guard, Yuan Hong skids backward across the ground. Fear flashes in her eyes as Bixiang launches another surprise attack. Yuan Hong quickly gathers her energy to retaliate. Startled, Bixiang scrambles for a plan without hesitating. She builds momentum and leaps high into the air. Bixiang channels every ounce of her power, preparing to bring it crashing down on Yuan Hong. They unleash their ultimate technique simultaneously, triggering a massive, violent explosion of flames. The scorching heat radiates outward, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Seconds later, a deafening explosion rocks the very earth beneath them. Corpses littering the ground are blown away by the blast wave. The bound captives, unable to flee, instinctively cower and shield their faces from the impact. Lian Hui's group watches in stunned silence, unable to believe the sheer scale of the destruction. Dust and smoke choke the air for moments before the silhouettes of Yuan Hong and Bixiang slowly emerge from the haze. Yuan Hong stares daggers at the girl, forced to acknowledge her latent power. Bixiang, in turn, grudgingly offers her opponent a compliment. Dachi roars from the sidelines, "I won't lose to any of you. I'm the strongest one here." Huaya's eyes go wide as she shouts back, "You can actually do that." Lian Hui stares in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Is she really this powerful? How did I never notice this before?" Back on the battlefield, Bixiang puts her hands on her hips, staring at Yuan Hong in total confusion. What the hell is that? Yuan Hong's form has twisted and withered. Panic sets in. Big trouble. I drained too much internal energy using the super extreme heavenly thunder palm. If I don't absorb some chi soon, I'm done for. Bai Shang grins mischievously. "What's this? Where did my opponent go?" "Who's this wrinkled old hag?" Yuan Hong seethes with rage but is too weak to retaliate. Suddenly, she glances to the side and spots something. A plan instantly forms in Yuan Hong's mind. She stomps her foot violently against the ground, screaming, "Rise up, Earth Command Course." Bixiang has no idea what's coming, but she instinctively backs away as the earth begins to tremble. Hearing the command, Lian Hui can't hide his unease. The ground shakes violently, as if something massive is clawing its way to the surface. In a blink, the earth erupts, sending debris flying. A horde of grotesque monsters bursts forth in front of Bixiang, and one immediately shoots a web straight at her. Another monster follows suit, spewing an even thicker volley of sticky webbing. Bixiang's legs are instantly encased in a thick layer of web. Immobilized and in pain, she struggles uselessly. Seeing the danger, the Qi and Huaya rush to her aid. But the moment they see him, the creatures vanish. The panic-stricken soldiers retreat into their underground bunkers. They move with terrifying speed, leaving no trace behind. Furious, Dachi charges toward the bunkers to hunt them down. He tears up the ground, determined to drag them out. Suddenly, Dachi stops. He spots a hole in the distance and moves to investigate. Meanwhile, Huaya is frantically trying to pry the thick webbing off Bixiang. Huaya screams in frustration, "What the hell is this? Why won't it come off?" Bixiang yells, "Forget me! Catch that old witch! She's getting away!" Dachi doesn't hesitate. He shoots toward Yuan Hong like a gale-force wind, forcing her to run for her life. His fist is inches from Yuan Hong when a figure suddenly appears in the distance, signaling her to run toward him. The figure leaps high into the air and unleashes a powerful energy blast. Dachi takes the hit, his arms instantly bound in sticky webbing. He grits his teeth, struggling to rip it off, but the more he fights, the tighter it binds, leaving him completely immobilized. Bixiang shouts impatiently, "Hurry up, this is infuriating." He snaps back, "Shut up and let me focus." But the distraction gives Yuan Hong precious time to escape. She glances back with a satisfied smirk before diving into the tunnel, successfully slipping through their fingers. Suddenly, more and more soldiers begin to emerge, eyes wide with shock. She looks at Dachi. "You're still not free," he yells back. "I'm doing my best here." Lianhui finally steps in. He charges toward the enemy, a terrifying murderous aura radiating from his body. He draws his divine sword, unleashing a blinding light. As he raises it to the heavens, lightning engulfs the blade, and bolts of thunder crash down from the sky, striking the soldiers dead. Agonized screams fill the air, but Lianhui isn't finished. He raises his sword high once more. He slashes down with terrifying force. Lightning arcs through the soldiers' bodies once more as dark clouds smother the sky, shaking the entire forest to its core. A deafening explosion erupts, blinding everyone with a flash of pure energy. The enemy is torn to shreds, blood flowing like rivers. As the dust settles, a mysterious cave entrance reveals itself right before Lianhui's eyes. Lianhui strides forward calm, steady, and utterly domineering. Inside, Yuan Hong panics and screams an order. "Seal the gates now." Her minions obey instantly, terrified to delay. They shoot thick webs, sealing the massive doors shut. Yuan Hong turns her back coldly. "Hold them here." Her subordinates shout in unison, accepting their suicide mission. Guards crowd the entrance, tense and ready. No one dares to blink. Moments later, jagged lightning seeps through the cracks. The guards recoil in horror as the reinforced doors begin to fracture, groaning under immense pressure. With a thunderous crash, the doors collapse. Lianhui's towering figure emerges from the dust, his eyes scanning the room with bone-chilling coldness. Where is she hiding? His voice makes them tremble. As the white smoke clears, Lianhui's grim expression comes into full view. Desperate, one guard fires a barrage of spiderwebs straight at him. Lianhui effortlessly blocks every strand. In the same motion, he unleashes his technique, pummeling the attacker with a barrage of strikes. His lightning arcs outward, frying the remaining guards before they can even react. They drop, paralyzed and helpless. Biang and the others follow Lianhui deeper inside. She gasps, looking around. "What is this place? Why dig a cave this massive underground?" Lianhui orders immediately. "I'll cut off their escape. You lot search this cave, leave no stone unturned." The group nods, moving fast. Biang hesitates. "But I should go with..." Lianhui cuts her off coldly. "Your role ends here. The blood work. I'll handle that myself." She freezes, staring at his retreating back, eyes wide. She can't believe what she just heard. Scene change. We see Yuan Hong's skeletal hands frantically digging through dirt and rock. She's terrified. Her internal energy is running on empty. "I need to absorb fresh life force. Just need to survive first if I live. The Black Spider clan can be rebuilt **. Suddenly, she breaks through to the surface, a desolate landscape surrounded by thick, wild forest. Yuan Hong shoves the hatch open with her last bit of strength. She crawls out, gasping, only to freeze in shock. Standing right in front of her is Heifeng, waiting like a sentinel. The beast flaps its wings, and she cowers, shielding her face in fear. Then, Lian Hui steps out from the shadows. Yuan Hong screams, purely horrified. No! How is this possible? He smirks. My Heifeng is excellent at tracking. We saw the smoke rising from your little bolt hole miles away. She looks down, her body smoking, going berserk. Yuan Hong fires webs wildly, screaming, You cursed brat, D just die. Lian Hai isn't playing games. He easily intercepts her attacks, shutting her down. Gritting her teeth until they nearly crack, she tries to weave another web, desperate to fight back. In a flash, he's on her. Lian Hui grabs her by the throat, his grip like iron. Her face goes pale as he lifts her off the ground. He growls, You know Liuan, don't you? She stiffens at the name, her eyes bulging as she stares at him. His voice drops to a whisper. You have to know him, because the people who killed my brother are the same ones funding your Black Spider clan. Cold sweat pours down her face. So, you're the eldest young master I heard you survived and came back. But it's too late. Mu Zhao's era is over. Your fate will be exactly the same as your wretched brothers. Lian Hui's face darkens. Who are you really? You dare insult the sect leader and my family who is backing you? What makes you so confident? She sneers. You're in no position to threaten me. If you want to live, let me go. If I die, that person will only get angrier. He goes silent. A terrifying killing aura erupts from him. Lian Hui tightens his grip, crushing her windpipe. As he strangles her, she starts laughing maniacally. He realizes then he can absolutely never let her walk away alive. Bi Yang's group rushes over, panic on their faces. Veins bulge on Lian Hui's face, his body radiating heat. Yuan Hong gasps, choking, coughing violently as the life is squeezed out of her. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Moments later, her body goes limp. He drops her. Dead. Bai Yang approaches the corpse, voice trembling. How? How did this happen? Suddenly, Huan Ya calls out Ma to Lian Hui. He reports in a low, serious tone. We searched the underground cave. We found their transaction ledgers, and Lian Hui orders immediately. Analyze them. I want to know exactly where the money is flowing. Huan Ya nods, then hesitates. There's one more thing. The captured girls, they weren't being sold. Bai Yang and Lian Hui frown, confused. Huan Ya doesn't hold back. We found evidence. They were draining their spiritual essence to cultivate. Bi Yang realizes the truth instantly. So that's how she stayed young and powerful. She turns to Lian Hui, shouting, That dark art. Isn't that the specialty of the evil blood sect? You confirmed it, too. That's right. It was during our last run-in with the evil blood sect. Suddenly, Lian Hui stopped mid-sentence, as if holding something back. Everyone stared at him, hanging on his every word, waiting for what came next. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence. The scene shifts to a massive citadel, its architecture striking and unique. Seeing Lian Hui's group approach, the guards immediately threw open the city gates. Once inside the courtyard, he quickly leaped off his horse. Lian Hui looked ahead, caught off guard. Old Bai was already there waiting. The old man stepped forward to welcome him. You've had a long journey, eldest young master. Zhao Yang watched from afar, sneering. Sharp as ever, a vice principal coming out personally just to greet us. Suddenly, he strode rapidly toward old Bai. Seeing Lian Hui staring him down without blinking, the old man looked visibly panicked. His mind flashed back to one specific detail, the names he had discovered in the ledger. Just as predicted, Heiran's records listed Mu Zhen, Zhao Yang, and many from the Eight Rings, and right here was Vice Principal Old Bai. Cold sweat dripped down the old man's face, terrified, having no clue what Lian Hui was planning to do. His gaze turned razor sharp, like a dagger ready to strike. Then, without a single word, Lian Hui brushed right past Old Bai. The old man froze, stunned by the strange behavior. Meanwhile, suspicion flickered in Lian Hui's eyes. Did Old Bai orchestrate everything? No. A vice principal's rank is too low for that. Plenty of busy work, but barely any real authority. Of course, that could just be a cover. The real puppet masters always love hiding behind mediocre titles. He moved with incredible speed, the force of his passage making the tree canopy sway violently. Lian Hui suddenly sensed something, his eyes widening. Up ahead, someone was hiding behind the trees. He quickly caught up, his demeanor completely calm. It was Huanya. Lian Hui asked coldly, anything to report? He bowed respectfully. First, regarding Old Bai, Zhao Yang ordered me to arrange a meeting with you. Boss. Hands on his hips, he analyzed the situation. Looks like the thief is already getting nervous. Lian Hui turned away, giving orders. Find a way to delay the meeting for now. We still don't have concrete evidence. Huanya seemed to have more to say. He continued seriously. Shu Ping sent a message. She says she's found the information you need. Lian Hui immediately whipped around, intrigued. The scene shifts to nightfall, the street stalls beginning to light their lanterns. Lian Hui held a slip of paper, reading it through before asking, is this true? Shu Ping cheerfully confirmed. I had to work incredibly hard to dig that up, and he smirked dangerously. He certainly has an interesting past. Leaving her place, Lian Hui walked home, his steps slow but radiating an intense, commanding aura, silently crossing the small village under a starry sky. He suddenly stopped dead in the middle of the deserted road, annoyed. Lian Hui shouted, it's way too quiet. Why don't you just show yourself? The moment he finished, a figure emerged from the bushes, a weapon resting on his shoulder. Fei La ambled closer, his gait looking rather goofy. Lian Hui asked directly, did Old Bai send you? Hearing the name, the assassin looked surprised. Fei La scratched his chin, answering slowly, I don't think that was the name. Lian Hui pressed on. Then who? The guy stammered. What was it again? Give me a second. Losing interest, Lian Hui waved his hand. Forget it. He would have used a code name or hidden his identity anyway. Assassins like you only need to know the target. Fei La rubbed his head sheepishly. Then, he confidently declared, but there is one name I know for sure, the demonic cult's eldest young master. Lian Hui sighed, giving Fei La a cold stare. The assassin attacked without hesitation, but Lian Hui remained unfazed. A seal. Your weapon choice doesn't seem very assassin-like, does it? Fei La smirked, feigning innocence. Oh, is that so? He showed no mercy, launching a powerful palm strike at Lian Hui. Not stopping there, Fei La suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his weapon straight at him. Lian Hui thought to himself, bored. What is this? These attacks are suspiciously simple. He flashed a mysterious grin that put Lian Hui on guard, then swung with brutal force, aiming straight for the neck. It wasn't hard to counter. Lian Hui simply raised his sword to block the strike. Metal clashed loudly against metal. Suddenly, Fei La twisted his long iron rod. The tip near Lian Hui split open, revealing a thick wire hidden inside. Startled, Lian Hui leaned back to dodge. Fei La laughed with glee, thrilled to have finally cornered him. Seizing the moment, he continued to use the iron rod to overwhelm Lian Hui. Lian Hui could only dodge the unpredictable attacks. Fei La retracted his weapon, then spun the iron rod with masterful skill. Seconds later, the iron rod split into even segments, separating and extending until the weapon grew longer and longer. Lian Hui took a hit, his body flung into the distance, and Fei La immediately gave chase. A massive explosion erupted on the ground, and after a moment, the assassin landed, stabilizing his internal energy. Fei La cackled with pure glee. Scanning the area, Lian Hui was nowhere to be seen, his face twisted with arrogance. A direct hit to the Dantian that was a guaranteed death sentence. First I slaughtered the Liedong monster, and now, it's the demonic cult's eldest young master's turn to die by my hand. Soon. The mere mention of the name Fei La will make the entire world tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lian Hui's voice echoed from the distance, making the assassin jump out of his skin. He strolled casually out of the smoke. Got my clothes dirty again. I'm definitely getting an earful for this later. Interesting toy you have there. A 9-section whip. Fei La froze, his mind screaming, what? He's still alive. I clearly hit him. Lian Hui dusted off his robes and spoke slowly. I guess I've been fighting too many nameless trash mobs lately. I got careless. Haven't been hit like that in a long time. Fei La was drowning in confusion. I definitely smashed his Dantian. Is he wearing iron armor underneath? Regaining his composure, Fei La shouted, you take a hit like that and still act tough. Hey, Prince of the Demonic Cult, do you want to know who died by my hand right before you? It was the Liedong monster. Lian Hui stared blankly, looking completely confused. Who? The assassin roared in frustration. He was a top 50 expert in the martial arts world, even if you're lazy with your studies. You should at least know that name. The boy scoffed, looking down on him with pure contempt. Do Do I really need to memorize the names of insects weaker than me? Fela scoffed, trying to act tough. The audacity. Well then, memorize my name right now, carve the name Fela into your skull so you can tell the stories in the afterlife. Lianhui didn't even blink, raising his voice. I told you already. I don't remember the names of the weak. That snapped the last string of Fela's patience. Gripping his weapon, he exploded with rage, charging straight at Lianhui, determined to end him. Screaming in frustration, he howled, "You will remember my name." Fela hurled the iron rod with massive force, twisting his wrist to separate the segments, turning the rigid staff back into a deadly whip. The metal tip was inches from Lianhui's skull, but in a blink, the boy vanished, teleporting right behind Fela. The two clashed violently. Lianhui launched a surprise attack from the rear, catching the assassin off guard. Fela frantically whipped the iron rod back, but Lianhui predicted the move and sidestepped effortlessly. A moment later, the segments of the assassin's weapon snapped back together into a solid staff. Fela pulled a dirty trick, thrusting the rod backward to skewer the boy, but Lianhui's reflexes were god tier. It was razor close, just inches away from piercing his face. Suddenly, a sinister grin spread across Fela's face. He glanced back and slammed his thumb onto a hidden mechanism on the staff. The iron rod began to transform with a loud mechanical clank. Sharp spikes shot out from the tip, spewing a cloud of strange, ominous gas. Lianhui stood his ground, his expression unchanged until suddenly, his eyes widened, pupils dilating rapidly. Mysterious purple smoke swirled around him. Seeing Lianhui freeze up, Fela smirked, convinced victory was finally his. But a second later, the assassin broke out in a cold sweat, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Lianhui wasn't poisoned at all. He stepped closer to Fela, speaking softly. "All right then, you're an assassin. So I guess a few dirty tricks and hidden weapons are part of the job description." Fela looked horrified. He blocked it. My ultimate move that took down the Liedong monster? He just shrugged it off. Lianhui taunted him. "Out of moves already? I was just starting to have fun." Fela hesitated, cornered. I didn't think I'd have to use that technique. Lianhui laughed dryly. An assassin with a signature move. How cliche. He grit his teeth, answering boldly. "That's right. I didn't expect I'd have to use the golden astral whip blast on you." Suddenly, Fela stooped down, scooped up a handful of dirt, dusted his hands dramatically, and kept rambling. "The first person to taste this move was my own master. The old man wouldn't stop nagging and annoying me, so I taught him a lesson. After that, he never spoke another word, because he dropped dead on the spot." Fela finished his story and burst into maniacal laughter. Lianhui looked bored out of his mind. With a flowery explanation like that, it's probably just another useless trick, isn't it? The assassin roared, "Shut your mouth today. I'll use the golden astral whip to capture the demonic cult's young master alive and force the world to remember my name." Golden astral whip blast. Fela didn't hesitate. He unleashed the technique. Lianhui didn't even defend. He just stood there, watching. The power of the move was terrifying. It shook the very earth and sky. The force was so immense that nearby trees were ripped straight out of the ground by their roots. His magic was grotesque. Trees spun wildly in the air as a massive fireball began to form around Fela. With just an iron rod, he generated apocalyptic energy. Fela screamed like a banshee. "Take this golden astral whip blast." He poured every ounce of his strength into one final, devastating strike at Lianhui. The boy's eyes remained sharp and decisive, as if he had already calculated the outcome. The night sky lit up as if it were noon. The entire forest was bathed in blinding light, followed by a deafening explosion that signaled total destruction. At that moment, heaven and earth trembled violently, the shockwave threatening to incinerate everything in its path. As the smoke and dust gradually settle, Phylap's figure emerges from the haze. Lianhui grips his iron bar tight, his expression completely calm. He shoots a glance at Phylap, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Lianhui coolly assesses the situation. Plenty of noise, but pathetic power. Hearing this, Phylap trembles, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly, Phylap twists the iron bar. What is he planning? A few seconds later, sharp blades shoot out from the iron rod. He laughs with glee. "You moron. In the end, the winner is still me." But before he can finish his sentence, Phylap freezes in panic, staring blankly ahead. Lianhui realizes he cannot block this with bare hands, so he activates his cultivation technique. "I am getting bored of your petty tricks." A blue light envelops Lianhui, and clouds begin to gather ominously in the sky above. Phylap turns pale as he sees the lightning crackling. Suddenly, a massive bolt crashes straight down onto him. The scene shifts to Yiming walking while making an announcement. 1/4 left until roll call. Seeing Bi Chang, he hurriedly asks, "Where's Lian? She quickly replies, "He is probably on his way. There is still time." Yiming snaps back, "If he is late for roll call, the whole room gets points deducted." "You know how it is," Bi Chang pleads. "The young master is just busy. That is all. Let it slide this time, please." "Manager," he shouts angrily, "there is no such thing here. Even if he is a young master, at this academy, he is just a student." Yiming lets out a heavy sigh. "Please be late. I really wanted to deduct points from that noble young master for once." Immediately, Lian arrives with a smile on his face. "It is not roll call time yet, right?" Seeing this, the man says with annoyance, "For a young master, why do you follow the rules so strictly, huh?" The boy answers casually, "Following rules is a student's duty." Yiming stops arguing, sighs quietly, and steps out of the room. Suddenly, Lian lowers his voice and adds, "There are some duties that must be paid for with one's very life." Hearing this, the man freezes. The boy seems to aim his words directly at Yiming as he asks, "Is that not right?" He remains silent. Behind him, Lian gritted his voice, "The 13th shadow of the sword guard." The scene shifts to a dark night, where a black-clad figure is sprinting through the forest. Yiming looks frantic, covered from head to toe. Suddenly, he dives into a nearby bush, hiding inside without leaving a single trace. A group of people passes by shortly after, weapons in hand, searching for someone. He watches them silently, not daring to even breathe loudly. Finally, they leave the area. Yiming breathes a sigh of relief, but suddenly, he spots something, and panic fills his eyes. A figure suddenly appears from the other side of the bush, rushing at Yiming with incredible speed. He stands up immediately to face the attacker, without hesitating. Yiming lands a heavy blow on the opponent's side. The figure instantly shifts behind him, stunning Yiming. Their weapons clash, creating a deafening sound. Shadow 8 shouts to reassure him, "It is me, 13th Shadow." Hearing the voice, Yiming asks in surprise. Yiming crouches down and asks, "What is going on? Why is the Moon Shadow sect chasing us?" Shadow 8 looks confused. "I do not know either. I only heard there is an order to disband and arrest the Sword Guard camp." Yiming fumes with anger. "Our Sword Guard is an army directly under the cult leader. Disbanding us like this is unacceptable. Sat, this cannot be right. We must meet the cult leader personally." Shadow 8 grabs Yiming's arm, pulling him back. He speaks softly. "It is useless." Shadow 8 stares at him and asks, "Do you still not understand?" Yiming stays silent. The other man continues, "We have been abandoned. The sky today is full of stars, and the hazy moonlight shines down on the city walls." Back in the room, Yiming slumps down, lost in thought. Suddenly, Lian appears and walks toward him. Yiming speaks sadly. "Now that you know my past, perhaps we need to redefine our relationship." "Young master?" The boy replies, "Neither fast nor slow. Let's see. Between returning to being student and teacher, or being punished as a traitor, that depends on your answer." He sighs, bowing his head to hide his expression. Lian face turns serious. "According to my investigation, the Sword Guard camp was a protection unit directly under the cult leader. But those who were supposed to protect him participated in a plot to assassinate him. That is why they were all executed." Hearing this, Yiming remains silent. The boy adds, "I found a deserter among them, so I have to interrogate him myself." Suddenly, the man drops to his knees before Lian Yiming's voice sounds choked with emotion. "Take my life, young master. But my crime was not conspiring to assassinate him, it was failing to prevent it. Though, I suppose the punishment is the same either way." Lian questions him, "Are you saying you did not betray the cult leader?" The man hides nothing and explains, "My comrade said this, the ones who were betrayed were us." Hearing that, the boy freezes, staring intently at the man kneeling on the floor. "Wanting more information?" Lian demands firmly. "Explain that clearly." Yiming doesn't refuse, hesitating slightly before replying, "I still remember the past. Crystal clear. After receiving intel about a plot to assassinate the cult leader, we raided their lair, but instead, we walked right into an ambush, wiping out most of our forces. We were lucky enough to retreat to headquarters, but that's when Moon Shadow Heaven attacked us, accusing us of treason. I was the only survivor, yet they branded me a traitor. I wanted to clear my name, even if it meant being captured and executed. But the cult leader was already dead. Forced to hide my identity, I used mediocre martial arts just to scrape by. I was finally getting used to this life. Yet they still tracked me down. But now, I can die without regrets. At least I told the truth to the eldest young master. Lieuan suddenly pushes the window open to check outside. If the Sword Guard battalion hadn't been scattered, could you have protected the young leader? Yiming's eyes widen, jaw dropping at the question. Lian Hui's voice turns grim. The young leader is dead. He immediately argues back. What nonsense are you spouting? The young leader is just in secluded cultivation. That's why he's in hiding. The boy replies calmly. I buried his body with my own hands. That is an undeniable fact. Yiming grinds his teeth, refusing to believe it, but in his mind, he connects the dots. The one who poisoned the young leader was the 5 poison demon disguised as a student. But Zhao Yang and Mu Zhen were the ones who hired him and staged it all. Of course, the person who actually gave the order to assassinate the young leader must be someone else. Lian Hui makes it clear the mastermind behind everything is likely the 7 great heavens. Hearing this, Yiming can't control his hatred, clenching his hand into a tight fist. The boy lowers his voice, continuing, They framed the Sword Guard battalion to wipe you all out, instead of dying. Why don't you atone by taking revenge? 13 shadows. Lian Hui turns back to look at Yiming, his eyes filled with trust. He suddenly sighs, then cracks a bright, confusing smile. Atone? Huh. Yiming's expression shifts instantly, his face flushing red as he roars. If I can avenge my comrades, that would be my greatest glory. Sometime later, deep into the night, a shocked voice rings out. Assassination. I never expected my roommate to be the eldest young master. Yanji asked eagerly, what better opportunity could there be? If we strike while he sleeps, eliminating the demonic cult's heir will be a piece of cake. Bi Yang's face darkens, but then she smirks. Even if we kill the eldest young master, do you think the Orthodox faction can defeat the demonic cult right now? The next leader will come from the 7 great heavens anyway. If the eldest young master dies, they'll just be celebrating, won't they? Hearing this, Yanji wavers. In that case, Bi Yang leaps down from the roof, shouting, we have to use him. The eldest young master of the demonic cult. It seems she already has a plan. Back at Yiming's location, his voice drops low. Old Bai to Lian Hui instructs, your first mission is to gain his trust and investigate him. Yiming looks confident. That won't be hard. He speaks openly. Old Bai has wanted to recruit me for a long time. The dominant faction in the Phantom Shadow Academy is Headmaster Wen Yuan and his subordinate, the 8-ring demon. Plus, many instructors and disciples from the 4 great heavenly families form a massive power block. The rest are just outsiders who can't get in. Leading that group is Vice Headmaster Old Bai, but they all hide their claws. No one knows who is truly with whom. Lian Hui frowns, puzzled. If no one knows who aligns with whom, how can they form a faction? Yiming replies softly, there is a way, though it's a bit childish. Flashback to the past, a grotesquely shaped mask sits on the table. Old Bai sits opposite him, speaking solicitously. If you intend to join, wear this, Yiming asks, confused. Why this? He chuckles. Only when no one knows who anyone is. Can it be safe for both sides? Cut to the garden. From afar, a group is gathered, every single one of them wearing a mask. Yiming is among them. Old Bai sees his covered figure and recognizes him immediately. Yiming followed his instructions, wearing that mask to join the organization. But before this, he and Lian Hui had already discussed a plan. The boy examines the mask closely, asking, so I just need to wear this mask and join? Yiming nods, his face full of certainty. Back to reality, Old Bai rushes out to greet him. Welcome, I didn't think you'd come. I'm truly delighted, but this is just a precaution. Mind showing me your face? Yiming panics for a split second, but he can't refuse. He slowly removes the heavy mask in front of Old Bai. Luckily, Lian Hui had already anticipated this. Yiming stands with confident poise, revealing his face. Seeing this, Old Bai relaxes, stopping the interrogation and immediately leading Yiming inside. The two of them finally leave the secluded area. After some time, he rushes back out. Yiming walks quickly to a tall tree, hurriedly looking up. He darted his eyes around, paranoid that someone might have seen Lian Hui waiting in the shadows. With shaking hands, he quickly passed the mask over to him. Lian Hui slipped the mask on and strode into the garden, his pace deliberate, neither fast nor slow. The sky above was a piercing azure, warm sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Inside the banquet, the air buzzed with whispers about Lian Hui. Guests argued fervently, trying to figure out exactly whose faction the boy was backing. A man in yellow gasped in disbelief. Wait, are you saying Zhao Yang actually betrayed the director? The man in green shrugged, unfazed. With a guy like him, is that really such a surprise? Lian Hui sat amidst them, suppressing a wave of revulsion. Bunch of trash, he thought. No real strength, just parasites looking for a host to cling to. The man in yellow nodded firmly. Eventually, that day has to come. The green-robed man frowned. But why haven't we heard anything yet? Listening in, Lian Hui narrowed his eyes. His lordship, is he talking about Old Bai's superior? Suddenly, a voice cut through the chatter. We must wait. His lordship explicitly ordered us not to act rashly. The group instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Lian Hui remained stone silent the entire time. Outside, the lake surface was tranquil, cool water flowing gently. After a while, the group dispersed, and Old Bai trailed behind to see the guests off. Once they were gone, he stood there, fuming. Ungrateful bastards, hiding behind masks and daring to look down on me. Before he could finish his rant, Old Bai jumped out of his skin. Lian Hui was standing right behind him like a ghost. Old Bai immediately switched to a sickeningly sweet tone. Vice instructor, you haven't left yet. First time at a gathering like this. Must be overwhelming. Come, sit down. Let's chat. But Lian Hui didn't move. He stopped dead in his tracks, his silence making the old man twitch with confusion. Without wasting another second, Lian Hui ripped the mask off his face. The sight made Old Bai's knees buckle, and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with terror. He trembled violently. Eldest young master, how did you find out? Lian Hui ignored the question, his voice dripping with ice. You actually have the guts to pull something this insane, Old Bai stammered, trying to find an excuse. No, eldest young master, we were only... Before he could finish, Lian Hui hurled a worn-out ledger straight into his face. Lian Hui's voice was lethal. That is the Black Spider's ledger. Explain to me why your name is written all over it. Old Bai scrambled backward, crab walking away from him. He screamed out, sounding like the victim of a great injustice. I'm just a delivery boy. Every single coin I took went straight up to the 8-ring demon in 1 yuan. Those were necessary bribes. We had to launder the Academy's funds to funnel them into the Black Spider's operations. The Academy fed the Black Spider, and in return, the Black Spider provided illicit spices and drugs to bribe officials and powerful clans. It was a trade. We give their children special treatment in the Academy to secure our alliances. Lian Hui's expression darkened with rage. No wonder the stench of corruption in this academy is so overpowering, but being a puppet for power doesn't wash away your sins. The old man slumped. I didn't have the power to stop any of it. Lian Hui pressed on, eyes narrowing. So sending assassins to kill me was that forced upon you too? Old Bai's eyes widened. Assassins. What impossible, I never gave an order like that. Lian Hui fell silent, his mind racing to connect the dots with what Fei La had told him earlier. Old Bai pleaded desperately. Eldest young master, you saw the gathering. We're in a position where we need to recruit you to strengthen our faction, not kill you. Why would we assassinate you? It makes no sense. Lian Hui's gaze bore into him. Then tell me, who is his lordship that you people keep mentioning? Cold sweat poured down Old Bai's face. He stammered. His lordship is... Lian Hui snapped, losing patience. I want the name. Who is the shadow master you're bowing to? The old man realized there was no escape. His lips quivered uncontrollably. The young? Lian Hui's face flushed with sudden intensity as the realization hit him. The young cult leader... Lian Hui gasped, his composure cracking. Did you just say... The young cult leader? Old Bai was drenching in sweat, nodding frantically. Yes, it's him. Lian Hui grabbed him, his voice booming. The one you serve, it's truly the young cult leader. Old Bai cowered. Forgive me, eldest young master. I know it sounds insane, but the vice director of the Phantom Academy is bound by blood oath to obey the young cult leader. Lian Hui's mind reeled. The superior that Dan Lu Bai has been sucking up to is Lieuan. How is that even possible? He tightened his grip. When was the last time you received a direct order from him? About 6 months ago, Old Bai cried out. Since then, silence. No news. Nothing. Rumors say that he went into the mountains for secluded cultivation. Lian Hui's hand clamped around the old man's throat, squeezing the air out of him. He leaned in, teeth grinding audibly. You lying snake. You were part of the conspiracy to poison my brother, and now you dare pretend you don't know he's already dead. Old Bai gasped for air, eyes bulging. The young cult leader is dead. I swear. I didn't know. Lian Hui glared at him. That's exactly what the Poison Heart Fox claimed. Please, I might be a greedy scumbag chasing money and power, but I don't have the guts to assassinate the young cult leader. You have to believe me. Eldest young master, Lian Hui stared into his wretched eyes for a long moment, then released his grip, letting the old man crumple to the dirt. Lian Hui stood over him, his voice void of warmth. Keep this in mind, I still don't trust a single word that comes out of your mouth. If you want to clear my suspicions, you must personally identify the mastermind behind my brother's assassination. Old Bai coughed weakly a few times before responding. The highest authority I know capable of issuing such an order is... He hesitated for a brief moment before dropping the name. Din Yao Wen Yuan? Lian Hui stood frozen in shock, completely speechless. The scene shifts to Da Qi and the other two. Hanya spoke up with arrogance. Hey, shouldn't you show some respect when meeting a superior? Yiming shot back at him. You think you can pull rank just because you served the first young master earlier than I did? I refuse to accept a hierarchy based on something so trivial. Hanya smirked. So, are you implying you're stronger than me? I thought you only knew how to babysit weaklings. The older man cursed back. You may be an instructor now, but I served in the direct unit under the sect leader. My class is completely different from yours. Hanya rapped his knuckles hard against the man's forehead. Want to test that theory and see for yourself, Yiming shouted. What the hell? You want to fight now? Have you forgotten we're under orders to wait for the first young master? Huanya widened his eyes and replied, Do you know why I acknowledge the young master as my leader? It's because I was defeated by his own hands. That is our only rule. Yiming waved his hand and continued. Fine then. It's high time I taught you a lesson anyway, Huanya retorted. We'll see who ends up getting schooled. The scene shifts back to Lian Hui. He broke the silence. Are you planning to offer up Din Yao as a sacrificial lamb just to seize that position? That scheme is too obvious. There is no way I'm falling for such a clumsy trap. No, Vice Dean, Old Bai replied. The final order the young sect leader issued was... He paused, hesitating for a moment before continuing. To investigate Yao Wen Yuan. Lian Hui was stunned. He frowned and demanded, What did you say? Why? Why would the young sect leader order an investigation into him? Seeing his confusion, the old man explained, I don't know the details. But before that, he said... The scene flashes back to the past. Li Yuan slammed his hand on the table, trembling as he spoke. We've been deceived. Yiming asked in confusion, What do you mean, sir? Breaking out in a cold sweat. The young sect leader stammered. We've been tricked. There's no way out now. Back in the present. Lian Hui pursed his lips tightly as he listened to the story. The scene cuts to the mountain peak where Huanya and the others were stationed. Huanya punched Yiming square in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. He stood over the older man, clenching his fist. Yiming scrambled back to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, and threw another desperate punch. Huanya quickly raised his guard. Yiming aimed a straight punch at his face, but Huanya sidestepped the blow and drove a counterattack into his ribs. Huanya ducked low to evade the next strike, then launched a vicious uppercut straight into Yiming's face. He finished the combo with a powerful kick that sent the man flying back several meters. Huanya turned around and walked over to Da Qi, who was watching from the rear. Da Qi sighed as he watched Huanya approach, thinking, when is this going to end? He glanced at Yiming, struggling to stand up and worried. If he gets hurt any worse, the young master is definitely going to be furious. He shouted out, Stop it! Do you have to break a bone before you admit defeat? Yiming suddenly burst out laughing. He snatched up a heavy wooden log from the ground and said, There's one thing I always teach the brats. He charged forward, screaming, A battle only ends when one side is completely finished. Hanya frowned, gritting his teeth as he cursed. You stubborn bastard. Yiming swung the log, but the boy dodged it with ease. Yiming swung again with all his might. The massive log smashed into the ground, shattering into splinters upon impact. Huanya had already vaulted high over Yiming's head. Drawing the weapon at his waist, he stared down at the old man with eyes burning with killing intent. He slashed straight down without hesitation. Yiming frantically raised what was left of his weapon to block the strike. Hanya flipped mid-air, evading the defense completely. and landed softly right behind Yiming. Sensing the lethal aura behind him, Yiming froze. With a fluid twirl of his blade, Huanya sliced clean through the wooden log in the old man's hands. Heavy chunks of wood thudded onto the ground. Yiming stood paralyzed, speechless. As the sleeves of his uniform fell away, shredded into hundreds of pieces, he sighed deeply. I yield, honestly. The gap between us is too wide. Huanya teased him. Well, your willpower wasn't half bad, at least. You said you served in the sect leader's personal guard. Looks like you weren't just blowing hot air after all. Suddenly, Yiming spoke up. Teach me. Huanya looked at him in confusion. The old man continued. I haven't fought a real battle in 10 years. I want to regain the strength I had when I was in the Sword Guard battalion. Huanya laughed aloud. Oh, you've even got the attitude of a student now. I don't do anything halfway. Are you sure you can survive my training? Yiming clasped his hands in respect. Let's test my limits and find out. Huanya grinned. All right. But I'm warning you, you won't get your old martial arts back. Instead, you'll become far stronger than you ever were before. Hearing this, Yiming's eyes went wide with disbelief. The scene shifts back to Lian Hui, lost in thought. He tilted his head, staring intensely at the wine jar on the table, calculating his next move. Suddenly, he murmured, The Phantom Academy. The place you cherish so deeply, huh? To think that place was actually the den of vipers that sank their fangs into your neck. With that, he reached for his cup and downed the wine in one gulp. Just then, a server approached with a plate of pastries, but Lian Hui immediately blocked him. His voice was ice cold. What is this? I never ordered anything. The waiter hurriedly pointed ahead, stammering, No, sir, that guest over there. Bi Yang strode right up to Lian Hui's table, pulled out a chair, and sat herself down. She stuffed a bun straight into her mouth, chewing as she lectured him. Drinking liquor without snacks, that's going to wreck your stomach. He furrowed his brows, his voice low and dangerous. How did you find? Bi Yang cut him off, pointing a finger upward. A bird had just landed exactly where she pointed. She smirked. I thought you snuck out to feast on something delicious by yourself. Turns out you're just sitting here drowning in bitter wine. I only tagged along because I expected a banquet. Who could have guessed? Big brother. Lian Hui suddenly spoke, his words freezing Bi Yang in place. My younger brother is dead. She looked at him, confused. Wait, if he's your brother, wouldn't that make him the young cult leader? The young cult leader passed away. She racked her brain. She had never heard a whisper about such a thing. Lian Hui answered her unspoken question. It makes sense that you don't know. The one who killed my brother buried the truth deep. She pondered for a moment before letting out a soft gasp. Oh, so that's what this is about. He continued. I entered the academy for revenge, but I realized the web of people involved in his death is far larger than I imagined. How deep do I have to dig to find out why my brother had to die? She swallowed the last bite of her bun and added, if someone plotted to assassinate the young cult leader, it would require a faction powerful enough to shoulder the consequences. Lian Hui slammed his wine cup onto the table, staring daggers at her. It was your people, wasn't it? I don't believe for a second that you self-righteous orthodox sects would obediently accept the demonic cult ruling the world. Bi Yang's heart pounded. Does he know I'm from the Northern Heavenly Association? But Lian Hui continued. However, now is not the time for reckless action. She exhaled, relieved. Exactly, big brother. We're still gathering our strength. She quickly steered the conversation away. You must have loved your brother very much, didn't you? Lian Hui paused, then gave a shocking answer. I hated him. We had different mothers. Bi Yang was stunned into silence. The scene shifts to the past. Young Lian Hui snatched a toy from Liuan's hands, ripping it so hard that it snapped. Lian Hui screamed, This is mine. My mother made it for me. Seeing his anger, little Liuan hurriedly apologized. Lian Hui stormed off in a huff. Who's your brother? Don't you dare call me that. He left Liuan standing there, watching him go. A few days later, Lian Hui stared at his toy, his eyes fixed on the spot where it had broken. Lian Hui let out a laugh. He glued it back together, like a complete idiot. Who fixes things this clumsily? No matter how many times I chased him away, that kid just wouldn't give up. Eventually, we became as close as real brothers. But Liuan's mother despised me. Whenever she saw me, she'd curse me out, so I tried my best to avoid her. That woman hated me to her very core. I had no choice but to leave for Purple Cloud Island. 10 years passed. The next time I saw him, he was just a cold, lifeless body. And back in the present, Bi Yang was at a loss for words. Lian saw her expression and continued, I've been deceived. That was the final message he left before he died. What could that mean? Was he saying someone betrayed him? Bai Yang questioned. Betrayed. Maybe your brother sensed the danger closing in. Lian Hui looked at her, signaling for her to go on. Taking the cue, she continued. If he knew he couldn't stop his own death, wouldn't he want to leave a clue behind, something that would be found even after he was gone? A way to tell someone exactly who was targeting him. A message for the person he trusted most in the world. She added a playful gesture at the end. Suddenly, Lian Hui bolted up from the table. He turned toward the door, muttering to himself, why didn't I think of that before? Moments later, the two of them rushed out of the tavern. Burning with curiosity, Bi Yang chased after him. Lian Hui marched ahead, not waiting for her. He stopped abruptly, scanning the area. Bi Yang poked her head out from behind him, looking around too. Lian Hui spoke. Ever since his mother separated us, he always hid his letters here. He walked to a corner of the garden, searching for something hidden. After a brief search, Lian Hui froze. He pulled out a letter that Lieuan had left behind. Lian Hui focused on every word. His eyes went wide, unable to hide his shock. The letter read, Brother, it's me, Lieuan. It has been over 3 years since I last saw you. I don't know what happened, or if I did something to make you angry. I just feel so suffocated and uneasy. And I don't know why. Father and mother won't tell me anything. They just get angry whenever I mention you. Wherever you are, please stay healthy. And don't forget me. The final line read, Your brother who always misses you, Lieuan. Reading this, veins bulged on Lian Hui's forehead in pure rage. Big brother. Bai Yang's voice snapped him back to reality. She found a letter and held it up in front of him. It's not just here. Look, over here. And here too. Suddenly, Lian Hui slumped to the ground, his spirit shattered. He stared blankly into the empty space ahead, unable to believe his own eyes. Lian Hui's mind conjured an image of his younger brother. Lieuan, with his frail, small body, had always sent letters despite never receiving a reply. Lian Hui's hands tightly gripped the pile of letters, tears of bitter regret falling uncontrollably. He blamed himself for not caring for Lieuan enough, only to be left with a belated apology that could never be heard. Lian Hui collapsed on the ground, sobbing. I'm so sorry, Lieuan. Bi Yang, seeing his agony, felt a wave of sympathy for him. The scene shifts to Wen Yuan's private office. He asked in a deep, contemplative voice, Are you certain? Miao Yang stood beside him, confirming with absolute confidence, I am certain, even though the meeting had ended. Dan Lu Bai and the eldest young master had stayed behind to speak privately. The old man fell silent for a moment, thinking, then issued the order to mobilize the Yin Moon Squad and arrest everyone who attended the gathering, including Dan Lu Bai. Miao Yang immediately obeyed. He lowered his voice and mentioned the eldest young master, wanting to gauge the old man's reaction. Wen Yuan slammed his hand on the table, snapping a threat that left Miao Yang stunned. The old man's expression shifted, his eyes already plotting the next move. He explained briefly, No need to worry. The Mu Jiao dynasty is about to crumble anyway. Elsewhere, under a vast sky speckled with bright stars, a hawk soared overhead. Below, on a rocky cliff, Lian Hui's group had fully assembled. Bi Xiang took the initiative to ask Yiming, Instructor, why have you come here? Don't tell me you're here to arrest me. At the same time, Lian Hui handed a bag full of Li Yuan's letters to Huan Ya. These are the records the little cult leader left behind before he died. Huan Ya, cross-reference these records with the ledgers to find the Academy's illegal transactions. Upon hearing the request, she immediately complied. Lian Hui turned, intending to assign a task to Yiming, but stopped abruptly. Seeing the wounds on the man's face, he asked with concern. The instructor scratched his head awkwardly. It's nothing, really. Just got a little banged up during martial arts training. Dai Chi, who stood behind them observing the city, turned back to report, Something is happening at the academy. All 5 of them looked surprised, gazing down at the city fortress. Huan Ya used the heavenly eye technique to project her vision far out to a flag planted on a roof. Confused, she unconsciously read the character on the flag aloud. Yin Yiming stepped up beside her, his face filled with anxious dread. The Yin Moon Squad, Hanya turned to look at him, puzzled. What is the Yin Moon Squad? Yiming immediately explained. That is the director's personal unit. If they are deployed, it signifies a top-level crime. It means an act of treason has occurred. The secret gathering must have been exposed. Lian guessed that Yuan wanted to strike first. He simply crossed his arms and smirked. Well then, we can't just sit here doing nothing either. Scene shift to another location. Miao Yang had already captured those who attended the gathering. He held a list and read the name. Su Chi Cheng. This was the man who had worn the cat mask. Crouched on the ground, he glared at Miao Yang with resentment, his body trembling in helpless fear. He couldn't hold back his curses. Miao Yang, you bastard! Miao Yang furiously stomped on the man's chest. A traitor dares to scream like that here. His brutal action terrified the bound captives, making them too scared to make a move. He paused, suddenly realizing something had been overlooked. Panic set in as cold sweat broke out. He frantically looked around, but couldn't see Dan Lu Bai anywhere. If I don't catch Dan Lu Bai, all of this is meaningless. Just then, in Miao Yang's line of sight, a tall, imposing figure slowly approached from the distance. It was Zhao Yang, a long scar running down half his face. Miao Yang respectfully asked what brought him here, but Zhao Yang didn't say a word. He simply snatched the list away. Zhao Yang scanned the names written on the page, one by one. He spoke up. This is different from the report I received. Miao Yang panicked. How can that be? I was the one who personally attended that gathering. Do you not trust the word of a witness who was right there? Zhao Yang's expression instantly changed. A witness? You say I heard everyone at that meeting wore masks? So how? Instructor Miao, do you know their faces? Miao Yang stammered, making up a random excuse. That, I just listened to their voices and watched their movements to guess. Zhao Yang glanced behind him with suspicion. Is that so? So this list was compiled based solely on voices and movements. Miao Yang was struck speechless, sweating profusely in fear. He cursed internally. Zhao Yang, I thought you were loyal to the director. Did you switch sides this quickly, asterisk? Terrified of being exposed, Miao Yang pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Yang's face. Don't go looking for trouble. This is a direct order from the director himself. Zhao Yang calmly took a breath and replied in a soft voice. Fine. It is true that within the academy, the director's orders hold the highest authority, but no matter what, the Phantom Academy cannot stand above the cult leader. Zhao Yang, the 8-ring demon, have arrived. By order of the first young master, halt this inhumane act right now. Miao Yang, trembling, with a mix of fear and disdain, sneered. The dean finally has a plan to eliminate the first young master too, so his orders, they don't mean a damn thing anymore. Miao Yang then bellowed at the troops. Listen up, Dark Moon Squad. As the dean's personal elite force, I order you to arrest Instructor Zhao immediately. Charge him with insubordination in a heartbeat. The Dark Moon Squad surrounds Zhao Yang, the air thick with tension. But beneath the disguise of Zhao Yang, Huaya cracks a sinister smile. That's it. I'm loving how this is turning out. Meanwhile, the inspection team storms down the corridor, their faces grim and terrifying. Passers-by stare in confusion. What on earth is happening in the middle of the night? Isn't that the first young master's room? In seconds, the team reaches the door and the captain kicks it open with a deafening crash. He marches to the bed and barks. Wake up, first young master. The dean demands your presence. Silence. When no answer comes, the captain's patience snaps. He growls, refuse, and will drag you there by force. But the figure on the bed remains motionless, fed up. The captain reaches out and grabs the blanket. He yanks it back, shouting for him to get up this instant. The captain's face freezes in shock. It's not the young master, it's Dachi. He lies there, completely relaxed, shoots a glance at the intruder, and grins. Hi there. Cut to the dark streets outside. Yuan is moving fast, his subordinates flanking him. He reaches the other side of the city wall in no time, but suddenly, Yuan lets out a gasp of pure shock at the scene before him. Countless dead bodies lie at Zhao Yang's feet. The dean stares in disbelief, demanding answers. What the hell is this, Instructor Zhao? Explain yourself. What is the meaning of this slaughter? The man sighs and replies, Dean Yuan, impeccable timing. I have orders to arrest you for embezzlement, bribery, and colluding with criminal organizations. Zhao Yang glares, his voice dropping to a growl, and for high treason. The words hit the dean like a thunderclap. He retorts, "You blind fool. Just because the first young master trusts you, have you forgotten how the world actually works?" Suddenly, Yuan senses danger and whips his head to the side. Daichi has appeared out of nowhere at the city gate, having already taken down the dean's guards with ease. Daichi launches himself from the ground. Yuan's face goes pale as a massive fist flies straight toward him. But the old fox is quick. He dodges just in time. Yuan leaps back, creating distance between himself and Daichi. He thinks, if the dean's own Dark Moon squad is this pathetic, the academy is finished. But his thoughts are cut short. He gasps, spotting Lian Hui. He immediately senses something is wrong, and then another shock. Old Bai is here too. Old Bai steps forward slowly, his voice grim. "Dean Yuan, I have been under the young leader's orders to monitor your every move for a long time. This logbook and my own testimony are the undeniable proof of your crimes. Everything has already been reported to the first young master. Confess your sins now." The dean flares his energy, terrifying Old Bai. Yuan roars with murderous intent. "You bastard! Dan Lu Bai, you betray me just to steal the dean's seat. You've overstepped your bounds." Yuan has already activated his body reinforcement. Transforming into a hulking giant, he roars, "I am Yuan," and launches a devastating punch straight at Old Bai. The massive fist closes in, inches from the old man's face. Old Bai squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for death. Suddenly, a foot slams down, pinning the dean's arm. Lian Hui has stepped in, effortlessly blocking the attack. He speaks coldly. "There is one crime the instructor missed, the poisoning of my younger brother, the young leader, Lieuan." Lian Hui kicks the dean back, but Yuan doesn't flinch. He sneers. "Fine, then go ahead and add the murder of the first young master to the list." Lian Hui glares at him. "Too bad. It's your turn to pay the price." Punished, Lian Hui charges forward, unleashing a powerful punch of his own. When Yuan is no pushover, he counters instantly, but Lian Hui sidesteps the blow with ease. They clash violently, trading blow for blow. Suddenly, Lian Hui pivots, shifting his battle stance. He throws a vicious kick when Yuan reacts fast, dodging just in time, and immediately channels energy for a martial art technique. A massive energy hand materializes above them when Yuan slams it down, but Lian Hui raises his own hand to catch the crushing strike. The two immense forces collide. A catastrophic explosion erupts, shaking the very earth. The shockwave rocks the ground. Deep in the forest, Bi Yang stands alone, frowning. What was that? Am I really stuck here waiting for Black Wind? I'm missing all the fun. Just then, she spots a shadow. Black Wind is circling in the sky above. Suddenly, the creature lands on Bi Chang's arm, startling her, but joy quickly takes over, and she hugs it tight. So Heifeng finally understands my heart, huh? She quickly notices a letter tied to Heifeng's leg. She unrolls the scroll, her eyes going wide at the contents within. It is a detailed map. Its mission accomplished. The bird immediately takes flight from Bi Chang's hand. Heifeng soars away. Under the bright moonlight, Bi Chang stands there, still confused, gazing down from the heights at the tiny lands below. The silence is shattered by a massive explosion. Its destructive power is absolutely terrifying. Smoke and fire consume the sky. Inside the walls, the battle rages on with savage intensity. Yuan's rebellious subordinates have been bound and captured. Anxious and lost, the crowd turns to Yiming. Can we really trust and follow the young master? He hesitates before replying. Why ask me that? Why is everyone so desperate to pick a side? Just worry about your own skins. A man retorts angrily, but you joined the young master's faction yourself, didn't you? Yiming gazes into the distance. Is that so? Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rocks the ground, startling everyone. The shockwave is so intense it crumbles nearby buildings. He stares blankly at the scene. Through the thick smoke, a massive silhouette emerges. Yuan stands unharmed after the brutal clash. He strides forward, lamenting. My faith in capturing the desert blood god has turned into poison. You underestimated my 60 years of cultivation, you brat. Go regret your choices in hell with your little brother. Your stupidity was daring to oppose us. Suddenly, Lian Hui's voice cuts through, stunning Yuan. Did you just say, us? He instantly materializes behind the old man. Yuan calmly swings a fist back, but Lian Hui nimbly leaps around to face him. Lian Hui stares him down. You mean in the seven great heavens? The old man bursts into laughter like he's heard a hilarious joke. The seven great heavens, Yuan sneers with mockery. In the end, they are nothing but tools for the new world that is coming. The old man freezes at the sight before him. Lian Hui is perched right on Wen Yuan's arm. What do you mean by that? What exactly is this new world? Everyone is dumbfounded by Lian Hui's audacity. Meanwhile, Daji calmly dusts off his hair, while the old man's face twists in pure fury. Unable to hold back, Wen Yuan unleashes his martial arts, raining a barrage of fists down on the boy. After missing repeatedly, Wen Yuan persists. Finally, he connects, knocking Lian Hui back with enough force to trigger an earth-shattering explosion. As the thick smoke clears, the boy stands completely unharmed after taking the deadly blow. Lian Hui lets out a scornful laugh. Seems you've gotten weak, old man. Seeing the boy unscathed, the 60-year veteran Wen Yuan boils with rage. He channels his power and launches himself from the ground. Wen Yuan concentrates every ounce of strength into his fist. Yiming trembles in terror at the sheer pressure of his aura. Daji watches calmly, while Old Bai panics under Wen Yuan's overwhelming pressure. Yet, Lian Hui shows zero fear in the face of death. The old man continues to draw out every last drop of his power. Wen Yuan charges forward, locking his murderous intent solely on Lian Hui. The boy stands his ground, refusing to dodge. A deafening boom erupts. Just as Wen Yuan strikes, Lian Hui suddenly leaps high into the air, evading the blow. Wen Yuan is shocked that he missed. Above him, Lian Hui stares down, his eyes burning with killing intent. Too late, Wen Yuan realizes the attack is coming from behind. Lian Hui throws a full-force punch. The two massive energies collide with catastrophic force. Another massive explosion lights up the sky, the shockwave rippling out with terrifying power. When the dust finally settles, a giant crater scars the earth. Deep in the forest, amidst the loud rumbles, someone is sprinting frantically. It is Bichang, running for her life. She watches Heifeng flying ahead. How much further? Heifeng. Suddenly, she gasps at the sight before her. An ancient little temple stands before her. Bichang steps inside to investigate. The place is filled with Buddha statues. She looks around in confusion. What is all this? Buddha statues in here too. She panics when she sees the bird land on a statue's head. Heifeng, get down. Don't be disrespectful. Heifeng fearlessly stomps on the statue's head. She yells, furious, "Stop it. You'll anger the Buddha." Just then, Bichang sensed something off. An object suddenly shot out from the statue's hand. Caught off guard, she instinctively grabbed it, her body flipping mid-air to absorb the force. She landed, struggling to tame the weapon in her grip, still clueless about what just happened. Meanwhile, Yiming and the others stared in shock. Old Bai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Only Lian Hui and Zhao Yang remained calm. Opposite them, Wen Yuan finally collapsed, his strength exhausted after the fierce battle. Lian Hai wasted no time, cutting straight to the chase. "Who is backing you?" He raised his hand, channeling his arts to levitate the old man's body into the air. His voice dripped with icy rage. "Speak, who's the puppet master pulling your strings?" Wen Yuan refused to break, laughing manically as his eyes turned a terrifying crimson. In an instant, Wen Yuan's life force was drained dry. The light faded from his eyes. He was dead. The scene shifts to a small forest shrine. Bichang stands there, gripping two swords tight. She stared blankly at the sharp blades in her hands until a rustle behind her broke the trance. Bichang spun around, startled, only to find Wen Yuan standing there like a ghost. Yiming and the group gasped. Old Bai's jaw dropped, and even the stoic Dazi and Zhao Yang were stunned. Soldiers rushed in from outside, buzzing with disbelief that the old man had somehow escaped death. But then, Lian Hui flicked his wrist, the connection broke, and Wen Yuan's living body collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Old Bai scrambled over, carrying a robe towards Lian Hui. As Old Bai draped the coat over his shoulders, Lian Hui spoke up. "You've finally become the master of the academy, Dan Lu Bai." Old Bai bowed humbly. "I wouldn't dare. The Phantom Academy belongs to the Grand Prince. From now on, I will follow your orders." Lian Hai remained serious. "If you must obey anyone, it is the young cult leader, but he is gone, so inherit his will." Old Bai Dan Lu Bai clasped his hands in solemn obedience. "I will engrave this in my heart." Suddenly, Lian Hui turned his gaze toward Wen Yuan's lifeless corpse. He recalled the old man's final words. The seven great heavens were mere tools for the incoming new world. The more he thought, the stranger it felt. What kind of terrifying entity had been controlling that old man? With the dust settled, Zhao Yang reported, "All those involved in poisoning the young cult leader have been dealt with. What are your orders now?" "Grand Prince." Lian Hui pondered for a moment. "There's no reason to stay in the academy anymore. Let's go." Old Bai was stunned. Go where?" Lian Hui dropped the bombshell. To the demonic cult's main mountain. We're hunting the 7 great heavens. Yiming couldn't believe his ears. The 7 great heavens. You want to start a war, Grand Prince. Chaoyang immediately fell in step behind Lian Hui. I'll prepare for departure. He glanced back, worried. Grand Prince, are we really going with just these few? Yiming suddenly realized something. Wait, what about Bichang? Lian Hui stopped in his tracks. He weighed the situation. Leave her. She's just a student, after all. He analyzed the past and future with cold logic. Meanwhile, Bichang was wandering the forest, muttering, something smells fishy, and why did Big Brother send me here? Ever since she found the twin swords, Black Wind had vanished. The weirdness of it all made her groan in frustration. She kept mumbling to herself until she saw something on the wall that made her gasp. A letter. She read aloud, with your skills, I trust you've secured the Violet Twin Swords safely. These are the Violet Twin Swords, one of the 5 great divine weapons. I am heading to the demonic cult's headquarters. You've worked hard handling things in my stead. I'm no longer here, and you might become a target. So, I leave the Violet Twin Swords to you. Take care. Baichang finished reading, tears streaming down her face. She looked up, sobbing. What kind of heartless goodbye is this? She fell silent, the loneliness of the empty room sinking in. Memories of her time with Lian Hui flooded back. The dam broke, and she wept uncontrollably. Suddenly, Yanji walked in. Miss, what are you doing? Bichang frantically wiped her tears. Yanji stepped closer. I asked what you're doing here. Why haven't you chased after him yet? Baichang blinked, confused. Huh, Yanji replied calmly. Didn't you say we have to use the Grand Prince? Baichang stammered for an excuse. But I haven't retrieved the 3 Heavens flag yet. Yanji just smiled and explained. The 3 Heavens banner is merely a symbol. True righteousness is defined by people, not by some object. You need to walk the path of the greater good, my lady. Bi Yang stood dazed for a moment after hearing Yanji's encouragement. Then, a smile of agreement spread across her face. You're absolutely right. From now on, I'm sticking to him like a starving leech. I'll pack my bags right now. He won't be able to shake me off. The old man hadn't expected such a reaction from Bi Yang. The scene shifts to the high city walls, where Zi stood deep in thought. He was shaking with pure rage. In this place, everyone was beneath Zi's feet. Seniors, instructors, no one dared to look down on him. But everything changed the moment he showed up. Zai realized he was just a frog in the well, drunk on his sex-empty reputation. If things keep going like this, the position of Blood Thunder Clan head will fall to my older brother. Frustrated, he ground his teeth, his eyes glaring intensely at the path ahead. Zayu made a silent vow he would also travel to the heart of the demonic sect. Meanwhile, Lian Hui's group was already marching toward that very same destination. Suddenly, Yiming spotted something and cried out. Dachi was completely shocked. No way. How is she ahead of us? Bi Yang appeared right in front of them, mounted on a horse. Even Lian Hui hadn't expected to see her here at a time like this. High above, a large bird spread its wings across the blue sky. Down below, a black scorpion crawled across the scorching sand. It raised its poisonous tail in warning. The group of 5 rode through the blistering desert heat. Bi Yang, throat parched and dripping with sweat, tilted her head back to drink. Desperate, she begged Lian Hui, Big brother, if you have any water left, please. Give me a sip. But he coldly refused. I have nothing for you, Bi Yang wailed. Oh my god, how can you be so heartless? Think about all the effort I made following you here. You can't treat me like this, Lian Hui replied indifferently. Who asked you to follow me? She fumed inwardly. If she had known the journey would be this miserable, so she never would have come. Her mouth really was a jinx the moment she started complaining. Things happened. Yiming, sweating profusely, noticed a figure approaching. Far off in the distance, someone was walking a camel toward them. Daichi gasped in exhaustion. Someone's there! Huanya was surprised too. What the? Why is there a person in the middle of this desert? Yiming wondered aloud. A merchant, maybe. The desert sage drew closer and spoke up. Greetings, everyone. He smiled broadly. You've traveled a long way, haven't you? Yiming quickly asked. You seem to know this area well. Do you know if there is a village nearby? The desert sage pointed in the distance. I actually just came from there. Keep going that way for another 2 hours, and you'll find a village. Yiming, Daichi, and Huanya cheered in unison. Bai Yang approached the sage. Excuse me, "Do you have any water?" He replied generously. "Water, I have plenty." She immediately started gulping it down. Yiming tried to stop her. "Hey, are you trying to drink all his water?" But the sage didn't seem to mind. "It's fine. I have enough. Drink as much as you like." Bi Yang let out a satisfied sigh. She finally felt alive again. Dachi grabbed the flask to drink, while Huanya and Yiming fought for their turn. Don't finish it all. The desert sage waited until Yiming drained the very last drop before speaking. "That'll be 10 taels for the water." He held up 10 fingers, leaving everyone confused. "That expensive? 10 taels?" Yiming took out the money to pay him, but still complained. "That's a rip-off." Huanya scoffed. "Doing business like that? You'll lose your head one day." Counting the money, the sage replied, "I've been selling water in this desert for 20 years. I price it based on the customer." He turned to leave, tossing back a parting wish. "Safe travels?" Huanya flared up. "What is he calling us idiots?" Lian Hui sat coldly on his horse and gave the order. "Let's move." The group rode off in the opposite direction of the sage. The sage walked calmly, leading his camel laden with goods. Suddenly, something moved under the sand on both sides, rushing toward him. It stayed submerged, tunneling through the sand, causing the sage to panic. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and 2 figures burst out from the sand. The desert sage scolded them. "Jumping out like that, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I did what you asked. Now, please pay the rest as promised." But the 2 remained silent, staring at him. Behind them, more figures began to emerge. Rows of identical figures lined up on both sides. Then, the ground began to quake violently. Something rose from the earth, making the sage scream in terror. The Daluo blood god stood towering over him, his eyes cold and piercing. On his face, a tattoo of 2 intertwining snakes, the same mark appeared on his arm. One look at those tattoos, and the sage knew exactly who stood before him. He bowed frantically. "You came here yourself. It is an honor to meet you." The blood god was surprised. "You recognize me, even though we've never met," the desert sage replied fawningly. "I heard the Daluo blood god's tattoos are unique." The blood god looked at his hand and laughed with satisfaction. "You know quite a lot." The sage answered honestly. "Wandering the desert as a merchant, I pick up a story or 2 along the way. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but my nickname is the Sage of the Desert. Isn't that exactly why the evil blood sect hired me for this job?" The Daluo blood god let out a heavy sigh. "True enough. So, how did the mission go?" the sage reported. "I've successfully led them to the village." The villain raised a skeptical brow, and they didn't suspect a thing. The sage recounted the scene vividly. "Not at all. They were exhausted and their throats were parched. They didn't have the energy to question my tip about a nearby village." The Daluo blood god's voice rumbled, deep and steady. "Very well. Since you are the famous sage of the desert, I have something special to show you." He reached for the chain at his waist and whipped it upward with a sharp crack. Confused, the sage barely registered the movement. The chain slashed through the air just above his head. He ducked just in time as a heavy object materialized in the Daluo blood god's hand. It was a magnificent sword. The sage gaped, his voice trembling. "Wait, is that the legendary Bloodstar Butcher?" The Daluo blood god nodded. Impressive eyes. "You recognize the Bloodstar Butcher immediately. Tell me, can you assess its condition for me?" The sage hesitated, looking for a polite way out. "That's difficult to say. One must test a sword to truly know its condition." The Daluo blood god feigned hesitation. Then what should we test it on?" the sage quickly suggested. "I've heard a truly great sword can slice through solid rock." The villain's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "No. A sword like this only stays sharp if it tastes human flesh." A cold shiver ran down the sage's spine, sweat soaking his back. He let out a nervous, forced laugh and stumbled backward. I still have a long journey ahead. Sect leader, I must get going." But the Daluo blood god had no intention of letting him leave. "Going somewhere you haven't collected the rest of your payment?" The sage scrambled to escape. "Keep it. You can pay me later." The villain's eyes flashed with sinister delight. A golden aura suddenly enveloped the sage, freezing him in absolute terror. Dark energy swirled around the Daluo blood god. With a mental command, he sent the sword flying, driving it straight through the sage's back. The man collapsed instantly, dead before he hit the ground. The Daluo blood god approached the corpse slowly. It's been far too long since my blade tasted fresh blood. He gripped the hilt and ripped the blade from the sage's lifeless body with a wet squelch. Patience, Bloodstar Butcher. Soon, you will feast on the blood of the demon sect leader himself. As he spoke, the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into darkness. Meanwhile, Lian Hui's group galloped toward the village. After a while, they reined in their horses. Below lay a small, secluded village. They descended to find lodging, but Biyang's voice rang out in panic. What do you mean? You can only make thin noodles? The innkeeper nodded apologetically. I'm afraid so. That's the only ingredient we have left. Bayang and Dachi slapped their foreheads in unison. Unacceptable. Then Biyang sighed, defeated. Fine, just give us the extra large portions. Daci chimed in. Make mine a double extra large. The owner stopped him immediately. Impossible. We only have enough for exactly 5 servings, not a noodle more. Hanya shuddered slightly. Creepy. It's like he knew exactly 5 of us were coming. He quickly changed the subject. Do you have rooms available? The owner nodded instantly. 5 rooms? 1 for each of you? Hanya waved his hands. We don't need 5. We can double up to save money. The owner cut him off sternly. Absolutely not. House rules 1 guest, 1 room. Hanya scoffed. Come on, that's ridiculous. You're just trying to squeeze money out of us. That's pure greed. Lian Hui stepped in calmly. Let it go. We'll take the rooms. I'm going up first. You guys can split my share of the noodles. Bayang and Dachi's eyes lit up. Seriously? Hanya tried to be polite. Big brother, you should at least have a bite. Lian Hui muttered as he walked away. Good grief. Dragging around 2 bottomless pits like you guys is exhausting. Under the starry night sky, the village was silently surrounded. The Daluo blood god raised his hand, signaling the attack. His minions slid silently down the slopes toward the village, the only sound in the quiet night being the rustle of their deadly approach. A savage hunger burned in the Daluo blood god's eyes. Inside one of the guest rooms, Biyang lay awake on her bed. She sighed. It's been ages since I slept alone. Why does it feel so lonely? I wonder if Big Brother is asleep yet. Suddenly, her stomach gave a loud growl. She clutched her belly. Ah, damn it. I just ate a huge bowl of noodles. How am I hungry again? This is unfair. What kind of inn doesn't even have buns? Meanwhile, Lian Hui wasn't sleeping either. He stood alone by the window, moonlight washing over his face. He recalled the taunts he had heard earlier. You aren't qualified to threaten me. If you want to live, let me go. If I die, you'll regret it more than you can imagine. The 7 great heavens are nothing but... Lian Hui mused over those arrogant words, until a faint noise outside snapped him back to reality. A dark aura slowly began to coil around Lian Hui. The noises outside grew distinct, yet he remained perfectly still. Sensing trouble, Lian Hui let out a cold snort, his expression darkening. I guess a peaceful night's sleep is too much to ask for. Suddenly, the Daluo blood god emerged from the shadows, his voice echoing like a call from hell. A pleasure to meet you. Outside, his minions were struggling to activate a mechanism at the gate. As they combined their strength to turn the heavy gears, the main house in the village shuddered. In an instant, it sank deep into the ground, revealing a hidden underground structure completely unlike the world above. Lian Hui clapped slowly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Amazing, truly amazing, to think you'd set a trap using an entire village. The Grand Luo blood god smirks. Actually, this trap was meant for your father. I've spent 10 years preparing this little surprise. Lian Hui stays calm, though disgust drips from his voice. You're insane. Did you really have nothing better to do? The blood god sighs dramatically. Considering the humiliation he put me through, 10 years is nothing. I'd wait 30 if it meant getting my revenge. Lian Hui tilts his head. But why come all the way to this desert? The villain waves his hand. Doesn't matter now. I found a sacrifice far better than him. Lian Hui spots the snake tattoo on the man's arm. It clicks. Wait, are you a lackey of the desert blood god? The Grand Luo blood god looks genuinely offended by such a stupid question. He roars, Are you blind? These twin snakes are the mark of the Grand Blood God of the evil blood sect. Only I can bear this crest. Lian Hui nods slowly. Ah, the sect leader of the evil blood sect. Is it? So you're the leader of these butchers. Did you really kill every single villager here? The blood god cackles. Of course, if you want to catch a big fish, You need bait that's just as big. Hearing those inhumane words, Lian Hui clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. He forces himself to stay calm, spitting out every word. Just for this trash trap? You ordered the slaughter of entire villages. The blood god grins wickedly. My opponent is Xuanmu Zhao. This is the bare minimum preparation required. Lian Hui's grip tightens, his body exploding with killing intent. He grinds his teeth, eyes burning with pure hatred. None of you deserve to live. In a blur, Lian Hui instantly appears right in front of the Grand Luo blood god. The minions rush forward to block him, but Lian Hui vanishes in a flash. The next second, he's hovering right above their heads. He grabs two of them by the jaw, yanking them upward before slamming them violently behind him. He tears through every attacker the same way. The speed is so terrifying, even the Grand Luo blood god stands there, frozen in shock. Even with everyone but the leader down, Lian Hui's rage hasn't cooled one bit. If anything, he's angrier. He glares daggers at the boss while the broken bodies of the blood sect members lie scattered around them. The Grand Luo blood god snaps out of his daze, his face twisting. Fury boils in his chest like magma. He grinds his teeth and barks an order. What are you idiots staring at? Kill him now. The remaining cultists swarm toward Lian Hui. They lunge from all sides like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Suddenly, a blinding light explodes from Lian Hui. A violent shockwave blasts outward, sending the cultists flying like ragdolls. The Grand Luo blood god's eyes glow with power. Enraged, he tosses an unlucky minion aside like trash. He growls, his voice deep and raspy like a provoked beast. Lian Hui locks eyes with him, radiating pure murder. The ground beneath the blood god starts to shift. As his body sinks into the earth, he sneers. If I can't kill you, I'll just bury you alive. He flashes a sinister smile. In the meantime, I think I'll go hunt down your little friends. Just for fun. Lian Hui just lets out a short breath. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, cultists are dropping like flies. Da Qi's fist crashes down like thunder, literally exploding his opponent into bloody chunks. He roars, his voice drowning out the sickening crunch of bones. With a single strike, the Qi wipes out over a dozen enemies. The blood god watches, stunned. That one looks like the second strongest. I'll deal with the weaklings first. A sharp whistle cuts the air. A metal rod whizzes past Da Qi's head. He spins around, slamming both fists toward the attacker. The Grand Luo blood god panics, immediately spinning around, and, without a word, he dives straight into the ground to escape. Da Qi smashes his fist into the earth where the guy just was, then backflips twice to reset. Clean execution. Da Qi pants heavily, steam practically pouring off him. He's furious. He screams at the ground, "Damn it, stop hiding, you cowards! Come out and fight!" Under a crystal clear sky, a streak of light cuts through the air like a blade. Elsewhere, Huan Ya is dancing through a horde of blood cultists. With one precise movement, heads roll, all of them, at once. Watching from the shadows, the Grand Luo blood god silently sinks back into the earth. Too sharp. I'll save that one for later. Rapid footsteps echo. It's Bi Yang, sprinting while frantically scanning her surroundings. Bi Yang looks confused. I've been running forever. No end in sight. The space must be moving along with me. She jams her hand into her pocket. If that's the case. A few seconds later, she pulls out a sharp metal spike attached to a long cord. Bi Yang grips the cord and starts spinning it above her head, faster and faster. As the orbit widens, the centrifugal force pulls the spike forward like a compass needle. Bi Yang immediately follows where it points. Suddenly, the spike freezes in midair before plunging straight down into the earth with terrifying speed. She grins. Found you. Ba Yang stomps her foot, launching herself forward like an arrow shot from a bow. But suddenly, she skids to a halt. Two cultists from the evil blood sect appear out of nowhere, blocking her path. Without a wasted movement, she grips the twin hilts on her back and Ba Yang unleashes a decisive slash. Before the two can even react, they drop to the ground, defeated. She grins, clearly enjoying herself. Big brother, this thing works pretty well, doesn't it? Then, her eyes widen as if spotting something. Wait a sec. She stares intensely at the arm of the cultist she just took down. There's a tattoo of a snake flicking its tongue. A memory sparks in her mind, and she frowns. These guys, ugh. She suddenly recalls a crucial detail, her eyes widening in shock. While she's distracted, a blade whistles past her face. Luckily, she dodges just in time. The blade flies forward from momentum, but then snaps back like a boomerang to strike her again. She barely evades it as a massive hand catches the weapon. It's the blade of the Daluo blood god. He slashes horizontally at Bai Yang, and she escapes death by a hair's breadth. From the ground, Bi Yang looks up at the towering figure. On his hand, there's a tattoo of two snakes intertwined. She scrambles to her feet and creates distance. That tattoo. It looks like the evil blood sect, but this one has two snakes. If that's the case, then this guy is... Bi Yang snaps her head toward the Daluo blood god as memories flood back. A terrifying question forms in her mind. The cult leader, being of the evil blood sect. The Daluo blood god looks surprised. You dodged my blood essence blade even though I thought you were the weakest one. Bai Yang calls out, You're the leader of the evil blood sect, aren't you? He throws his head back and laughs maniacally, then boasts, You have a good eye. I'll give you that. Meeting my true self, one of the 7 outer demons, you'll have quite a story to tell in hell. Bai Yang blinks, confused. Not the 4 outer heavenly kings, but the 7 outer demons. What the hell is that? The blood god points his blade at her and barks. The 7 outer demons are the rank directly below the force-formed heavenly kings. Our martial arts are on par with the sect leaders of the 9 great sects from the old days. And among those 7 demons, the one who proudly holds the title is none other than me, the Daluo blood god. Bai Yang glares, her voice cold. You killed all those people just for a cheap, dark title like that? He scoffs. What's the big deal about crushing a few anthills? Aren't the eldest young master and his lackeys just pretending to be noble too? His fingers tighten around the hilt, veins bulging. He swings his arm back, his killing intent exploding outward. In the Jianghu, compassion is nothing but poison. He puts his full weight into a slash, screaming, Die, you brat! Bi Yang sees an opening and counters, but he dodges. The blood god strikes from above. She reacts with lightning speed, her sword slicing the wind as it rushes toward him. Bai Yang unleashes a flurry of precise strikes. The sound of clashing steel rings out relentlessly. The blood god narrows his eyes. Suddenly, Bi Yang freezes, her expression shifting, then she leaps high into the air, winding up for a massive strike. At the same moment, the blood god spins to attack. Their moves collide, creating a deafening, ear-piercing screech of metal. Bai Yang presses the attack, her strikes raining down like a storm, forcing him to lose his footing. The Daluo blood god falls backward, shouting, You little brat. As he falls, he violently throws a chain forward. With zero wasted movement, he grips the chain tight. The tension yanks him upright, saving him from death by a hair. He grabs the chain with his other hand, the tension making the air vibrate. Glaring at Bi Yang with a murderous rage, he lashes the chain straight at her. Bai Yang freezes as the chain whips her square in the chest, then slams brutally into her stomach. She's sent flying, grimacing in pain. A massive explosion rocks the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. The Daluo blood god retracts his weapon, smirking, finally caught one. But before he can finish gloating, a strange sound from behind catches his attention. As the dust settles, Bi Yang's silhouette emerges. She tightens her grip on her sword and slowly stands up, her breathing steady and calm. She winks at him. Just a split second slower, and that would have actually been dangerous. He freezes. You withstood the blood essence blade. Even if she blocked it, the shockwave should have scrambled her internal organs. Bai Yang twirls her sword, her movements soft yet unpredictable. The blood god trembles. Did she just negate the impact in that split second? He screams in denial. You just got lucky. You wretched brat. He lunges like a beast pouncing on prey. But this time, you won't be getting back up. Just then, the entire space begins to shake violently. Both the Daluo blood god and Bai Yang turn their heads toward the source. Before them, emerald lightning blazed, fracturing the very air. Countless bolts wove together like a spider web, and in a split second, a colossal pillar of light erupted, illuminating the entire dimension. It shot straight up, looking like it wanted to pierce the heavens. The electrical glow slowly faded, the pale green light dissolving into the void. Neiman stood frozen, forgetting to release his grip on the enemy's throat. Nyahuan's mind was racing with hundreds of unanswered questions, while Dachi sat atop the spoils of war, looking up in bewilderment. Bichsung and the great Luo blood god gaped in shock at the figure hovering in the sky. That person was none other than Lian Hui. Arcs of electricity crackled around him. Lian Hui spoke coldly. Let's end this farce right here. The great Luo blood god was drenched in cold sweat. What in the world? Did he just destroy the entire array Huyan Mo trio? That man is a monster. Bitch Soong cheered happily. Boss, you're cheating again. I just figured out how to break the formation, but you couldn't wait even a second. The great Luo blood god instinctively stepped back, his heart consumed by anxiety. Another monster had been born. He growled low in his throat, thinking, I'm done for. There's no way I can win this. Even if it swallows my pride, I have to run and plan later. Seeing him dive toward the ground, Beach Chuang screamed, Oh no you don't, you bastard. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. He pointed his sword tip toward the heavens, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot out, shaking the earth and sky. Channeling all his power, Lian Hui drove the sword straight into the earth. The ground split open, and from the fissure, the great Luo blood god was blasted into the air. He lay motionless, smoke rising from his scorched skin. The great Luo blood god coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He froze as the cold steel pressed against his neck. Lian Hui's voice was grim. Goodbye, great Luo blood god. The villain frantically tried to salvage the situation. Wait, if you spare my life, I'll become your most loyal force. Lian Hui didn't hesitate, ordering him to shut his mouth immediately. The great Luo blood god shouted desperately. I know Huyan Mo trio very well. Even if you're his son, he isn't the type to hand over his position easily. His eyes rolled back in desperation. Let's join forces and kill Huyan Mo trio together. Lian Hui stood silent for a few seconds. The dust settled, revealing the devastation. Everything in sight was the ruin of a fierce battle. The great Luo blood god's eyes hid a treacherous killing intent, mixed with calculation. A strange emotion swept through Lian Hui. He paused, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Lian Hui spoke calmly. You're misunderstanding something. I have no intention of fighting for the sect leader position, but even if I did, I would never use the hand of a murderer like you. The great Luo blood god scoffed in contempt. Ridiculous. He sneered sarcastically. Isn't the entire demonic path built on rivers of blood? Are you denying that? Coming this far only to preach heroic morals? How pathetic. Beach Chuang suddenly shouted from the side. You're wrong. Her voice was tight with rage. The villagers you slaughtered while preparing your revenge, they were innocent people. They had no way to fight back. Reaching back to draw her sword, she declared, On their behalf, I will take your life. Murderous intent surged around Beach Chuang. The great Luo blood god gasped for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lian Hui tried to interject. You don't need to dirty your hands. But it was already too late. Beach Chuang's blade traced a blinding arc through the air. The great Luo blood god's head severed from his body. Blood sprang wildly. Lian Hui remained silent, a complicated shadow in his eyes. A fleeting smile touched Beach Chuang's lips, her gaze reflecting the pride of a victor. The villain's head dissolved, turning into a dark liquid on the ground. Meanwhile, in a serene courtyard somewhere else, fish swam lazily, creating gentle ripples in a pond. Someone remarked, I heard the eldest young master has left the Illusionary Academy. I suppose he's heading back to the main altar. A man gently fingered a warm teacup. It was Chu Vi Kuk. He replied with an indifferent tone, Most likely. The patriarch of the Black Dragon Sky Clan asked curiously, Isn't the son of the Chu family also at the academy? Chu Diknyan replied, I sent that useless second son of mine to learn martial arts, but who knows if he's actually achieved anything. He was the patriarch of the Blood Thunder Clan. Just then, Dao Li approached them and bowed respectfully. He reported, I've received word that the great Luo blood god has been defeated by the eldest young master. Vi Kuk was stunned. The great Luo blood god. Isn't he the leader of the evil blood sect even among the demonic cults? He was a massive headache. I didn't expect the eldest young master to be this powerful. He was never an easy target to kidnap to begin with. Tiknyan added, Now, the eldest young master has become a new threat to us, Vi Kuk suggested. We need to strengthen the alliance between the seven great heavens. It would be very troublesome if a traitor appeared among us. Tiknyan lifted his teacup. The Black Dragon Sky Clan and the Blood Thunder Clan are in the same boat. Surely no one is stupid enough to jump off in the middle of the river. Vi Kuk burst out laughing. Sounds reasonable. Poor eldest young master, becoming our new nuisance. Tichnan laughed loudly, his voice laced with mockery. Indeed, returning home after more than 10 years, yet not a single warm welcome awaits him. Amidst the desolate sky, Lian Hui and Bi Yang stare solemnly in one direction. Before them, The sect's main altar stands towering among the endless green mountains. Ba Yang's eyes go wide as she thinks, so this is the demonic cult's headquarters? She whispers internally. Finally, we've arrived, Master. The market street is bustling, voices blending with boisterous laughter. Buyers and sellers alike wear bright smiles, weaving together the vibrant scene of a busy morning market. Ba Yang observes as she walks, thinking, even if this is the demonic cult's base, it is still a place where humans live. Perhaps these people couldn't care less about our wars. On the wide road of the Jianghu, Lian Hui's group marches in a straight line. In just a moment, they stop before the majestic city gates. Yiming steps forward and commands, the eldest young master has arrived. Open the gates, now. But the guard just stands still, his suspicious gaze sweeping over the group. He speaks up. We cannot verify if this is truly the eldest young master. Please wait until someone confirms his identity. Yiming explodes in rage. What? We sent a letter in advance, and you still make us wait. What kind of disrespect is this? The guard shouts back at him. Just wait there. Those are the rules. What do you expect me to do? Ba Yang guesses silently. This situation is about to get messy. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. Greetings, eldest young master. It is the Poison Heart Fox. He bows subserviently. My apologies, sir. I arrived a bit late. Inside, he thinks bitterly. I promised to help the Black Dragon Sky Clan for my grandson's sake. Yet that biased bastard sent me to do these menial chores. The scene shifts to a quiet estate. Poison Heart Fox explains. Since the news came so suddenly, we couldn't prepare a proper place in time. Please forgive us, Huanya and Biyang exclaim in dissatisfaction. This is the accommodation for the eldest young master? It's barely decent, Lian Hui questioned sharply. I have entered the sect, yet none of the 7 great heavens have shown their faces. Poison Heart Fox flinches, as I said. Because the news was so sudden, perhaps they haven't prepared yet. They will arrive soon. Eldest young master? The boy radiates killing intent as he says, it seems you people want to test my patience. That attitude makes Poison Heart Fox panic to the extreme. Lian Hui sternly orders, Poison Heart Fox, transmit my order immediately. From now on, with the authority of the eldest young master. His voice turns cold. I am issuing a summoning order. Poison Heart Fox's face turns pale, a vague fear rising in his heart. A majestic dragon-embroidered cloak is draped over Lian Hui's shoulders. Huanya stands beside him, gently adjusting every fold. Lian Hui radiates a solemn aura like a king. Huanya bows respectfully. Then I shall take my leave first, young master. Lian Hui leads the group, walking proudly toward the heavenly flower hall. A solemn atmosphere covers the wide brick courtyard, sunlight shining on the plaque above, sparkling like dancing dragons and phoenixes. Yiming shouts the announcement. The eldest young master is approaching. The doors slowly creak open. Stepping across the threshold, a space of supreme solemnity is revealed. Yiming and Ba Yang freeze, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. A dull, heavy sound echoes throughout the heavenly flower hall. The officials simultaneously clasp their hands in greeting, their expressions incredibly respectful. Lian Hui suddenly pauses, his eyes wavering as if noticing something unusual. He thinks in surprise, Green Bamboo Ghost Demon. Yu Guanzhong thinking this? Lian Hui calmly walks up to the high seat. Yiming sweats profusely. Even if the cult leader is ill, to openly disrespect the eldest young master like this. Does the real power lie in the hands of the 7 great heavens? As Lian Hui sits down, his cloak flares up. At this moment, he exudes an extraordinary majesty. Yiming silently questions, no. But why is his expression so calm? It's as if he predicted this. Lian Hui orders clearly, Biyang, bring that here. She immediately agrees and complies, carrying up a tray piled high with seals, then placing it neatly before Lian Hui. With just a wave of his hand, the seals levitate in unison, then fly down as if guided by spiritual energy. They stop right in front of each official, who hurriedly catches them. Guanzhong immediately opens it to check the contents. Why? Inside, Lian Hui sternly commands, from now on, you are required to carry this seal with you at all times. If any clan walks within the city without this seal, the officials' faces turn deathly pale. Everyone sweating like they've taken a bath. Lian Hui frowns and warns, then I will eliminate them all. The scene shifts to a bustling tavern, people coming and going in droves. When a luxurious guest enters, The shopkeeper greets him warmly. Welcome, Patriarch's song. The Radiant Society's banquet is about to begin. He responds cheerfully, all right. At this moment, Huanya is standing on the roof tiles observing them. He exclaims smugly, one has taken the bait. Huanya doesn't hesitate to signal Black Wind. It quickly spreads its wings and shoots into the sky. Patriarch's song raises his wine cup and laughs heartily. The crowd chimes in. The eldest young master must have entered the Heavenly Flower Hall by now. I wonder if he's crying while looking at all the empty seats. They sneer. The Heavenly Flower Hall is a bit big, isn't it? Even with 100 people, it feels empty. 100 ha, I doubt even 20 showed up. The song patriarch pours his wine, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Unbelievable. Are there seriously this many morons who can't read the room? A sly grin twists his lips as he raises a glass to the crowd, inviting them to join his mockery. But before the cup touches his lips, boom! Black Wind crashes through the ceiling. Smashing directly into the table, debris flies, and as the dust settles, Huanya stands amidst the wreckage. Patriarch's song roars in fury. Which lunatic dares? Do you have any idea where you are right now? Huanya's voice cuts through the smoke, ice cold. And what are you lot doing? Did the summoning order simply bypass your ears? The room falls dead silent before exploding into raucous laughter. They clutch their stomachs, wiping tears from their eyes. Did some idiot actually show up for that today? Look around, kid. Today is the Radiant Council's gathering. Patriarch's song is mid-laugh when he chokes out a confused "eh" as a terrifying aura suddenly erupts from Huanya. All heads snap toward the entrance. A deafening boom shakes the very foundation, sending the drunks stumbling, barely keeping their feet. Lieuan strides in, his presence commanding. Don't tell me you people actually call this dump the Heavenly Flower Hall? Or are you so incompetent you need a guide to find the real hall? Patriarch Song's knuckles turn white as he clenches his fists. If the young master wants respect, he hisses, he should learn to give it first. My clan has been the bedrock of the demonic cult for generations. You show up out of nowhere, barking orders. That is not how a young master should behave. Lieuan's voice drops, dangerous and low. Since when did trash like you become the foundation of my cult? Demon Cult or the entire world, there is only one master. And I am the only one worthy to take that throne. Song grinds his teeth audibly. He lets out a sharp, piercing whistle, and shadows instantly coalesce into a squad of assassins. They lunge at Lieuan like starving tigers. In a heartbeat, the young master is completely surrounded. Patriarch Song sneers triumphantly. We have the 7 great heavens backing us. If you force this fight, young master, you won't walk away with anything. Walk away now, and we'll pretend this never happened. No one has to bleed today, right? Lieuan's lip curls into a cold smirk. No one, you say. With a lazy yet imperial wave of his hand, Lieuan gives the signal. Huanya moves a blur of speed like a sudden gale. Steel flashes. He darts past Patriarch Song, leaving nothing but a hair-thin line across the old man's throat. The Patriarch's head slowly tips backward and slides off his shoulders. Blood sprays in a gruesome fountain. Amidst the horror, Lieuan's expression doesn't shift an inch. The severed head thuds against the floor. Terror seizes the crowd. They scramble backward as the headless corpse stands there, twitching violently. Lieuan speaks, his voice cutting through the fear. If anyone else has an opinion, speak now. The room freezes, the tension suffocating. Lieuan casts a bored glance at the survivors. They flinch. One man collapses to his knees, trembling. Mercy, please. Forgive me. Young master, I beg you, he screams. Spare me. The dam breaks, the rest drop to the floor, heads banging against the wood. Spare us. Young master, have mercy. Please, I don't want to die. The cries for salvation grow deafening. Mercy, mercy. Yet, Lieuan's cold gaze remains absolute stone. High above, Black Wind spreads its massive wings, soaring into the sky until it vanishes among the clouds. Down below, Lieuan and his retinue stride down the long avenue, robes billowing in the wind. Bystanders freeze, eyes glued to the procession. Suddenly, Lieuan halts. His expression sharpens. A figure shrouded in a black cloak stands directly in his path. Lieuan's eyes narrow. Huanya steps forward, furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you block the young master's path? Wu Ming, Lieuan says softly. Huanya flinches at the name. The cloaked figure speaks, voice grim. The cult leader is looking for you, young master. Lian Hui freezes, standing still as a statue. His entourage gasps, jaws dropping, shock painted across every face. Deep in the majestic mountains, a towering palace looms. Lian Hui walks in silence, trailing behind Wu Ming. They stop before the great hall. A strange, heavy feeling twists in Lian Hui's chest. Has it really been 10 years? A memory flashes two little boys, laughing and playing, him and his brother, back when things were simple. He was so innocent then, a stark contrast to the cold monster he's become. A bitter emotion rises in his throat. Wu Ming bows respectfully. Cult leader, I have brought the young master. Inside, the golden candlelight flickers. A hand reaches out, slowly lifting the heavy veil, revealing a pair of eyes that burn with intensity. When Mu Zhao steps forth, radiating an aura of absolute power and majesty, the curtain falls back into place. The soft swish echoing in the deathly silent room. Father and son stand face to face, their gazes lock heavy with unspoken history. Mu Zhao looks at him, cold as a glacier. Lian Hui holds his ground, staring back with equal sharpness. Mu Zhao breaks the silence first. I hear you took it upon yourself to issue a summoning order, causing chaos throughout the sect. Is this true? Lian Hui scoffs internally. 10 years since we last met, and that's the first thing you say to your own son. On the outside, he remains icy calm. Since the cult leader is ill and his authority has fallen into the dirt, I simply decided to pick it up myself. The answer makes Mu Zhao's blood boil. He attacks Lian Hui, roaring curses. You ungrateful bastard. Nearby objects shatter, debris blasting in every direction. Mu Zhao's veins bulge as his jaw drops open. Who dares? His roar shakes the very heavens and earth as he demands answers. Who dares challenge my authority? His voice thunders across the mountains. Yet Lian Hui sits calmly on the ground, unimpressed. Your temper hasn't changed a bit, has it? He dusts off his clothes, setting the record straight. If you think I returned to steal your throne, you're wasting your energy worrying. Mu Zhao snaps back, aggressive. Then why the hell are you here? Lian Hui shoots him a cold look. Because Lieuan is dead. The news hits Mu Zhao like a physical blow. He freezes instantly. Lian Hui presses on. In his final letter, Lieuan said you would know why he had to die. His expression hardens. Give me an answer. Mu Zhao's face darkens instantly. He turns his back, retreating inside and barking at Lian Hui to leave. Damn it. Lian Hui clenches his fists, shouting at the old man's back. You banished me to He-Du. The least you could have done was protect him. But Mu Zhao remains silent. Lian Hui's aura explodes outward in a wave of fury. You should have saved Lieuan. Arcs of lightning crackle from his body, striking Mu Zhao and making him flinch. Even Wu Ming staggers, overwhelmed by the terrifying surge of power. The ground beneath him quakes violently as the entire palace is instantly engulfed in blinding electric light. Lightning crawls across every wall and ceiling. Lian Hui pours out more power, his intensity showing no signs of fading. The blinding arcs finally dim. Lian Hui whips around, delivering a final ultimatum to his father. Don't you ever say my name again. He strides out of the great hall without looking back. Suddenly, Mu Zhao collapses. Wu Ming screams in panic. Sect leader. Yet Lian Hui doesn't flinch, continuing his march away. Mu Zhao weakly calls out to Wu Ming. The subordinate responds instantly. Yes, sect leader. Sect Saw. Drenched in sweat, the old man wheezes. Did you see that is the power required to rule the world? Pale golden sunlight bathes the scene. Inside a quiet room, a maid silently carries a set of robes. She nudges the door open. Peeking inside, Bi Yang is still fast asleep, completely unaware. The maid cautiously reaches into her pocket, pulls out a small object, and gently places it atop the robes. Outside, birds chirp merrily on the branches, greeting the morning. Bi Yang stretches her limbs, but suddenly freezes mid-motion. Her eyes lock onto the object left on her clothes. It's a signal shaped distinctly like a flower. Bi Yang moves to the table, rifling through the robes. A moment later, she pulls out a small slip of paper. She unfolds the note, studying it with a serious expression. Outside, rhythmic sounds echo through the garden. Huanya yawns deeply, stretching his jaw. He suddenly drops into a squat. A single tear, squeezed out by his yawn, glistens in the corner of his eye like morning dew. He drops his weight again. Huanya is actually sitting comfortably on a massive boulder, which is balanced on Yiming's shoulders. He scoffs. You call yourself an instructor with this pathetic stamina, tired after just a few reps? Yiming collapses face first, thinking, instructors are only supposed to demonstrate, not do the workout. Huanya barks, get up, time for the next set. Yiming's face twists in horror. What? There's more. That's right. Huanya grins. Next up, sparring with me. Yiming lets out a hopeless wail. You've already drained me dry, and now you want to fight. Huanya turns away, feigning disinterest. Don't like it. Fine. Guess you don't want to get stronger. Yiming swallows his pride, suppressing the urge to cry. He clasps his hands, bowing. Please, instruct me, coach. Huanya bursts into delighted, sadistic laughter. The scene shifts to a magnificent, sprawling estate. Light glints off the massive signboard hanging above the entrance. A figure stands frozen, eyes locked on the calligraphy. It is Juzie. He thinks to himself, the Blood Thunder clan. The weight of this family crushes me like a mountain. Every time I step through these gates, I can barely breathe. A voice calls out cheerfully, spotting him. Young master, you've returned. Shendaoli reports. The family head is currently with a guest. Walking alongside him, Juzie sighs. Father is always busy, isn't he? Daolai nods. Well, he is the leader of the 7 great heavens. Juzie frowns, pointing at the retainer's face. Can't you do something about those bangs hanging in your eyes? Daoli smirks. Surely you didn't come all this way just to give me fashion advice? Young master, Juzie's expression shifts. Shendaoli, my father's most trusted right hand. Asterisk. He has no reason to fear someone like me. After all, I'm not the true heir. A deep voice booms from inside the hall. Safe travels. Then, I will convey the family head's message to him. Juzie freezes. A shadow looms over him, so massive he has to crane his neck just to see the face. It is Ju-Su. The giant pulls his hood up, striding past them with a grumbled, Excuse me. Inside, Ju-Si-Ren's voice cuts through the air. You've arrived. Juzie jumps, answering on instinct. Yes, father. But Ju-Si-Ren sounds genuinely confused. Father. Realizing his mistake, the boy flushes and clasps his hands, bowing low. Forgive me. Juzie requests an audience with the family head. He turns his face away and lets out a heavy, weary sigh. Yet, Shiren's attitude toward Jusu is the complete opposite, warm and welcoming. I have burdened you again this time. Without you, I fear we would have lost all contact. Jusu responds with humble grace. You flatter me, sir. Helping you is simply my duty. Shiren tenderly grasps Jusu's arm, his voice full of hope. Not at all. You are the only ray of light left for our clan. Jusu replies politely. You praise me too much. With that, the two of them turn and walk away together. Shiren speaks gently. Come, let us speak in private for a moment. Jusu bows respectfully. Yes, patriarch. They completely ignore Zai, treating him like air. Once they are out of sight, the boy lifts his head. Ze bites his lip. His father's words echoing in his mind. You are the only ray of light for our clan. He swears a silent oath in his heart. I will definitely make that praise my own. Tea time over. Cut to a bustling, noisy street. Suddenly, everyone freezes. Eyes glued to a single spot. Mouths hanging wide open in shock. As if encountering something otherworldly, the commoners hurriedly scramble to the sides, pressing against walls as they spot Jusu approaching. The man walks lost in thought, his internal monologue dripping with disdain. Even if he is the Grand Duke of the demonic cult, isn't he just a little chick? To think they were so clumsy they couldn't even handle a chick like that. In the end, it's nothing but an empty reputation. Jusu suddenly halts. His gaze slams into Lian Hui's group. Bi-Yang's jaw drops, her eyes wide as saucers when she sees Yiming covered in bruises. Instructor, what happened to your face this time? Yiming grunts, trying to hide his shame. You don't need to know. Da-Chi, walking behind them, bursts into laughter. He sparred with Huanya this morning. He got beaten to a pulp. That's why his face looks like that. Yiming sighs, defeated and resigned. Why bring up such useless trivia? Bi-Yang instantly seizes the chance to tease him. Oh, is that so? How did it feel? Our instructor loves tormenting the kids every day, now that he's tasted a beating himself. Look at him trying to change the subject. Quiet, hurry up and pick a restaurant. I want to eat rice. Da-Chi and Bi-Yang cheer excitedly. I choose meat. I choose mandu. Nearby, Jusu stands motionless, staring intensely at Dachi. The corner of his mouth twitches upward. What is this? Who is that over there? Jusu smiles a savage, predatory grin. Long time no see, Dachi. Meanwhile, a fierce debate breaks out. Bi Yang insists on eating mandu. Daichi screams at the top of his lungs, demanding meat. Neither is willing to yield. The two continue shouting their desired menu items without pause. Yiming screams in helpless frustration. Enough, stop it, we'll eat both. Alright, Bi Yang and Dachi jump for joy, urging each other. Let's go, hurry. Bai Yang pauses, curious. But isn't Big Brother eating with Huan Ya? She thinks to herself, Big Brother never touches greasy food anyway. Yiming replies, I'm not sure. He said he had other business and told us to eat first. Suddenly, Bi Yang freezes, her eyes going blank. The sunset reflects off the tiles and trees, casting a golden glow on a sign hanging before a hall. Elsewhere, Huan Ya's jaw drops in disbelief. What on earth? He silently questions the scene before him. Is Lihua Manor actually Xu Ping's undercover base? As Huan Ya steps inside, a familiar voice chimes out. Welcome, valued customer. Xu Ping introduces himself with a beaming, eye-crinkling smile. A garden overflowing with blooms. I am Xu Ping. Huan Ya is utterly bewildered. What is this? Since when did you set up shop here? Xu Ping explained smoothly. Since I predicted the Grand Duke would come looking for me, I went ahead and established a special task force base. Hanya judges him critically. A flower shop this time? It doesn't suit you at all. Xu Ping shares happily. Actually, I've wanted to try opening a shop like this for a long time. The moment he finishes, Huan Ya sighs loudly. What nonsense. He hands Xu Ping a slip of paper and relays the order. This is a mission from the captain. Xu Ping's eyes light up like high beams as he grins with delight. Mission delivered. Huan Ya strides confidently out the door. He hasn't walked far when he suddenly senses something wrong. A massive, towering figure blocks his path. Huan Ya's eyes widen, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. The killing intent, the aura of death radiating from this man is on a completely different level. Huan Ya wonders in terror, who the hell is this guy? The giant looming over him is none other than Jusu. Terrified to the core, Huan Ya looks up at the monster. Then, without a second thought, he scrambles away on all fours, tossing a hasty apology over his shoulder. Jusu slowly turns his head, watching Huan Ya flee. He laughs with twisted amusement. That guy is truly lucky. If he had lingered a second longer, I really would have killed him. Hanya runs like the wind until he is well out of Jusu's sight. Back at base, a voice rises in the courtyard. Are you serious? Even someone like Huan Ya felt that fear. Huan Ya explains, still shaken. I don't want to admit it either, but my instincts screamed at me clearly if I fought him, I would not win. Lieuan speculates grimly. It seems the seven great heavens have successfully recruited Jusu to their side. If we want to stop the clans from defecting, Huan Ya suggests, we need to display overwhelming power. Lieuan speaks with stern authority. For now, warn everyone to stay far away from that man. Huan Ya responds clearly, understood. Then he pauses, looking around. Where is everyone else? They all went back, Lieuan replies. Only Bi Yang had some private business, so she'll be a little late. The moment those words are spoken, both men freeze. Realization strikes. Lieuan immediately whistles sharply to summon Black Wind. At that very moment, Bi Yang is strolling leisurely through the streets. Behind her, the townsfolk are laughing and chatting warmly. She turns into a quiet, deserted alleyway. Suddenly, thick fog blankets the path ahead. Bi Yang glances around, her expression sharpening into caution. Glimmering eyes peered through the mist, turning the atmosphere eerie and surreal. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. Where's the signal? Bai Yang immediately looked toward the voice, then reached into her pocket to pull out what she had prepared. It was the flower the handmaid had pinned to her outfit. Upon seeing the signal, the man scoffed. Well, color me surprised, Nam Gung Woo judged harshly. The powerful figure who retrieved the heavenly capital seal is just a green, wet behind the ears brat like this. Bai Yang shot back. You say that, but what exactly have you achieved that's so great? The question stung his pride, twisting his face in anger. Nam Gung Woo roared at her. I am Nam Gung Woo, leader of the Ghost Intelligence Unit. The Ghosts are a high-ranking organization with oversight power within the Northern Heavenly Alliance. A rookie like you has no right to speak to me. He lowered his voice. I heard you infiltrated the demonic cult and are currently traveling with their eldest young master. Anything special to report? Yang cursed internally. What a stubborn old coot. She replied aloud, nothing. With someone like him, where everything he does is abnormal, I honestly don't even know what to report anymore. Nam Gung-woo snarled, do you think reporting is a joke? The man you're monitoring is the demonic cult's eldest young master. Along with the cult leader, he is a priority 1 elimination target. How are we supposed to plan an assassination without accurate intel? Do you want to be recalled for negligence? Ba Yang replied nonchalantly. Big brother isn't someone you can assassinate with cheap tricks. She flinched. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Nam Gung-woo gripped his sword hilt, repeating her words slowly. Big brother, is it? In an instant, a sharp blade was pressed against Yang's throat. Nam Gung-woo accused. Getting sympathized by your target? The demonic cult's young master. Have you forgotten your duty to the Northern Heavenly Alliance? Yang hurriedly corrected him. You're jumping to conclusions. I've risked my life until now solely to restore the Orthodox faction. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted. A wind as fierce as a storm blasted through, nearly blowing Yang away. Nam Gung-woo and his subordinates were flung backward. That earth-shaking power belonged to none other than Lian Hui. He and Black Wind charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Under the terrifying gale, Lian Hui's hair danced wildly. Ba Yang whispered joyfully, Big brother. Nam Gung-woo's subordinates were stunned. It's the young master, terrified. They communicated via telepathy. The ghost unit has been discovered by him. What do we do if we combine our martial power to attack now? We might stand a chance. Please give the order, Vice Commander. Nam Gung-woo weighed his options. What should I do? Can we actually subdue the demonic cult's young master? If I kill him, my status will... He jolted, realizing Lian Hui was already taking Yang away. Lian Hui called back, I'm taking this one. Then he issued a cold warning. Follow us, and you die. For a moment, Nam Gung-woo stood frozen, unsure how to react. Yang's cheeks flushed red, her eyes wide with astonishment. A subordinate stepped up and asked Nam Gung-woo, should we pursue him? He retorted, with what power? As his words fell, dead silence filled the air. Lian Hui held Yang tight, carrying her back. She shyly murmured, Big brother, you can let go now. Lian Hui immediately thought of his younger brother. No, I can't. He vowed internally, I won't lose anyone else. Lian Hui instantly accelerated, his body shooting forward like an arrow. Birds scattered into the deep forest. Back at camp, Yang paced anxiously. Did the Northern Heavenly Alliance's operation get exposed? If they find out I'm one of them, they'll feel terribly betrayed. Lost in thought, she slammed right into Huanya. He had been calling her name to no avail. Planning a mutiny or something? Huanya looked confused as Yang jumped in fright. Why so jumpy? He turned and urged her. What are you doing? Go wash your face and come eat. Ba Yang stared at Huanya. When did he get here, Yiming? Lying flat on his face, spoke up. If you have energy left, save it for eating. Don't waste it on nonsense. Huanya put his hands on his hips. You should be glad this isn't Black River Valley. He walked over and poked Yiming. In Black River Valley, if you dared to slack off like this, he would start screaming again. That Black River Valley chant again. Yang's expression shifted as she listened. Frogs croaked steadily in the pond, creating a scene that was quiet yet lively. Yang's jaw dropped, her eyes wide as she let out a confused, huh. Walking over, Lian Hui said, It's been a while since we all ate together. Yang was surprised. You're joining us too, big brother. He asked, Why is it wrong for me to eat? Yang beamed. No, I'm just happy I'll take you to a super delicious spot I found. Even Da Chi praised it. Da Chi chimed in. The Dongpo pork there is incredible. Suddenly, they all stopped, expressions turning to shock. Guanzhong stood at the door, clasping his hands. Greetings, young master. I am one of the 10 elders. Memories flooded Lian Hui's mind. He spoke the name. The green bamboo ghost fisherman. Sorry, Guanzhong, the old man replied politely. You remember my nickname? I am truly honored. Lian Hui spoke coldly. That blood-soaked bamboo staff. It used to be known as the Blood Bamboo Night Demon. Guanzhong froze, looking up at him in sheer astonishment. Lian Hui turned to instruct Huanya. Even though he is the 10th elder, his path diverges from the 7 great heavens. I'll let you all enjoy this meal together. Huanya, listen to me. Don't cause trouble. Just eat and come straight back. She immediately clasped her hands and bowed. Understood, big brother. As soon as she finished, Huanya shoved the others out the door, urging them on. All right, move it. Big brother's busy. Guanzhong looked apologetic. It seems I have disturbed young master's breakfast. Please forgive my rudeness, Lian asked. You wouldn't be here unless it was urgent, right? The old man clicked his tongue in admiration. You really are sharp. I'm getting old, so my patience wears thin. Lian pressed on. So, tell me, what is so urgent that I had to skip my breakfast? Guanzhong asked curiously. Do you know the Demon Blood Dai family? The young master replied. The Demon Blood Dai family. Aren't they one of the 4 great families of the 7 great heavens? Guanzhong's gaze sharpened as he nodded. Exactly. That very family. You must subdue them. Lian Hai remained silent after hearing those words. Meanwhile, in another place, a plate of tender, juicy meat was being served. The restaurant was bustling, orders flying in left and right. 1 portion of dongpo pork, the waiter shouted back loudly. Coming right up. Seeing Bi Chong with her head down, Yiming asked, Why aren't you eating? She picked up a piece of meat and sighed heavily. If only Big Brother could taste this. Oh, Yiming scolded her loudly. Does that guy look like someone who would eat this kind of stuff? Stop babbling and just eat your food. Bi Chong clicked her tongue. If he won't eat it, he could at least smell it. Good grief, you have absolutely no sentimentality. She thought to herself, I'm the only one who always thinks about Big Brother. Bi Chang looked curiously toward the entrance. Why is it so noisy over there? At the same time, Yiming also glanced at the door. Who are these brats? A group of men stormed aggressively into the restaurant. The other patrons looked up at them with fearful eyes. The group instantly commanded the attention of the entire room. One man swept his gaze across the restaurant, scrutinizing everything. His followers all wore dark, menacing expressions. Their footsteps and glares radiated a terrifying aura. Yiming froze for 2 seconds. That sight brought old memories rushing back. Back then, Yiming, nursing an injured arm, had watched the battle from above. His eyes had been filled with tears, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yiming had cautiously approached the enemy from behind. As the battle grew more intense, he threw his body forward to push the opponent away. The air was thick with the stench of fresh blood. Yiming found himself in the enemy's crosshairs. The opponent struck with such force that Yiming was sent tumbling forward. Yiming collapsed, gasping for breath, while the enemy raised his sword high and sneered. You filthy rat, die! Yiming squeezed his eyes shut, resigning himself to his fate. Suddenly, a small bomb flew past Yiming's face. It detonated instantly, erupting into fierce fire and smoke. Yiming's opponent coughed violently. Who is it? Caught off guard by the ambush, they couldn't react in time. As the dust and smoke settled, the silhouette of a man was revealed. Yiming stared blankly as the man reached out a hand to him. The 8th shadow smiled and said, Let's retreat. 13th shadow. Yiming sat frozen, unsure how to react. Snapping back to reality, his eyes were glued to the man, the 8th shadow, who was walking toward a seat with a face as cold as ice. Meanwhile, at the Lieuan manor, a voice resonated. As you all know, the 7 great heavens are centered around the 4 great heavenly clans and the 3 great gangs. Regarding the 4 great heavenly clans, we have the Blood Thunder Zhou clan led by Zhou Xiren, the Black Dragon heavenly clan led by Tianwei Ji, the Xinjianbai clan led by Bai Zheng and the Demon Blood Jing clan led by Qiren Hu. Next are the 3 great gangs. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Wait a minute. Xu Ping was startled and looked toward the person who spoke. Lian Hui spoke up, resting his chin on his hand with a puzzled look. From what I know, the young master of the Demon Blood Jing clan was originally, the eldest son, Xu Ping continued, but the second son, Qiren Hu, seized the position of head of the house through sheer strength. Lian Hui recalled the words Guanzhong had said, subdue the Demon Blood Jing clan. He thought to himself. So, it's Qiren Hu. Xu Ping excitedly asked, May I continue the White Flower Gang, the Heavenly Dragon God Gang, and the Black Wolf Gang? These 3 form the 3 great gangs. The White Flower Gang, led by Heruolan, is unique. It consists entirely of female martial artists. Then there's the Heavenly Dragon God Gang under Shu Wu Gui, and the Black Wolf Gang led by Wan Hui Yang. Lian Hui exploded with anger, demanding, Kids in the village know that stuff. Don't you have any useful information? Xu Ping smirked arrogantly. Who do you think we are? We are Xu Ping. According to my investigation, the leader of the Black Wolf Gang has some very interesting family drama. Lian Hui raised an eyebrow. Family drama. Xu Ping explained immediately. First off, the leader Wan Hui Yang has an only son whom he treasures like jade, named Wan Ziqiang. That man was one of the people who had just walked into the restaurant where Huan Ya's group was eating. Suddenly, Ziqiang stopped in his tracks. His attention locked onto a woman in the corner of the restaurant. A massive question mark practically appeared over Ziqiang's head. Back at the meeting, Xu Ping commented, "But that guy is a total scumbag. Relying on his father's aura, he terrorizes the area to the point where all the villagers live in fear. The gang leader knows, but what can he do? It's his only son, so he just closes his eyes and lets it slide." Lian Hui coldly draws his blade. "Is that it?" Xu Ping rushes to stop him. "You're underestimating my intel network." Truth is, Wan Hui Yang hides a secret bloodline, and it's connected to Chang Long, the Black Wolf Gang's #1 expert. Lian Hui looks stern. Xu Ping, suddenly holding a rose in his teeth, declares, "Listen closely now. This story is so tragic, it'll bring you to tears." The scene shifts to an eatery. 2 steamed buns sit neatly on a plate. A woman smiles warmly at her excited child. The little girl asks innocently, "Mom, aren't you eating?" "One of them is yours, Mom." The woman shakes her head. "No, I'm already full from home. You go ahead and finish it, sweetheart." The girl pouts. "Liar, you always say you're full. You have to eat one too. Hurry." The mother laughs softly. "I'm serious. I ate so many when I was little. I don't like buns anymore." The girl, still skeptical, asks, "Really?" Ziqiang looms behind them, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What a touching scene. Mother and daughter fighting over a measly plate of buns. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Instinctively, the mother pulls her daughter close. Who are you?" Ziqiang widens his eyes in mock shock. "Who am I?" Suddenly, a thug slams the table, terrifying the pair. The thug sneers. "You don't recognize the young master of the Black Wolf Gang, Wan Ziqiang?" The woman hurriedly bows, trembling. "Please forgive me. I was blind and didn't recognize your nobility." Ziqiang waves his hand dismissively. Fine. It's all right. But watching this, it just doesn't sit right with me." He signals the owner, who rushes over immediately. "Young master, what do you need?" Ziqiang orders. "Bring me a plate of dongpo pork." The owner's jaw drops, unable to believe his ears. Ba Ying stands to the side, sighing in frustration. The rest of the gang laughs maliciously, their eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. The woman is drenched in cold sweat. She stammers a refusal. "No need. Young master, we've had enough." But Ziqiang draws a dagger and slams it into the table. He sits down, glaring at her. "Are you looking down on my kindness?" Nearby, Biyang looks over in surprise. "What the hell?" She clenches her fist. Are those scumbags starting trouble? Yiming remains silent, his expression grim. His eyes are fixed solely on Ba Ying. Huaya groans. "I told you not to cause a scene." Ba Yang scowls. Just then, the steaming hot dongpo pork is brought out, the aroma filling the air. The mother looks at her daughter in terror, holding out the dagger. Ziqiang whispers, "But nothing in this life is free. If you want to eat..." The woman gasps as her daughter takes the knife. Ziqiang grabs the mother's wrist, easily pinning it to the table, making her wince in pain. Ziqiang gives a cruel order. "Use that knife to stab your mother's hand. 1 stab for 1 piece of meat." Well, the little girl bursts into tears, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Ziqiang rolls his eyes. "You're a mother. You should be able to handle a little sacrifice. Your kid is starving for that meat. Isn't she?" Tears stream down the woman's face. "Young master, please, I beg you." Ziqiang's goons laugh hysterically. Only Ba Ying frowns, disgusted by his master's cruelty. Sensing something off, he glances behind him. Ba Ying locks eyes with Yiming. Time seems to freeze. Yiming's face is stone cold, while Ba Ying's eyes widen in absolute shock. Huaya rests her chin on her hand, looking bored. Suddenly, he flinches. He realizes Yiming is no longer sitting there. Ba Ying freezes as he sees Yiming approach, but Yiming remains terrifyingly calm. Ziqiang's lackeys roar with laughter. "I bet she does it any takers." Of course she will. Who can resist dongpo pork, even if it hurts their own mother? What a brat. Yiming sneers, his voice low. "You're guarding this piece of trash just to cling to your miserable life. Is that it, Ba Ying?" Ba Ying remains silent, his gaze deep and conflicted. One of the thugs asks, confused, What the hell? Who is this guy? He raises his hand to strike, shouting, "Who do you think you are?" Yiming calmly raises his arm to block. With a simple flick of his wrist, the thug is sent flying. Yiming's eyes darken. The gang instantly draws their weapons. Huaya face palms. Damn it, we're screwed. Yang shrugs. Hey, this is what you call force majeure. She points a finger at the sky, grimacing. Total force majeure. Can't be helped. A sharp blade slashes at Yiming's head. He ducks, dodging the lethal blow, and instantly tosses a bomb at them. A thug tries to ambush him, but before he can move, Yang takes him out. She swiftly hurls an explosive at the group. Dusting off her hands, Yang flashes a grin at Yiming. A thug lunges at them, screaming curses. "You insolent brats!" Suddenly, a wooden table comes flying out of nowhere, smashing him away. Bayang and Yiming turn to see Daji standing there. Yiming declares with a smirk, "Alright then, let's play." Both sides clash instantly, the difference in numbers painfully obvious. The piercing sound of impact rings out as Ngimin weaves through the chaos, unleashing a torrent of punches on his opponents. That try wipes out dozens with a single move. 1 second the restaurant is peaceful, and the next, it's absolute bedlam. Screams echo down the street, yet Huanya just sits there, resting his chin on his hand. Looks like everyone's having fun. Huh, fun. Indeed. Blood stains the floor red, and bodies litter the ground like fallen autumn leaves. The restaurant instantly turns gloomy, thick with killing intent. Tu Kyung is sweating bullets. "You bastards," he screams. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Suddenly, a mocking voice cuts in. "Oh, I'm sure you're a big deal." Huanya smirks. "But in the end, you'll still be kneeling before our boss." Tu Kyung is fuming. "We are the Black Wolf Gang, one of the 3 great factions of the 7 great heavens." He scrambles backward and barks at Badon. "What are you waiting for? Teach these trash a lesson." Huanya calmly cracks his knuckles, preparing to fight, but he's stopped before he can make a move. Heeman steps forward. "This one is mine." As he bends down to pick up a weapon, Badon speaks up. "You're no match for me. Have you forgotten? 13th Shadow." He laughs. "I remember very well. Badon, you used to be stronger than me." Heeman curls his lip. "That's why I was so disappointed." Badon frowns, his face stiffening with rage. He glides across the ground, swinging his sword at Ngimin. The old man stands his ground, easily blocking the strike before his body flows like water. Launching a counterattack at Badon, Ngimin's strike nearly knocks him off his feet. But Badon quickly recovers his stance and strikes back. The ear-splitting sound of clashing blades rings out, the air tight with tension. Both men leap back simultaneously. Badon nods in approval. "Your kung fu has improved. Not bad." Ngimin grins with satisfaction. "I've been training like hell, you know." Badon moves instantly, grabbing Tu Kwang by the collar and leaping into the air. Looking down, the restaurant is a desolate wreck. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from the roof. Badon pulls out a signal flare. It ignites, sending an urgent distress call to his allies. The bright flash quickly catches everyone's attention. People on the street turn their eyes toward the restaurant as the signal flare shoots into the sky, becoming a streak of light. Badon drops Tu Kwang in a snowy forest. "Go back to the Black Wolf Gang." Tu Kwang explodes in anger. "What the hell are you doing? Those insolent bastards need to die right in front of me. Break their limbs and drag them here this instant." Badon closes his eyes. "I was hired to protect you for your safety. I cannot follow that order." Tu Kwang boils with rage. "What I'll tell my father about this." Badon suddenly freezes. Wait. He senses something wrong and spins around. Dat Tri dives from above, swinging a massive punch. Badon frantically ducks to dodge the blow. Dat Tri ignores Badon and rushes straight for Tu Kwang. The young master is so terrified his face contorts, letting out a bizarre, high-pitched squeal right in front of him. With a loud shout, Dat Tri hoists Tu Kwang up, slinging him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. On the thick ice, everyone just stands there staring at each other. The only movement is Tu Kwang struggling and cursing. "Let go of me, you bastard!" Dat Tri laughs triumphantly, while Bitch Swang looks on in admiration. "Uncle Dat Tri is so cool, you worked hard." Ngimin remains completely expressionless. Badon, don't tell me you're trying to run away from our duel. Badon stays on guard, not rising to the provocation. "Why would I be afraid of someone like you?" He leaps into the air with his lightweight technique, pointing his sword in warning. "Then let's end this. I cannot forgive the one who stained the honor of the Shadow Guards." From below, Yimin shoots back, not backing down an inch. You're a fool to throw away the life that someone risked everything to save. Huanya glances over at the situation. Hearing a noise, he turns around to see a crowd of people watching them. A crowd surrounds them in a tight circle, while Ngimin and Badan remain locked in their standoff. What took you guys so long? Kill these bastards. Hurry up. Beach Shuang smiles, eager for a fight. We shouldn't disturb two old friends catching up, right, uncle? Looking at the crowd of small fries, he thinks of someone. This kind of work is usually for the captain, isn't it? Lian Hui steps out of a room, looking gloomy but imposing. Black wind swoops down, landing on his arm and screeching loudly. Lian Hui looks at the bird. What's wrong, Black Wind? The bird flies in circles around him, making him follow its gaze. Suddenly, Black Wind shoots straight up into the sky. Does it want to lead the way? Lian Hui wonders. You want me to follow? His expression turns serious as a deafening boom echoes out. Something just exploded over there, sending people flying. Witnessing the destruction, Lian Hui gets a sinking feeling. Don't tell me. It's them. Back at the fight, Badan suddenly splits into multiple illusory clones. Yimin realizes his opponent has grown stronger and is using his ultimate technique. Badain executes a series of solid, skillful sword moves. Demon Blade 8 Shadows. The battle rages on, evenly matched. Their blades lock and spark, the sound of steel on steel ringing out endlessly. After a fierce exchange of blade work, he spots a fatal opening in his opponent's defense. Got him. The old man pants heavily, thinking he has the upper hand. I can track the demonic blade 8 Shadows. But panic instantly sets in. This is the first time anyone has ever blocked his ultimate technique. He actually blocked the demonic blade 8 Shadows. This isn't just a simple level up. Even Yi Ming is surprised he didn't expect to possess such godlike strength. 8 Shadows is consumed by anxiety. This isn't just improvement. Yi Ming is wielding martial arts on a completely different dimension. Furthermore, glancing at his teammates fighting heroically, his perspective on Yi Ming shifts drastically. The people accompanying Yi Ming are monster-level experts. His chance of winning against such a squad is basically zero. On the other side, Da Qi slams a guy into the ground, making him howl in agony. He rushes to save him, leaving the old man stunned. While 8 Shadows dashes over like a gale, Daiki reacts instantly. He hurls that guy like a human weapon, blocking 8 Shadows from getting any closer. 8 Shadows feels a pang of pity seeing his ally's battered face. The man is spun around like a pinwheel, giving 8 Shadows no chance to catch him safely. Unable to swallow the humiliation, 8 Shadows charges at Da Qi. Da Qi smirks at the reckless move, tossing the guy aside to free his hands for the real fight. The thrown man is barely conscious, terrified out of his mind as he crashes into the crowd. Da Qi skids back on one hand, striking a cool pose. 8 Shadows is momentarily stunned by what he sees. Daichi erupts in rage, eyes full of killing intent, his clenched fist generating a hurricane. Seeing this, 8 Shadows tries to stand his ground against the violent wind. Dachi delivers a crushing blow right in front of 8 Shadows. The punch strikes the courtyard floor, causing a deafening, sky-shaking explosion. The sound amplifies, drowning out the thunderous blast from before. Thick dust clouds rise, obscuring everything in a chaotic haze. 8 Shadows remain stubborn, refusing to yield after that shockwave. Behind him, his teammates are struggling to carry the heavily wounded Ziqiang. Yiming realizes this slaughter is pointless and tries to reason with them. It is not worth sacrificing their lives just to protect a master like that. Ignoring the advice, 8 Shadows stubbornly insists on settling the winner and loser right here and now. Let's end this match, 13 Shadows. He grips his sword tight, his hands trembling slightly from exhaustion. Yiming lets out a loud roar and charges. 8 Shadows refuses to back down, screaming as he rushes in. The two sides clash, but the only sound left now is the screech of dragging metal. Yiming finishes the exchange with calm, decisive precision, but 8 Shadows stands motionless. He drops to his knees, clutching his wound, while his teammates behind him wail in the absolute misery of defeat. The scoundrels scrambled to lift their burden. Desperate to flee, Dachi didn't hesitate. He bolted after them. You think you can run? That belongs to me. Yiming rushed to the fallen man's side, his voice thick with concern. How did it come to this? Why did you let it go so far? The man replied, his breath ragged and weak. We were cowards. Ba Ying rasped, trembling with frustration as he recounted the shame. We ran away. We left behind the one person we swore to protect. Yiming stood frozen, stunned by such fierce, tragic loyalty. Ba Ying's eyes began to fade as he revealed his true purpose. It doesn't matter who the new master is, my only desire was to protect them, even if it cost me my life. Choking back blood, he delivered his final words to Yiming. You must be ready to die for your master, too. That is the destiny of the Shadow Sword Guard. Yiming gasped, struck by the weight of that command. With that final breath, Ba Ying slumped forward, his eyes closing forever. Yiming bowed his head in solemn grief, bidding a silent farewell to a fallen warrior. The scene shifts to a massive fortress, the headquarters of the Black Wolf Gang. A group of men rush toward the gates, panic written all over their faces. Open the gates, hurry! The young hallmaster is wounded. Seeing their frantic state, the guard didn't ask questions and scrambled to obey. Right away, but just as the heavy gates creaked open, a commanding voice cut through the air like a blade. Hold it. Everyone whipped around. Approaching from the distance was a solitary male figure. It was Lian Hui, radiating an imposing aura, accompanied by the fierce cry of Hei Feng. He moved with terrifying speed, leaving his own men struggling to keep up. Bi Chang's face lit up with relief as she ran toward him, while Dachi and Huanya trembled in fear. At long last, they were face to face once more. Seeing Lian Hui's cold expression, the enemy's heart sank. We're screwed, he thought. Desperate to avoid a slaughter, a subordinate stammered out an explanation. Eldest young master, please. This represents the Black Wolf Gang's young hall master. He was brutally attacked by unknown assailants. Lian Hui caught the title, his eyes narrowing. He muttered, low and cold, the young hall master of the Black Wolf Gang, you say? Memories of the man's vile reputation flashed through his mind. The Black Wolf Gang's leader was a tyrant, an arrogant monster who terrorized the entire district with impunity. Lian Hui raised a finger, pointing sharply at the trembling group behind him. So, are you telling me they are the ones who did this? The subordinate nodded frantically. Yes, it was them. Exposed and cornered, Huanya started stammering, desperate to defend himself. Big brother, I should have stopped it. I have no excuses. Lian Hui didn't strike yet. He demanded the truth. Why? What could possibly justify beating the Black Wolf Gang's young hall master half to death? The gang's subordinate puffed up his chest, ignoring the atrocity. You dare judge us? You think that gives you the right to lay a hand on him? This is the young hall master of the Black Wolf Gang. One of the 7 great heavens. You fools have messed with the wrong people. Lian He saw that the truth was out. He had all the justification he needed. The crowd stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Lian Hui's face hardened as he issued a furious warning. He has violated the basic laws of humanity, and he will pay the price. The thug choked on his words. Wait, what does that mean? Ignoring the small fry, Lian Hui turned to leave. I want to see the hall master of the Black Wolf Hall. Get out of my way. Daichi and Hanya eagerly obeyed his command. Yes, boss. The scene shifts to a pair of hands meticulously wiping an orchid pot. That careful figure was none other than Hui Yang. As he and his servant busied themselves with the plants, someone rushed in to report. Hall master, something terrible has happened, Hui Yang asked in a deep, stern voice. What is it? The servant stammered. You should go outside and see, sir, the young master, your son. The old man gasped in horror. What, Zichang? The guard stood defensively in front of the gate. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the door was blasted off its hinges. The group slowly came into view. Notably, Dachi was carrying the young master of the Black Wolf Gang on his shoulder. Yiming looked worried. Even though I started this, aren't we woefully unprepared to attack the Black Wolf Gang, one of the 7 great heavens? Lian Hui turned back and asked, Are preparations complete? Bi Chang responded excitedly. Everything is ready. Dachi and Hanya answered in unison. Yes, boss. Yiming was confused by Lian Hui's calm demeanor. He's not afraid of what comes next, and they said they're ready. He asked anxiously, Don't we need some kind of plan? Lian Hui calmly laid out his strategy. All right, I will tell you the plan now. First, Huanya. He assigned the task. From this moment on, do not let a single person leave the Black Wolf Gang. The boy immediately obeyed. Second, a task for Dachi. Dachi, you are to block anyone from entering the Black Wolf Gang. He powerfully tossed the hostage aside and acknowledged the order. Understood, master. No one is getting in. Lian Hui continued. The rest of you, follow me. Yiming sighed in relief. What a brilliant plan. Bichang was beaming with excitement. Yes, boss. Inside, Huiyang led his subordinates out with a serious expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock at the horrifying scene before him. Lianhui, Bichang, and Yiming stood with faces cold as ice, while his son lay on the ground below, writhing in agony. Seeing his son in such a miserable state, the old man exploded with rage. What do you think you are doing, eldest young master? He replied calmly. Since the hall master of the Black Wolf gang failed to raise his son properly, I took the liberty of educating him for you. Huiyang looked at his son in panic. Lianhui didn't hesitate to interrogate him. I heard this guy enjoys the game of tearing parents away from their children. The eldest young master showed no mercy despite the plea. I have already punished the son. Now it is time for the father to pay for his own sins. Huiyang was stunned by Lianhui's intention. What? The boy coldly demanded retribution. Because Black Wolf Hall Master Huiyang failed to answer my summons, I officially strip you of your position. Huiyang and his subordinates froze in place. The old man felt a bitter resentment. So, you chose to blow this whole thing up just to say that, losing control? Huiyang screamed in his face. Do you really intend to go to war with the entire 7 great heavens? Eldest young master Lianhui did not yield. He threatened back. To be precise, it is you lot in the 7 great heavens who have made an enemy of me. The old man stammered. Huiyang hurriedly shouted the order. Attack! Hearing the command, the mob swarmed forward. Seeing the enemy move, Bichang went on the defense. Blood sprayed into the air as her sharp sword cut them down with precision. Every fool who approached was either injured or killed by her hand. On the side, Yiming couldn't believe his eyes when he saw her fury. He watched intently as she wiped out the crowd, her body moving light as a feather as she dispatched them one by one. He was astonished. Is her martial arts really this powerful? He was so distracted he didn't notice the danger approaching him. Bichang had sharp eyes. Despite being busy, she shouted a warning. Instructor, thanks to her help, he effortlessly used his martial arts to take down the cowardly attacker. Yiming looked incredibly cool. This is nothing. The old man was speechless when he saw his subordinate's head severed from his body. Refusing to accept defeat, Huiyang tried to turn the tide. They chose to attack exactly when the Elder Dragon is away. Damn it, we must summon the Elder Dragon at any cost. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, Hall Master. He sprinted to a high tower where the carrier pigeons were kept. The subordinate placed a secret message into the tube on the pigeon's leg, carefully lifted the bird out the window, and released it. The pigeon spread its wings and flew off to deliver the message. The white bird was flapping its wings leisurely across the sky. Suddenly, a massive impact caused panic, sending feathers flying everywhere. It turned out to be Black Wind on the hunt. The hawk successfully took down the pigeon in midair and snatched it up. Its fierce cry echoed everywhere, displaying its power. Amidst the chaos below, a figure suddenly jumped down into the courtyard. Everyone quickly spotted him and swarmed around, screaming orders to catch the intruder. Waiting for the area to clear, another figure climbed in, holding explosives in his hand. He ascended to a high vantage point, looking around to observe the situation. Confirming the coast is clear, the figure darts forward and fires a colored signal flare. He leaps onto a higher rooftop to make sure the signal is seen. It has to go up, high up. Suddenly, a barrage of explosions strikes head-on. The deafening crash of the enemy collapsing mingles with the sound of shattering roof tiles. The intruder dies instantly, slumping lifelessly to the cold ground. Black Wind soars through the air, while below him, Huanya juggles his weapon with a sneer. Where do you think you're running to? Suddenly, a massive, elongated door materializes right in front of them. Inside, a fight to the death is already raging. The crowd frantically discusses a way out. Just get over the wall, push through with everything you've got. Deikiya immediately spots a few trying to escape. With his massive, muscular frame, he unleashes attacks that drop them in seconds. One by one, they get crushed and sent flying into the air. He pants heavily, looking down at the fools defeated by his raw power. Then, the Chi clenches his fists, dropping into a stance, ready for the next round. An invisible force from his punch blasts the crowd back. He takes them down one by one, striking fear into the hearts of the rebels. But right then, the Chi senses something approaching. From afar, an arrow whistles through the air with terrifying speed. Huanya watches it streak forward and grins with amusement. He looks bored, speaking as if it's obvious. You can't block that one, Captain. Meanwhile, the chaotic mob keeps charging forward with wild energy. Amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, the three of them stand tall. Hui Yang turns down to them and says, "You elders arrived just in time." Lian Hui stands with cold, majestic authority. The Black Wolf Gang has quite the head count. Old Wan Hui Yang sneers in response. "Did you think the Black Wolf Gang's reputation as the seven great celestials was just for show, young master?" Armed men surround Lian Hui, Bi Chang, and Yi Ming. Yi Ming growls in anger. This is like walking straight into an ant nest. Bai Chang looks at the massive crowd, trembling timidly. "Big brother, you surely have a plan, right?" Wasting no more time, the enemy swarm rushes in to attack. Only Lian Hui remains calm. "From now on, this ant nest will be..." He gently channels his energy. Crackling lightning materializes, and Lian Hui unleashes a massive spell to wipe them out. The building's wall is still standing. For a split second, suddenly, a sky-shaking explosion shatters the wall completely. The people inside are blasted out by the sheer force of the explosion. Everyone witnessing this scene is left dead silent. While they're frozen by the horror, a scream cuts through the air. A pair of feet quietly steps forward. Long time no see, Da Chi. Da Chi, currently choking someone out, turns around. He hesitates, seeing the silhouette. The mysterious figure pulls down his hood, bringing up the past. Little Da Chi. That voice is exactly the same. Isn't it? Behind that voice is Jusu. Da Chi is so terrified he can't even speak. Hanya sits on the roof, looking carefree. He clearly sees Da Chi sprinting away in a panic, while Jusu slowly follows behind. Hanya can't believe the person running away is him. Daichi runs out of road, cornered against the wall by that guy. He screams in terror. "Stay away." Seeing his panic, the man laughs loudly. "Remember the old game." Jusu's face twists into a nightmare, reminding Da Chi of the time they played Which Broken Finger Hurts the Most. The mention of that traumatic memory makes him even more terrified. No, Da Chi doesn't like that game. Jusu deliberately threatens him. "Why? It's fun. Give me your hand." Suddenly, he freezes, sensing a force rushing toward him. Three hidden weapons zoom past. Jusu dodges just in time, and they embed themselves deep into the wall. Hanya enters combat mode, standing proudly on the roof where the man can see him. Jusu feigns calm, but inside he wants to skin the attacker alive. "So, who are you?" Seeing the man messing with his brother, Hwanya warns him furiously. "Get away from Da Chi, you bastard." Meanwhile, outside the fortress gate, a strange, intense light begins to radiate. Lian Hui pushes his power to the absolute limit. His hands now control a spell that grows stronger by the second. The surrounding crowd tries to block it, struggling against the surge of power. While they fight desperately outside, a loud boom startles Bi Chang and Yi Ming. The gate slowly creaks open, and a mob rushes toward her like a swarm of angry ants. Yi Ming is shocked by the scene before her eyes. What the hell? Where are these guys coming from? Bai Chang freezes. What is that? Did Uncle Dachi's defense line break impossible? Radiating killing intent, Hwanya attacks Jusu with skilled agility. The man doesn't even bother to dodge, confronting him head-on. The sound of weapons clashing rings out violently. Hwanya is forced back, but he grips his twin swords tight, ready to charge again. Jusu flings off his cloak, revealing a mace in each hand to counter the attack. Borrowing the force of the wind, Hwanya runs on thin air. He unleashes a barrage of moves, relentlessly attacking while Jusu stays on the defense. Waiting for the perfect moment, Jusu spots a gap in his technique. He raises his mace high, ready to end it. The mace closes the gap, looking like it smashes directly into Hwanya's face. But Hwanya twists his body instantly. He manages to slip away, narrowly escaping the mace's crushing force. Hwanya stands tall behind Jusu, radiating arrogance. But Jusu isn't surprised in the slightest. In fact, he casually calls out the exact technique his attacker just used. "That's an interesting martial art you have there. Don't tell me. Is that the Dark Shadow style?" Hearing the enemy pinpoint his secret technique instantly sends a wave of panic through Hwanya. It feels like his deepest secret has just been exposed. You know the Dark Shadow style." Jusu's excitement hits a fever pitch. "Oh, I know it well. One of my acquaintances uses that very same style." Hwanya's expression instantly darkens, tension seizing his body. "You know a user? Wait, does that mean you're from the Black River Valley?" The question delights the villain. He never expected to run into an old neighbor in a place like this. It really is a small world, isn't it? While the two of them square off, Dachi remains frozen nearby, drowning in the paralyzing trauma of his past. Huanya turns and sees Dachi's pathetic state. He's speechless, forced to scream his frustration internally. What the hell happened to him? But the enemy gives him no time to ponder. Jusu sneers with utter contempt. Come on then, show me more of that dark shadow style. His sudden eagerness leaves Huanya confused. Before he can process it, the attack comes. It's like the guy predicted his every move. Huanya reacts on instinct, dodging the strike with lightning speed. He weaves through the barrage of strikes, light as a feather. It's a strange sensation. Time seems to race for Huanya, while for Jusu, every second drags in slow motion. Jusu glances back, tracking Huanya's trajectory. He locks onto the target and unleashes a ruthless, calculated strike. Huanya manages to parry. He redirects the force, thrusts his weapon straight at the enemy, and delivers a powerful kick to create distance. He breaks free from the deadlock, his dual blades looking like they've finally found their mark. A choked gasp echoes as Jusu coughs up blood, but elsewhere on the battlefield, the sheer overwhelming power of the enemy is crushing everyone. Lieuan a whirlwind of death, cutting down anyone foolish enough to attack him, watching his subordinates drop like flies. The enemy leader, Hui Yang, starts to feel a flicker of fear. The young master looks at him with chilling calm. I think it's time you stepped up personally. Leader of the Black Wolf Gang. The old man is arrogant, convinced of his own superiority. I am one of the 10 great demons. Do you know who you're talking to? Hui Yang brags about his past glories, full of himself. Without us in the Great War, even the cult leader himself wouldn't have conquered the world. Lian tilts his head, puzzled. Funny. That's not how I heard it. From what I know, the cult leader would have won the world just fine without you useless lot. Hui Yang sneers, confident in his victory. Listen here, even if you carry the blood of the demonic cult leader, you can't beat me. I have survived battlefields you couldn't even imagine, young master. Lian doesn't blink. Is that so? Well, I've survived a place that makes your little battlefields look like a playground. Enough talk. The old man strikes first. He instantly channels his internal energy, launching a technique. Lian raises his guard. Hui Yang's entire body erupts with dark energy as he roars, purple poison Mara force. A strange, mystical light explodes from his hands. Lian is quick on his feet, dodging the incoming blast. The old man tries to lock on, but he just can't land a hit. He weaves through a storm of attacks, but he's not fast enough. A stray tendril of the energy grazes his hand. The power is terrifying. It's corrosive. The energy starts eating right through the skin of his hand like acid. Seeing the hit, Hui Yang cackles with glee. Got you. Once the purple poison Mara force touches you, it spreads everywhere. He grins, convinced the boy's already a walking corpse. Such a pity. Young master, your life is ticking away by the second. But instead of screaming, Lian Hui smiles. The reaction is so unnatural that Hui Yang freezes in confusion. Huh. Lian glances at his smoking hand like it's a minor annoyance. You call this poison back in the Black River Valley? This wouldn't even count as a mosquito bite. The old man's face twists in shock. Before he can retort, a deafening screech tears through the air, and they clash once more. Hui Yang unleashes waves of toxic sludge, but Lian Hui deflects every single drop. The villain realizes he's running out of time. Panic sets in as he sees the shift in Lian Hui's eyes. The boy is done playing. He's looking to end this with one strike. A spinning slash sends the old man crashing to the ground, but just when it looks over, Hui Yang springs back up, refusing to accept defeat. Lian Hui's eyes widen. The old bastard still has fight in him, channeling every ounce of his remaining power for a suicide attack. The villain screams in rage. The explosion of energy lights up the entire corner of the citadel. Meanwhile, Jusu taunts his opponent. The true terror of the dark shadow style is killing before the enemy knows you exist. But you blew your cover just to save that pathetic Dachi. He glances at Dachi. The man is broken, curled up in a ball, trembling like a leaf. Jusu shakes his head, arrogant as ever. In that compassion, that will be your fatal mistake. But suddenly, he freezes. Something's wrong. He stares at a nearby wall as it cracks and crumbles apart. Wait, what is that? Huanya bursts from the debris. His aura is blazing with renewed intensity, catching Jusu completely off guard. This fight just got a whole lot more complicated. Yeah,